Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Many of us dream of escaping into nature, finding peace under the stars on a camping trip. The quiet woods, the crackling campfire, it sounds idyllic, right? But sometimes the isolation we seek can turn menacing. Sometimes the deep woods hold more than just wildlife. Tonight, we have a chilling account of a camping trip that went horribly wrong. This story takes us deep into the woods in the US, where a group of friends embarked on what they thought would be a memorable adventure. Instead, it became a terrifying ordeal, a decision they would come to regret deeply. What happened out there? Let's just say the title says it all. True Scary Camping Trip in Deepwood, the US was a deadly mistake. Prepare yourselves. My name is Isabella Rossi. Most folks just call me Izzy. I've always felt this pull, this insistent whisper from places untouched by concrete and crowds. It's not just about escaping the noise of the city, though. God knows, Charlotte can get loud. It's about finding something real, something ancient and quiet that settles deep in your bones. That's why I love the Great Smoky Mountains. They felt like one of the last vestiges of true wilderness on the East Coast, vast and secretive, holding on to mysteries the modern world hadn't yet paved over. My friends Liam, Chloe, and Noah shared this love, though maybe not with the same almost spiritual fervor I felt. We were seasoned hikers, or so we thought. We respected the trails, packed out our trash, knew the basics of navigation. But this time, this trip last October, the familiar paths felt insufficient. The air that autumn was particularly crisp, carrying the scent of decaying leaves, damp earth, and distant wood smoke. The foliage was a riot of color, fiery reds, sunset oranges, deep golds clinging stubbornly to the branches even as the season turned. We'd planned a three. The loop, sticking mostly to a moderately challenging trail system we'd hiked parts of before. Liam, ever the pragmatist and our designated map checker, had plotted the route meticulously. He was the sensible one, the voice of caution, always reminding us about water levels, bear safety, and sticking to the plan. Noah was the gearhead and the muscle, strong and dependable, always ready with a dry joke or a helping hand over a tricky stream crossing. Chloe was the unbridled enthusiast, her energy infectious, always pointing out interesting fungi or a distant hawk circling overhead. And me, I was the dreamer, I guess. The one always looking just beyond the next ridge, wondering what lay hidden in the deeper folds of the mountains. The first day was perfect. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, dappling the forest floor. We covered good ground, the familiar rhythm of hiking boots on packed earth a comforting beat. We laughed, shared trail mix, marveled at vistas that opened up unexpectedly, revealing layers upon layers of hazy blue ridges fading into the distance. But even then, amidst the beauty and camaraderie, that little whisper started in the back of my mind. There's more. The marked trail, wide and worn smooth by countless boots, felt like a corridor, guiding us through the scenery but keeping us from it, somehow. We saw other hikers, friendly nods exchanged, but each encounter subtly reinforced the feeling that we were on a designated path, seeing only what everyone else saw. That evening, around our small, crackling campfire, the conversation turned. Claude, predictably, was buzzing. Isn't it amazing out here? But imagine, she said, gesturing vaguely into the deepening woods beyond the firelight. What, it's like where nobody goes. Like, truly untouched. Noah poked the fire with a stick, sending sparks spiraling into the night. Probably looks a lot like this, just with more ticks and poison ivy. Liam consulted his map by the light of his headlamp, frowning slightly. And a much higher chance of getting seriously lost. We stick to the plan. We agreed. But Liam, I chimed in, the whisper in my head growing louder. Think about it. Those old logging roads, the ones barely visible on the topographical maps, the ones that lead way up into those hollows the main trails bypass. What if there's some hidden waterfall back there, or a grove of ancient trees nobody's seen in decades? The allure of discovery, of seeing something unique, was intoxicating. Chloe seized on it immediately.
Yes, Izzy's right.
Just a little detour tomorrow. We could follow that creek bed we saw on the map, the one that cuts off northwest from the main trail around mile marker 6. It looks like it climbs up towards Black Balsam Ridge. We could explore for a few hours, then backtrack. Liam looked deeply skeptical. Going off trail in the Smokies isn't like wandering off a path in a city park. The undergrowth is dense, the terrain can change rapidly, and getting disoriented is easy. Plus, cell service is already non-existent here. If something happens, we'll be careful. Noah interjected, surprisingly siding with us, perhaps swayed by the romance of exploration or just wanting a change of pace. We have compasses the map plenty of daylight if we start early. We can set a turnaround time. 2 hours in, max, then head back. What's the harm in a little adventure? The debate went back and forth, but fueled by Chloe's enthusiasm and my quiet insistence, Liam eventually, reluctantly, agreed. Okay, he sighed, folding the map. 2 hours. We mark our entry point clearly, we stay within sight of the creek as much as possible, and at the first sign of trouble or disorientation, we turn back. Agreed. We all agreed, sealing our fate with nods in the flickering firelight. That night, sleep didn't come easily. The usual forest sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures in the leaf litter, seemed amplified, carrying a different weight. The darkness outside our tents felt deeper, more absolute. I kept thinking about the untouched places, imagining pristine streams and towering trees, pushing down the faint, irrational prickle of unease that accompanied the excitement. The next morning, we reached the designated point near mile marker 6. An old, almost invisible game trail angled away from the main path, heading down towards the rushing creek Liam had identified. Pushing aside low, hanging rhododendron branches, we stepped off the familiar trail and into the true wilderness. Instantly, the atmosphere changed. The air felt heavier, cooler. The sounds of the main trail faded, replaced by the constant murmur of the creek and the dense, muffling silence of undisturbed forest. The ground was soft and uneven, covered in a thick carpet of moss and decaying leaves that swallowed the sound of our footsteps. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy overhead, casting the undergrowth in a perpetual twilight. It was beautiful, undeniably so, in a wild, untamed way that the main trail couldn't replicate. Ancient, gnarled trees dripped with moss, ferns grew in lush profusion, and the water in the creek ran crystal clear over smooth, gray stones. We followed the creek, scrambling over fallen logs and pushing through thickets of mountain laurel. It was slow going, much slower than hiking on the trail. Liam constantly checked his compass and the map, his brow furrowed with concentration. Noah helped Chloe over slippery rocks, while I scanned the surroundings, captivated by the raw beauty, but also increasingly aware of the profound isolation. There were no signs of human passage here, no footprints, no discarded wrappers, not even a sawn log. It felt like stepping back in time. An hour passed. The creek led us deeper and higher into a narrow hollow where the slopes rose steeply on either side. The woods grew denser, darker. The silence deepened, broken only by our own labored breathing and the gurgle of water. It was then that I first noticed it, a subtle lack of sound. No bird song, no squirrels chattering. Just silence, an expectant, watchful stillness that began to feel less peaceful and more oppressive. Kind of quiet, isn't it? Chloe whispered, her usual ebullience dampened. Liam stopped, listening intently. Yeah, too quiet. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the dense woods uphill from the creek. Maybe we should start thinking about heading back soon. It's thicker than I expected up here. Noah nodded. Agreed. This feels weird. It was more than weird. A prickling sensation crawled up the back of my neck, the distinct, primal feeling of being watched. I scanned the trees, the tangled undergrowth, the deep shadows between the ancient trunks. Nothing. Just trees and leaves and shifting light. But the feeling persisted, heavy and unnerving. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. We pushed on just a little further, perhaps another 100 yards, rounding a bend in the creek. The hollow widened slightly here, and the trees thinned just enough to let in a sliver more light. And that's when we saw the first sign that something was truly wrong. It wasn't much, just an unnatural arrangement of stones on a flat boulder near the water's edge. Not a cairn, not random geology. They were deliberately placed, forming a crude spiral pattern that felt instantly alien, out of place in that wild setting. It was small, easily missed, but it screamed intention. What the hell is that? No breathed, stopping short. We gathered around the boulder, staring at the spiral. It felt ancient, ritualistic, and deeply unsettling. Who would come this deep in the wilderness to pile stones like this? And why? The silence seemed to press in closer. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a near certainty. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against the unnatural stillness. Liam pulled out his map again, but his hands were shaking slightly. "Okay," he said, his voice tight. "That's it. We're turning back now." But turning back wasn't going to be so simple, because as Liam spoke, a twig snapped loudly high up on the slope to our right. Sharper, louder than any sound a squirrel or falling branch would make. We all froze, heads snapping up towards the noise. And through the dense screen of leaves, deep in the shadows where the light barely reached, I saw movement. Something shifting, fluid and fast, between the trees. Something that didn't look like a deer or a bear. It was tall, unnaturally so, and for a fleeting second, before it melted back into the deeper darkness, I thought I saw eyes. Eyes that caught the dim forest light in a way no animals should. That's when the real mistake became horrifyingly clear. It wasn't just that we had stumbled into their place. It was that they had seen us. They knew we were here, and we were very, very far from the trail. The snap of the twig echoed in the unnatural silence, sharp and definitive. For a paralyzing second, none of us moved, frozen like deer caught in headlights. My own breath hitched in my throat, trapped somewhere between a gasp and a scream. Liam, despite the tremor I'd seen in his hands moments before, reacted first. "Go! Go now! Back the way we came!" His voice was a harsh whisper, cracking with adrenaline. Panic erupted. Rational thought evaporated, replaced by pure instinctual flight. We scrambled away from the creek bend, stumbling over the slick rocks we'd carefully navigated only moments before. The deliberate stone spiral on the boulder felt like a malevolent eye watching us flee. Chloe let out a choke sob, grabbing Noah's arm. He practically dragged her along, his face pale and grim, constantly glancing back over his shoulder. Liam was in the lead, crashing through the undergrowth with little regard for the branches whipping at his face, trying desperately to follow the faint impression of our path beside the creek. I brought up the rear, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard it felt like it might break free. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch sounded like pursuit. I kept picturing those eyes I thought I'd glimpsed wide, luminous, reflecting the dim light in a way that felt utterly predatory. Were they following? How close were they? The dense woods seemed to press in, the trees like silent, disapproving sentinels. The beauty we'd sought just an hour ago had curdled into something menacing, claustrophobic. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, now felt suffocating. We moved much faster than we had on the way in, fueled by terror, but the terrain fought back. Roots snagged our boots, thorny vines tore at our clothes and skin, and the uneven ground sent us stumbling. I slipped on a patch of wet moss, crying out as my knee slammed against a hidden rock. Noah hauled me up without breaking stride, his grip like iron.
"Keep moving, Izzy!"
"Don't look back." But I couldn't help it. Every few frantic steps, I risked a glance behind us. I saw nothing but the dense, indifferent woods. Yet, the feeling of being watched hadn't lessened. It had intensified, sharpened into the sickening certainty of being hunted. And then came the sounds. Not footsteps, the leaf litter was too thick, too soft, it seemed, for whatever was back there. It was a different kind of sound. A faint rhythmic swish, 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 like something moving effortlessly through the dense brush that tore at us. It kept pace, sometimes fading slightly, sometimes seeming unnervingly close just beyond the screen of rhododendrons bordering the creek. "Liam, are we going the right way?" Chloe cried out, her voice ragged with panic. Liam didn't stop, but he risked a glance at his compass, then back at the creek. Should be. Just follow the water downstream. It has to lead back eventually. But doubt laced his voice. In our panicked flight, had we stayed true to the creek's course? Or had we angled away, drawn into a different fold of the hollow? The trees all looked the same, ancient and anonymous. The light was definitely beginning to fade now, the sun dipping lower, casting long, distorted shadows that read like living things at the edges of my vision. Then the swishing sound stopped. An abrupt, chilling silence fell, broken only by our own ragged gasps and pounding footsteps. For a wild, hopeful second, I thought maybe we'd lost them, maybe they'd given up. But the silence was worse. It felt charged, coiled, like the moment before a strike. Where did they go? Noah whispered, his head swiveling, trying to pierce the gloom gathering beneath the trees. That's when Liam, up ahead, suddenly yelled a raw sound of pure terror. He had stumbled to a halt, pointing frantically up the slope to our left. There. Oh God. Look. My eyes shot upwards, following his pointing finger. High on the ridge, maybe 50 yards away, standing partially obscured by the trunk of a massive, gnarled oak, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall and slender, blending almost perfectly with the shadows and the bark. It wasn't wearing hiking clothes. It wasn't wearing anything recognizable. Its form seemed fluid, less solid than it should be. And the head, it was tilted at an unnatural angle, observing us. Even from that distance, I could see the eyes. They were wide, dark pools that seemed to catch and amplify the fading light, reflecting it with a cold, unblinking intensity, like moonlight on still, black water, or like a predator's eyes, devoid of any recognizable emotion, any humanity. It wasn't moving, just watching. Knowing we'd seen it, Chloe screamed then, a thin, high, pitched sound that was swallowed instantly by the vastness of the woods. The figure on the ridge didn't react, didn't flinch. It just watched. That single, terrifying image broke whatever fragile composure we had left. We plunged onward, abandoning any pretense of following the creek precisely, driven only by the need to put distance between ourselves and that silent watcher. We half ran, half fell down slopes, scrambled through thickets, the sounds of our own panic echoing in the unnerving quiet. And the hunt resumed. We heard movement again, not just behind us now, but paralleling us, flanking us on the slopes above. A rustle here, a branch snapping there. Always keeping pace, effortlessly navigating the terrain that exhausted and injured us. It felt like they were hurting us, pushing us deeper into the wilderness, perhaps away from the direction we needed to go. Were there more than one? The glimpse on the ridge was singular, but the sounds felt plural, coordinated. This way, Liam shouted, veering sharply right, pointing towards a denser patch of pines. Maybe we can lose them in there? We plunged into the relative darkness beneath the pines. The ground was thick with fallen needles, muffling our steps slightly, but the air was cold, and the gloom was profound. The branches were so thick they interlaced overhead, blocking out most of the remaining light. We huddled together for a moment, backs pressed against rough bark, straining our ears. Silence. Had we done it? Had we actually lost them? My lungs burned, my legs trembled with exhaustion and fear. Liam fumbled with his map, trying to get a bearing in the near darkness, his breath coming in ragged clouds. Noah had his arm around Chloe, who was crying silently, shaking uncontrollably. I think we lost them, Noah whispered, though his eyes darted nervously through the dark shapes of the trees. But the hope was fragile, instantly shattered. From somewhere just outside the pine thicket, terrifyingly close, came a sound that was utterly inhuman. A low, guttural clicking like oversized insects or rocks tumbling together in a dry gulch. It wasn't animal. It wasn't human. It was wrong. And then another figure appeared, not on a distant ridge, but right there at the edge of the pines, silhouetted against the slightly less dark woods beyond. It moved with that same unnatural fluidity I'd glimpsed earlier, stepping from behind a tree with a speed that didn't seem possible. It was closer now, close enough to see the impossibly wide, luminous eyes fixed directly on us. Close enough to see that its limbs seemed too long, its joints bending at subtly wrong angles. It made no sound as it moved, besides that disturbing clicking which seemed to emanate from its throat or chest. It just stood there, blocking the way we'd come, its gaze pinning us in place. We were trapped. The dense pines offered cover, but no escape route. Behind us, the woods were just as dark, just as unknown. And in front of us stood this thing, silent, watchful, utterly alien. The clicking sound started again, louder this time, and from the woods to our left, an answering click responded. There were at least two of them. They were closing in. Liam frantically shone his headlamp beam towards the figure. The light hit it, illuminating the pale, smooth skin, or perhaps it wasn't skin, and those horrifying eyes seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it conventionally. The figure didn't react to the beam, didn't even flinch. It took one slow, deliberate step towards us, its long limbs moving with a disjointed grace that sent a fresh wave of terror washing over me. Noah pushed Chloe behind him, grabbing a thick, broken branch from the ground, a pitiful weapon against whatever this was. Liam was fumbling with something on his pack, maybe a flare gun, maybe just his useless map. My own legs felt rooted to the spot, numb with cold and fear. The clicking grew louder, closer, seeming to come from multiple directions now. Darkness was falling fast, the last vestiges of twilight swallowed by the deep woods. We were lost, exhausted, and cornered. The figure took another step, its wide, moon-like eyes fixed on mine, and I knew with chilling certainty that the hunt was far from over. It was just beginning. The beam from Liam's headlamp trembled, catching motes of dust and pine needles dancing in the frigid air. It did little to illuminate the figure before us, merely confirming its alien presence, its smooth, pale form that seemed to drink the light, and those impossibly wide, dark eyes that stared right through us. The clicking sound intensified, a dry, rasping cacophony that vibrated in my teeth, echoed by unseen companions lurking just beyond the edges of the light, surrounding our tiny sanctuary beneath the pines. Another step. It glided forward, its long limbs bending in ways that defied biology, covering the ground with an eerie, silent grace. Noah let out a choked roar, more animal fear than conscious defiance, and swung the heavy branch. It was a desperate, futile gesture. The entity didn't dodge. It simply shifted, a blur of movement too fast to track, and Noah was stumbling sideways, the branch ripped from his grasp and tossed aside as if it weighed nothing. He fell heavily against a tree trunk, the air forced from his lungs in a pained gasp. Chaos erupted. Chloe screamed again, a raw, unending sound of pure terror. Liam finally managed to rip something from his pack, a flare gun. With shaking hands, he raised it, aiming not directly at the figure, but slightly above it. Whoosh! A blinding red star shot upwards, momentarily illuminating the entire pine thicket in a hellish, bloody light. For a precious second, the effect was dramatic. The figures, yes, there were definitely three of them, visible now in the flare's glare. Two more, having emerged silently from the sides, recoiled slightly. Not in pain, it seemed, but perhaps startled by the sudden, intense light. The clicking faltered. The one closest to us raised a long, multi-jointed arm, shielding its vast eyes. Their forms, caught in that momentary crimson glare, were even more disturbing up close. Featureless faces below the eyes, skin like stretched parchment or smooth chitin, limbs that seemed both too thin and unnaturally strong. They were wrong. Every line, every angle, every movement screamed wrong. "Run!" Liam screamed, shoving me hard towards the back of the thicket. "Run, Izzy!" "Get out." His shove broke my paralysis. Instinct took over. As the flare began its descent, plunging us back towards darkness, I turned and scrambled, clawing my way through the dense, low, hanging pine branches at the rear of the small clearing. Behind me, I heard Chloe scream Noah's name, a renewed burst of frantic clicking, and a sickening, wet tearing sound that cut through the night. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The sound alone painted pictures my mind refused to fully process. Bursting free from the pines, I plunged into the utter blackness of the woods beyond. Tears streamed down my face, hot against the cold skin, blurring what little vision I had. I ran blindly, stumbling, falling, picking myself up again, driven by sheer terror and Liam's last command. Branches whipped my face, Roots snagged my feet. Rocks bruised my shins. My lungs burned like fire, each breath a ragged sob. Were they following me? I couldn't hear anything over the pounding of my own heart and the crashing sounds of my passage through the undergrowth. But the feeling of being pursued was absolute, a cold weight on my back. Occasionally, I thought I heard it, that swift, smooth swish through the leaves, keeping pace off to my side, just beyond sight. Or maybe it was just the wind, or my own frayed nerves creating phantoms in the dark. I didn't know. I just ran. Hours seemed to pass in that lightless, terrifying flight. I had no idea where I was going, navigating by pure instinct and desperation, trying to move generally downhill, hoping, praying to hit a trail, a road, anything. The terrain was treacherous in the dark, steep slopes, sudden drops, unseen creek beds I splashed through, soaking my boots and chilling me to the bone. I fell countless times, adding new cuts and bruises to the collection I'd gathered earlier. At some point, I realized I was alone, truly alone. The sounds of pursuit, real or imagined, had faded. There was only the sound of my own harsh breathing, the frantic thumping in my chest, and the vast, oppressive silence of the deep woods at night. Exhaustion finally began to outweigh the adrenaline. My legs trembled violently, threatening to buckle permanently. My mind felt foggy, detached. I remember collapsing at the base of a large tree, curling into a ball, shivering uncontrollably from cold and shock. The darkness felt absolute, pressing in, and the silence hummed with unseen threats. I think I might have passed out, or perhaps just drifted in a state of semi-conscious terror, waiting for wide, luminous eyes to appear in the blackness above me. I don't know how long I lay there. What woke me was not a sound, but a change in the quality of the darkness. A faint, gray light was filtering through the canopy. Dawn. Hope, thin and fragile, flickered within me. Pushing myself up on aching limbs, wincing at the symphony of pain from my injuries, I peered through the trees. And I saw it, maybe 50 yards away, through a gap in the foliage asphalt. A road. Sobbing with relief, I stumbled towards it, emerging onto the shoulder of a winding mountain road, looking like something dredged from the earth, covered in mud, blood and pine needles, my clothes torn, my face scratched, shivering violently. I stood there blinking the nascent daylight, unsure what to do next. A car eventually came winding down the road. An elderly couple, their faces etched with concern as they saw my state. They pulled over immediately. I tried to explain, tried to tell them about Liam, Chloe, Noah, about the things in the woods, the eyes, the clicking sounds. But the words wouldn't come out right. They tumbled out in a disjointed, hysterical stream, probably sounding like the ravings of someone suffering from exposure and panic. They wrapped me in a blanket, gave me water, and called 911. The official story became one of hikers tragically lost after going off trail. Search parties were organized, scoring the area where I claimed we'd left the path, near mile marker 6. They found our initial campsite. They found faint traces of our path down towards the creek, but they found nothing deeper in. No sign of Liam, Chloe, or Noah. No tracks besides our own. No strange stone spirals. Nothing. After weeks of searching, the efforts were scaled back. They were declared missing, presumed deceased due to exposure or misadventure in the vast wilderness of the Smokies. My testimony was largely dismissed, attributed to trauma, hypothermia, maybe even a brief psychotic break brought on by fear and exhaustion. They said I was lucky to have survived, lucky to have found the road. They tried to be kind, sympathetic, but I saw the doubt in their eyes. A bear attack, perhaps. Hallucinations, getting turned around and separated. Anything but the truth I tried, desperately, to tell them. It's been years now. I moved away from Charlotte, away from the mountains. But distance doesn't erase the memory. It doesn't silence the echoes. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I hear it, a faint clicking sound from the darkness outside my window. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, something tall and fluid vanishing behind a tree or around the corner of a building, and the eyes. God, the eyes. I see them when I close mine, wide and dark and ancient, reflecting a cold, predatory light that has nothing to do with the moon. They never found my friends. I survived somehow. Why? Was I simply faster? Did Lamb's flare and Noah's futile resistance buy me the seconds I needed? Or did they let me go? Was I deemed insignificant, or perhaps left as a messenger? A bearer of a terror no one would ever truly believe. I don't know. All I know is that we ventured off the marked trails, seeking untouched beauty. We found something ancient, something that dwells in the deep places. And it saw us. And I know, deep in my bones, that it's still out there, watching from the shadows, waiting in the silence. And some parts of the wilderness should remain untouched, unseen, forever. My name's Jake, and what I'm about to tell you, it's not easy. It replays in my head every damn night, the smell of pine needles and damp earth, choked by the scent of something else, something old and rotten and fundamentally wrong. Sleep doesn't offer much escape anymore. It just provides a different screen for the same horror show. My biggest mistake. Hell, calling it a mistake feels too small, too clean for the suffocating weight of guilt I carry. It wasn't just convincing Sarah to come camping deep in the Appalachians with me. It was what happened after. It was ignoring that sign. We craved escape. That's how it starts, right? The city noise, the endless screens, the relentless pressure of jobs we didn't love and lives that felt increasingly scripted. It was suffocating us both. Sarah, she loved the wild more than anyone I knew. Not just the curated beauty of national parks, but the real wild. The untamed, unpredictable heart of nature. Her eyes lit up when I mentioned the Appalachians, the real deep parts, miles from any designated campsite, where you could hike for days and not see another soul. That was the dream pure, unadulterated wilderness. She was the planner, meticulous with maps and gear lists, checking weather patterns, calculating routes. I was usually the let's just see where this trail goes guy, driven by impulse and the promise of discovery. Usually, our styles complemented each other. This time my impulsiveness led us somewhere maps didn't acknowledge, somewhere warnings were scrawled on weathered wood instead of printed on glossy park brochures. The drive itself felt like shedding layers of civilization. Paved highways surrendered to winding state roads, then to gravel tracks spitting pebbles against the undercarriage, and finally to a rutted dirt lane barely wide enough for my beat-up SUV. Cell service had vanished hours ago, a fact we'd initially celebrated as proof of our successful escape. Looking back, it feels like the first thread being cut, the umbilical cord to the known world snipped clean, leaving us adrift. The air grew cooler as we climbed, thick with the humid, earthy smell of damp leaves and ancient trees. Sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy overhead, dappling the forest floor in shifting, almost hypnotic patterns of light and deep shadow. It was beautiful, breathtakingly so, but there was an intensity to it, a feeling of age and secrets held within the moss, draped trunks and shadowed hollows. We parked where the dirt track dissolved into impassable undergrowth, shouldered our heavy packs, and consulted Sarah's map one last time. The plan was to follow a marked, though lightly used, trail for several miles, then find a suitable spot to make camp far off the beaten path. Standard procedure for experienced backpackers seeking solitude. The first few hours were exactly what we'd hoped for. The only sounds were our own footsteps crunching on leaves, the occasional bird call, the whisper of wind through the high branches. We talked, laughed, breathed in the clean, wild air. The stress of the city melted away with each mile hiked. Then I saw it. We were following the marked trail, identifiable by faded blue blazes painted on tree trunks. It was pleasant enough, winding through stands of oak and maple. But off to the left, almost hidden behind a thick curtain of rhododendron, was another path. It wasn't marked on Sarah's map. It was barely more than a deer trail, a faint impression in the leaf litter suggesting passage, heading deeper into a particularly dark and dense stand of hemlock and towering gnarled oaks. Curiosity, that old siren song, tugged at me. "Hey, look at this," I said, pointing. And right there, at the barely discernible entrance to this hidden track, nailed crookedly to a massive, ancient-looking oak whose bark was deeply furrowed like the skin of some prehistoric beast, was the sign. It wasn't an official Forest Service sign. It was rough, weathered wood, grayed by years of exposure. Faded white paint peeling and cracked, spelled out two stark words in Ke'ipo'ut. The letters were uneven, crudely painted, as if done in a hurry or by someone who didn't care much for neatness. Rusty nails held it fast to the trunk. My first thought, private property. Maybe some old hunting lease, or just someone grumpy trying to keep hikers away from a prime spot. That little thrill of the forbidden, the promise of truly untouched wilderness just beyond that crude warning. It was intoxicating, a shortcut to the deeper solitude we craved. Sarah hesitated, looking from the sign to the dark path, then back to her map. It's not marked Jake, she said, her brow furrowed slightly. And that sign looks kind of serious. Maybe we should stick to the trail. Come on, I coaxed, already pushing aside a low, hanging hemlock branch, peering into the gloom beyond. It probably just leads to an old logging area or something. Think how quiet it'll be back there. No one comes this way. This is the real deal we were looking for. I flashed her what I hoped was a reassuring grin. Probably just some old grumpy landowner who doesn't want people disturbing his peace. We'll be ghosts. Quiet, leave no trace. What's the harm? Famous last words. The weight of them crushes me now. She still looked uncertain, but she trusted me. That's the part that twists the knife. She trusted my judgment, my assurances. Reluctantly, she nodded. Okay, but if it gets weird, we turn back.
Deal. Deal.
I agreed easily, already stepping past the Cape OUT sign onto the unmarked path. The air immediately felt different. Tangibly different. It seemed to grow heavier, damper. The ambient sounds of the forest, the distant bird song, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth seemed to muffle, replaced by an unnerving stillness. The path itself was rougher than the marked trail, choked with roots and loose rocks. Fallen logs, slick with moss, blocked the way in places, forcing us to scramble over or around them. Thorny bushes snagged at our clothes and packs. It didn't feel like a path maintained by human passage. It felt more like something moved through here occasionally, something large and indifferent to the obstacles. And then the smell started, faint at first, easily dismissed as just the scent of decay common in a deep forest. Damp earth, rotting leaves, wet wood. But underneath it, there was an unsettling undertone, a coppery metallic tang like old dried blood, and beneath that, a musky, almost feral scent. Not deer, not bear, not anything familiar. It was pungent, greasy, and deeply unpleasant. It clung to the damp air, seeming to emanate from the dark soil itself. The trees here seemed older, bigger, closer together. Hemlocks soared towards the bruised-looking sky, their dense needles blocking out much of the remaining light. The shadows were deeper, colder, pooling in the hollows between trees like black water. Even the patches of sunlight that managed to filter through seemed sickly, carrying no warmth. A prickle of unease started on the back of my neck. The primal instinct that screams when you feel watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the dense woods on either side of the path, expecting to see, I don't know what. Ice. Movement. There was nothing but trees and shadows, yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger with every step deeper into this forbidden territory. Sarah must have felt it too. Her usual cheerful hiking chatter died down, replaced by shorter sentences, her breaths coming a little quicker. She stuck closer to me, her eyes also scanning the woods, her hand occasionally drifting towards the small canister of bear spray clipped to her pack. We didn't talk about the feeling, not yet. Acknowledging it felt like giving it power, making it real. So we pushed on, pretending the growing knot of anxiety in our stomachs was just fatigue, the strange smell just forest decay, the oppressive silence just solitude. After what felt like another hour, the path opened slightly into a small, circular clearing. It was relatively flat, sheltered on all sides by the towering trees, and a sluggish, dark water creek trickled nearby. This looks like a decent spot, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The clearing itself felt off. Too symmetrical, the ground strangely bare in the center, almost as if intentionally cleared. But we were tired, the light was beginning to fade, and the thought of backtracking down that oppressive path in the dusk was unappealing.
Yeah.
Sarah agreed, though her voice lacked its usual enthusiasm. Let's make camp. We set up the tent, rolling out our sleeping bags inside. We gathered firewood, mostly damp branches that required effort to break. The mundane tasks felt momentarily reassuring, a ritual of normalcy against the creeping dread. But the silence pressed in, broken only by the gurgle of the dark creek and the snap of twigs under our boots. The unpleasant smell seemed stronger here, mingling with the wood smoke as I struggled to get a fire going. The fire finally caught, crackling and spitting sparks into the encroaching twilight. Usually, fire is a comfort in the wild, a beacon against the darkness. But this fire felt inadequate. The shadows it cast seemed deeper, more animated, dancing just beyond the edge of the firelight like waiting things. The darkness outside the small circle of orange light felt absolute, impenetrable. As night truly fell, blanketing the woods in inky blackness, the real sound started. Not the familiar nocturnal chorus of owls, insects, or rustling small mammals. These were different. A heavy snap of a twig from somewhere deep in the woods to our right, too loud, too forceful for a deer. A low, guttural shuffling sound from the direction of the creek, intermittent, like something large moving stealthily through the undergrowth. Once, distinctly, a sound like dragging. Something heavy, something cumbersome, being pulled across the forest floor, accompanied by the wet tearing of vegetation. We exchanged wide-eyed, nervous glances across the flickering flames. Beer. Sarah whispered, her voice tight. I shook my head, trying to keep my own voice steady. Doesn't sound like any bear I've ever heard. My heart was hammering against my ribs. We huddled closer to the fire, feeding it more wood than necessary, pretending its meager light offered real protection. We tried to talk, to distract ourselves, but the conversation felt strained, punctuated by long silences as we strained our ears, listening to the unseen movements in the suffocating darkness around us. That feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, palpable. Not just a vague unease, but a focused, intelligent scrutiny, like being observed through a one-way mirror by something patient, something calculating, something that knew we had ignored the sign. Later, much later, zipped tight into the tent, sleep was an impossibility. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent jolts of adrenaline through us. We lay side by side in the dark, barely breathing, listening. Then we heard it, closer this time, unmistakably closer. A soft, wet, snuffling sound right outside the thin nylon wall of the tent, near the head end where I lay, like an animal sniffing, but wetter, gurgly. It moved slowly along the side of the tent. We froze, rigid with terror, eyes locked in the darkness, though we couldn't see each other. Then came a tap. A single, deliberate, distinct tap on the tent fabric, right beside my head. Not a claw, not a branch. It sounded like knuckle. Silence followed. Absolute ringing silence. The snuffling stopped. The forest held its breath. We held ours, listening to the frantic pounding of our own hearts. The silence stretched, taut and terrifying, worse than any noise. In that silent darkness, the crude letters on that weathered sign burned behind my eyelids cape oop, oot. It wasn't a warning about trespassing on someone's land. It was about us trespassing on its territory. And it knew we were here. The silence that followed the tap stretched into an eternity. We lay frozen in the suffocating darkness of the tent, muscles locked, breath held until our lungs burned. Every nerve ending screamed. Outside, there was nothing, no more snuffling, no footsteps, just the oppressive weight of the Appalachian night and the frantic thudding of my own heart against my ribs, so loud I was sure it could hear. Beside me, I could feel Sarah trembling, a silent, seismic terror shaking her body. I wanted to reach out to offer some comfort, but I couldn't move. Fear had turned my limbs to lead. What was it? What kind of creature taps deliberately on a tent wall? The thought circled endlessly, finding no purchase, just amplifying the dread. Sleep was a distant memory, an impossible luxury. We lay there for hours, hyper-aware of every tiny sound, The drip of condensation inside the tent, the rustle of fabric as one of us shifted infinitesimally, the distant maddening gurgle of the creek. The boundary between inside and outside felt terrifyingly thin, just a layer of nylon separating us from whatever waited in the dark. Dawn arrived not with a cheerful burst of light, but as a slow, reluctant dilution of the blackness. Gray, foggy light filtered through the trees, revealing a world washed in monochrome. The air inside the tent was thick with the smell of fear, sweat, and stale breath. Neither of us spoke. Finally, driven by a desperate need to see, to assess, I slowly, painstakingly unzipped the tent flap, centimeter by centimeter, the sound ripping through the stillness like a gunshot. I peered out. The clearing looked disturbingly ordinary in the flat morning light. Dew clung to the sparse grass. The fire pit was a pile of gray ash and charred logs. The oppressive silence remained, thick and unnatural. The foul, musky, metallic smell still hung heavy in the air, perhaps even stronger than yesterday. My eyes scanned the ground around the tent, especially the spot where we'd heard the tap. Nothing. No giant footprints, no obvious sign of disturbance beyond our own. Just damp earth and leaf litter. Part of me felt a flicker of desperate hope. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe we'd imagined the deliberate nature of the tap. But the feeling in my gut, the cold certainty that had settled deep in my bones, knew better. The lack of evidence was almost worse. It suggested stealth, intelligence. We need to go. Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse, cracked. Now, Jake. There was no argument, no discussion. Survival instinct had taken over. We scrambled out of the tent, the simple act feeling like exposing ourselves to sniper fire. Packing was a frantic, clumsy affair. Fingers fumbled with straps and buckles. Sleeping bags were stuffed hastily into sacks, not rolled neatly. We dropped things, cursed under our breath, constantly glancing over our shoulders into the dense woods surrounding the clearing. Every shadow seemed too deep, every tree trunk a potential hiding place. We didn't bother trying to make breakfast or coffee. The only priority was escape. Dismantling the tent felt like taking down the last, flimsy wall of defense. We jammed it into its bag, strapped everything onto our packs with trembling hands, and took one last look around the violated campsite. Then, we turned towards the unmarked path, the way back. If the path had felt oppressive on the way in, it felt actively malevolent on the way out. The gloom under the hemlocks seemed deeper, the air colder, the silence more profound. The path itself seemed altered, more overgrown than I remembered. Fallen logs seemed larger, thorns sharper, roots more treacherous. Maybe it was just our fear magnifying everything, but it felt like the forest itself was trying to hinder us, to hold us back. We moved as quickly as we dared, stumbling on loose rocks, catching our breath in ragged gasps. We didn't talk, conserving energy, communicating only through urgent hand gestures and wide, frightened eyes. The feeling of being watched hadn't lessened with daylight. If anything, it had intensified. It was a physical pressure on my skin, a prickling awareness that eyes were tracking our every move from the impenetrable shadows between the trees. Several times I thought I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of darkness, a shape dissolving back into the undergrowth, but when I snapped my head around, there was nothing. Just trees. Ancient, silent, watchful trees. The smell was ever present, that sickening miasma of rot, and something vaguely metallic, like a slaughterhouse hidden just out of sight. Sometimes it would fade slightly, only to gust back stronger, carried on a chill breeze that rustled the leaves overhead. Once, a large branch snapped loudly in the woods just off the trail, maybe 30 yards behind us. We both spun around, hearts leaping into our throats. Nothing, just the echoing quiet. Coincidence. A deer, or was it following us? We didn't wait to find out. We pushed on faster, driven by a primal urge to get back to the marked trail, back to something known. My guilt gnawed at me with every step. This was my fault. I saw the path. I dismissed the sign. I convinced Sarah. Her pale face, the dark circles under her eyes, the way she flinched at every sound, it was a constant, agonizing reminder of my catastrophic mistake. The weight of responsibility felt heavier than my pack. After what felt like an impossibly long time, tortuously slow despite our frantic pace, we saw it. Through a gap in the trees, the gnarled trunk of the ancient oak, and nailed to it the faded white letters Cape Out. Hope surged raw and desperate. The boundary. Safety. We practically scrambled the last few yards, pushing through the final branches of rhododendron, stumbling past the sign and onto the relative openness of the marked trail. We stopped, leaning against trees, gasping for air, chests heaving. We looked back at the dark opening of the unmarked path, at the crude sign standing sentinel. It felt like closing a forbidden book, stepping back out of a nightmare. For a moment, just a moment, the relief was overwhelming. We were out. We were back on the map. But the relief was fleeting. As we stood there, catching our breath, the silence of the main trail began to feel wrong. It was still too quiet. The birds hadn't returned. The normal forest chatter was absent here too, and the horrifying, skin-crawling feeling of being watched, it hadn't stopped at the sign. It had followed us. I looked at Sarah, and I saw the same dawning horror reflected in her eyes. It wasn't confined to that path. We pushed off from the trees, forcing our exhausted legs to move. Faster now, driven by a new, colder wave of fear. We had to get back to the SUV. Miles still separated us from the car, miles of this unnervingly silent forest. We half walked, half jogged, our packs bouncing awkwardly, our breathing loud in the stillness. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch, sounded like pursuit. We risked a glance behind us. Nothing, just the empty trail winding back into the woods. We stopped, listening intently. Silence. Complete, utter silence. It pressed in on us, heavy and suffocating. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Hear what? I strained my ears. Nothing. No, before. When we were moving. Shuffling. Behind us. Maybe it was just our own noise, our paranoia. We started walking again, slower this time, deliberately quieter, straining to hear anything amiss. And then we heard it. It didn't come from behind us. It came from the dense woods beside the marked trail, maybe 50 yards back in the trees, obscured by foliage. A sound that turned my blood to ice water. It was a chuckle. Low, guttural, wet sounding. Like phlegm rattling in a throat that wasn't designed for laughter. It wasn't animalistic growling or snorting. It was distinctly amused. A cold, calculating, utterly malicious sound that held no warmth, only predatory delight. It was the sound of something inhuman finding our terror entertaining. We stared at each other, faces drained of all color. There was no rationalizing that sound, no dismissing it as a bear or the wind. That was intelligent, that was hostile. We didn't need words, we broke into a run. A panicked, stumbling, desperate run down the marked trail. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us. Behind us, echoing strangely through the silent trees, the guttural chuckling seemed to follow, keeping pace with our terror. We were still miles from the car, miles from anything resembling safety, and we knew, with chilling, absolute certainty, we were being hunted. The sign wasn't just a warning to keep out, it was a notice that once you went in, you might not be allowed to leave. Panic is a cold fire. It burned through our veins as we crashed through the undergrowth lining the marked trail, heedless of the branches whipping at our faces or the rocks threatening to twist our ankles. Behind us, that guttural, utterly inhuman chuckle echoed, seeming to bounce off the trees, sometimes sounding close, sometimes farther away, a cruel game of auditory cat and mouse. It wasn't moving like anything natural. There was a speed, a stealth to it when it wanted, punctuated by those horrifying sounds that let us know it was still there, enjoying the chase. The woods blurred into a green and brown smear. My lungs burned, sucking in air thick with the reek of damp earth, rot, and that sickeningly metallic tang that now clung to us like grave dirt. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every gust of wind carried the phantom echo of that laughter. We ran without thought, pure adrenaline overriding exhaustion. How long, how far, I don't know. Time lost meaning measured only in aching muscles, ragged breaths, and the proximity of the pursuing horror. Sarah was right beside me, her face pale and slick with sweat, eyes wide with primal terror, matching me stride for panicked stride. The only goal was the SUV, the illusion of safety it represented. Then it happened. A gnarled root, hidden beneath the leaf litter, snaked across the path. Sarah's foot caught. She cried out, a sharp, agonizing sound that was abruptly cut off as she pitched forward, landing hard with a sickening crunch. I skidded to a halt, spinning around. She was on the ground, clutching her ankle, her face contorted in pain and terror.
My ankle, Jake! Oh God, I think it's broken.
The chuckle stopped. Abruptly, silence slammed back in, heavier and more terrifying than before. The waiting silence, it knew we'd stopped. It knew we were vulnerable. Okay. I stammered, my mind racing, trying to fight down the overwhelming panic. I helped her up, but she couldn't put any weight on her left foot. Her ankle was already swelling, unnaturally angled. Running was impossible now. Looking wildly around, I spotted a dense cluster of rhododendrons and a large, moss-covered boulder just off the trail.
Here, get behind this.
Half dragging, half carrying her, we stumbled behind the meager cover. She leaned against the cold stone, biting her lip to stifle whimpers of pain, her eyes darting frantically towards the silent woods. I crouched beside her, fumbling with the clip on my pack, my hand closing around the cold cylinder of the bear spray. It felt pitifully inadequate. The smell intensified, washing over us in waves, thick and cloying. A twig snapped nearby. Close. Too close. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Then, a voice. A whisper, seeming to come from all directions at once, yet intimately close. It slithered through the trees, distorted and wrong. Jayek. It wasn't Sarah's voice, but a grotesque mimicry of it, drawn out and mocking. Sarah. Sarah let out a choked sob, burying her face in her hands. Keep out, the voice whispered, followed by that low, wet chuckle, vibrating in the air right beside us. Then, colder still, it mimicked my voice, the casual, arrogant words I'd spoken back at the sign, twisted into something hideous. What's the harm? I risked peering around the edge of the boulder. In the deep shadows between two ancient oaks, something moved. It wasn't clear, thank God, but it was enough to freeze the marrow in my bones. Tall, impossibly thin, like stretched sinew over sharp bone. Limbs that seemed too long, jointed in ways that felt fundamentally wrong. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, a blending with the shadows, a flicker of pale skin or maybe bone, visible against the dark bark. It was turning its attention towards us, towards Sarah's quiet, pain-filled whimpers. Instinct took over. I raised the bear spray, thumb on the trigger, and stepped partially out from behind the boulder.
Get away from us!
I yelled, my voice cracking. The thing paused. Its head, or what I assumed was its head, a vaguely oblong shape atop the impossibly long neck, tilted, as if curious. I sprayed a long burst towards the shape. A horrible sound ripped through the air, a screeching hiss, high-pitched and grating, filled with fury and something that might have been pain. The shape recoiled, stumbling back into the deeper shadows, momentarily lost to sight. But it didn't flee. The screech subsided into angry, guttural clicking sounds. The smell of rot intensified, mingled now with the acrid chemical stink of the spray. It hadn't worked. It hadn't driven it off. It had only angered it, and it was still between us and the way out. It shifted its focus, the unseen gaze locking onto Sarah, huddled and helpless behind the rock. It took a step forward, a definite, deliberate movement out of the shadows. In that instant, I knew. We couldn't both make it. Not with her ankle broken. Not with that thing here, enraged and predatory. A choice had to be made. A horrific split-second calculation in the face of unimaginable terror. My fault. My responsibility. My price to pay.
Sarah, stay down!
Don't move, I screamed. Then, turning away from her, towards the deeper woods in the opposite direction of the trail out, I yelled into the trees.
Hey! Over here, you freak! Come and get me!
I threw a rock blindly into the undergrowth, then scrambled up and ran, plunging off the trail deeper into the woods, away from the path to the car, away from Sarah, praying it would work, praying it would see me as the bigger threat, the one who had sprayed it, the one who was running. Behind me, I heard it, crashing through the undergrowth, fast, unbelievably fast, Snapping branches, heavy footfalls that didn't sound like they belonged to anything bipedal I knew. It was following me. I didn't dare look back, didn't dare slow down, just ran, fueled by terror and a suffocating wave of guilt and grief. Tears streamed down my face, blurring the trees into terrifying shapes. Every shadow held the promise of ambush. I don't know how long I ran or how I found my way. Maybe sheer luck, maybe some latent sense of direction kicked in. But eventually, gasping, sobbing, covered in scratches, I burst out of the trees and onto the rutted dirt track where the SUV sat waiting like a mundane miracle. My hands shook so violently I could barely get the key in the ignition. I slammed the locks down, engine roaring to life, eyes glued to the tree line where I'd emerged. Nothing. Silence. Just the impassive trees. I waited. Seconds stretched into minutes. Should I go back for her? Could I? The image of that thin, jointed shape, the sound of that chuckle, paralyzed me. The crashing sounds I'd heard behind me. Had it given up the chase? Or was it waiting? I couldn't. Cowardice, self-preservation, sheer broken terror, call it what you will. I slammed the SUV into reverse, spun it around, and fishtailed down the dirt track, away from the trail, away from the sign, away from Sarah. The drive back was a blur of tears, adrenaline crash, and soul-crushing guilt. I told the authorities, made up some story about a bear attack, about getting separated. They searched, of course, for days. Found the campsite, found the marked trail. They never found the unmarked path. I couldn't have led them back there if I tried, my memory of its entrance already blurred by trauma. They never found Sarah. Not a trace. No body, no torn clothing, nothing. It was like the forest, or whatever lived in it, had simply swallowed her whole. So now I tell this story, not for sympathy, I deserve none, but as a warning. Believe the signs. Believe the legends of the deep woods. Don't assume Kiepo Ute just means trespassers. Sometimes it's a desperate plea. Sometimes it marks a border that should never ever be crossed. Because some things live in the shadows, things ancient and hungry, and they don't like being disturbed. I live with it. Every day, the memory of Sarah's face, the sound of her scream, the weight of my choice. And sometimes late at night, when the wind sighs through the trees outside my window, I think I smell damp earth and something rotten. And sometimes, very faintly, I think I hear a low, guttural chuckle carrying on the breeze. It knows I got away. It remembers. And it's patient. My name is Emily Carter, or at least that's the name printed on the driver's license tucked away in a wallet I haven't dared open since the Redwoods. It feels like a lifetime ago, a different person ago. Writing this down, typing these words onto a stereo screen under the buzzing fluorescent lights of this generic motel room feels like betraying a silence I've desperately clung to. But the quiet isn't quiet anymore. Not really. The hum is always there now, a ghost frequency tuned just for me. Maybe getting it out, putting it into the world, will lessen its grip. Or maybe it'll just invite it closer. I honestly don't know which outcome terrifies me more. It started as so many nightmares do, with a dream. Not a nightmare in the sleeping sense, but a waking one, the dream of escape. Mark and I, we needed it. City life, the endless grind of work bills. Traffic, it was wearing us thin. Mark, with his easy laugh and the way he always knew how to untangle the knots in my shoulders and my mind, he was the one who suggested it. Redwood National Park, He'd set eyes bright with enthusiasm, scrolling through pictures on his laptop, miles from anywhere. Just us, the giant trees, fresh air. A total reset. He painted a picture of serene hikes, crackling campfires under star-dusted skies, the kind of profound quiet you can only find deep in ancient woods. It sounded like heaven. We were both experienced enough campers, not hardcore survivalists, but comfortable with tents, trails, and freeze-dried meals. We planned meticulously, route mapped, gear checked, permits secured. We bought a new, slightly larger tent, envisioning cozy nights listening to the sounds of the forest. We were so excited, so blissfully unaware. Looking back, the sheer, naive optimism of it all makes my stomach churn. We drove north, the concrete jungle gradually giving way to rolling hills, then rugged coastline, and finally, the imposing majesty of the Redwood Highway. Entering the park felt like crossing a threshold into another world. The scale of it, it's impossible to describe adequately. Sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy far, far above, dappling the forest floor in an emerald, almost underwater glow. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, pine needles, and something else, something ancient and primal. It was breathtaking, inspiring, and even then, on that first day, a tiny, irrational part of me felt intimidated. Watched. These weren't just trees, they were silent, colossal sentinels who had stood for centuries, witnessing things we couldn't comprehend. We found our designated backcountry campsite after a moderate hike deep enough into the park to feel truly isolated. It was perfect, nestled in a small clearing beside a babbling creek, surrounded by towering redwood monarchs. We set up camp, Mark whistling cheerfully, me trying to shake off that lingering sense of unease. The sheer size of everything made me feel incredibly small, vulnerable. The silence, too, wasn't the peaceful quiet Mark had promised. It was a heavy, waiting silence thick with unspoken things. The first night was uneventful, mostly. We made dinner, talked, watched the stars appear like scattered diamonds through the gaps in the canopy. The usual forest noises were there, the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle murmur of the creek. But as we lay in our sleeping bags, zipped into the new tent, I became aware of something else, a sound, or rather, the absence of complete silence, replaced by a persistent, low-frequency hum. It was faint at first, like the distant thrum of heavy machinery or a power line. But we were miles from any roads, any civilization. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint its source. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, vibrating not just in my ears, but deeper, in my chest cavity, in the fillings in my teeth. "Mark," I whispered, "do you hear that?" He shifted beside me. "Hear what am? Little woodland critters." "No, it's like a humming sound. Really low." He listened for a moment. "Don't hear anything but the creek and the wind, babe." "Maybe it's just your ears ringing?" Tinnitus from the city. I wanted to believe him. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was the blood rushing in my ears, the effect of the profound quiet messing with my perception. But the hum didn't stop. It was constant, unwavering, a subsonic throb just at the edge of hearing. I fell asleep eventually, but it was a restless sleep, punctuated by dreams I couldn't quite recall upon waking, only a lingering feeling of dread. The next day, the hum was still there. Fainter in the daylight, masked by birdsong and the crunch of our boots on the trail, but present. I mentioned it again to Mark over breakfast. He listened intently, head tilted, then shrugged. "Nope, still nothing for me. Maybe it's an underground stream, or some weird atmospheric thing." He smiled, trying to reassure me. "Don't let it freak you out, okay? We're here to relax, doll." I tried. I really did. We hiked further into the park, following a less traveled trail that wound deeper under the canopy. The beauty was undeniable, ferns like green lace unfurling from the rich soil, shafts of light turning mist into ethereal columns, the sheer, humbling presence of the trees. But the hum persisted, a constant companion to the visual splendor, and the feeling of being watched intensified. Several times, I spun around, convinced someone or something was just behind us, hidden amongst the massive trunks, but there was never anything there. The forest felt empty, yet overwhelmingly full. Mark seemed mostly unaffected, captivated by the scenery, taking photos, pointing out interesting fungi or animal tracks. He noticed my distraction, though. "You seem jumpy today." He commented as we stopped for water. "It's this place," I admitted, lowering my voice instinctively. "It feels off. And that hum, Mark, it's real. It feels like it's getting, I don't know, closer." He put his arm around me. "Hey, it's okay. It's just a big old forest. It's supposed to feel a little wild, a little imposing. That's part of the adventure. As for the hum, maybe I'm just not sensitive to that frequency. We'll be fine." But we weren't fine. Not really. That afternoon, things started to get weirder than just a persistent sound and a vague sense of unease. We found a clearing, not marked on our map, dominated by a single, truly colossal redwood. It was ancient, scarred by lightning strikes and centuries of existence, and carved into its base, low down near the roots, were symbols. They weren't like any hiker graffiti I'd ever seen. They were complex, geometric shapes intertwined with what looked disturbingly like stylized figures or glyphs. They looked old, weathered, yet somehow fresh. Dark lines against the reddish bark. They gave me an immediate, visceral sense of revulsion. "Whoa, look at this," Mark said, crouching down for a closer look. "Some kind of weird carving. Native American, maybe." "I don't think so," I said, a shiver tracing its way down my spine despite the mild air. "It feels wrong." The symbols seemed to pulse with a silent energy, and standing near them, the low hum in my head felt suddenly louder, sharper. I felt dizzy, nauseous. "Let's go, Mark. Please." I tugged at his arm. He seemed reluctant to leave, intrigued by the strange markings, but he saw the genuine fear in my eyes. Okay. Weird, though. As we walked away, I couldn't shake the image of those symbols, or the feeling that we had stumbled upon something we shouldn't have. The forest seemed darker on the hike back, the shadows longer. The hum was no longer just a background noise. It felt like a presence, an intelligence aware of us. That night, back at the tent, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Even Mark seemed quieter, less certain. We ate in near silence, the crackle of the campfire doing little to dispel the oppressive weight of the woods. And the hum, it grew stronger as dusk settled. It wasn't just in my head anymore. I could feel it vibrating through the ground, through the very air we breathed. It was a physical force now, pressing in on us. Sleep felt impossible. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sounded magnified, sinister. Mark held me close, but even his familiar presence couldn't entirely banish the fear coiling in my gut. I kept thinking about those symbols carved into the ancient tree, wondering what they meant, who put them there, and why looking at them made the hum inside my head scream. I didn't know it then, but the real horror hadn't even begun. The hum was just the overture. That second night in the Redwoods wasn't just uneasy, it felt poisoned. The air itself seemed thick and resistant, pressing in on the thin nylon walls of our tent. Sleep was a forgotten luxury. Every few minutes, one of us would stir, muscles tight, ears straining against the oppressive silence that wasn't truly silent. Because beneath it all, the hum pulsed. It had definitely grown stronger since dusk, evolving from a subtle vibration I mostly felt in my bones to something almost audible, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, vibrating up through our sleeping mats. "You hear it now, don't you?" I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. Mark didn't answer immediately. He lay stiffly beside me, his breathing shallow. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, tight. Yeah, I hear it now." There was no skepticism left, only a strained sort of wonder mixed with apprehension. "What the hell is that?" It wasn't a question expecting an answer. The sound was fundamentally wrong. It didn't ebb and flow like wind or water. It was monotonous, industrial, yet organic, like the breathing of some colossal, subterranean machine or organism. It burrowed under the skin, setting teeth on edge, making the hairs on my arms stand up. We lay there for what felt like hours, trapped between the suffocating presence of the hum and the heavy, watchful silence of the ancient forest outside. Then came the other sounds. It started subtly. A snapping twig, too loud, too close. We both grows. Animal, we told ourselves. Deer, maybe. Raccoon. But the next sound wasn't animalistic. It was a heavy thud, like something dense and weighty being dropped onto the soft forest floor just beyond our clearing. Silence followed, stretching taut. Then a shuffling, dragging noise. It wasn't the quick scamper of a small creature or the deliberate tread of a bear. It was slow, uneven, heavy. "Wet, Mark," I breathed, grabbing his arm. His muscles were rigid beneath my fingers. "Shh," he hissed, straining to listen. The dragging sound circled the tent. Twice. It was methodical, deliberate. The hum seemed to intensify with each circuit, resonating painfully inside my skull, making my vision blur at the edges. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out. but it was inside me now, a part of my own nervous system. Then came a soft scraping against the tent fabric right near my head, like fingernails or perhaps claws tracing the nylon. I choked back a whimper, pressing myself against Mark. He had pulled out the heavy flashlight we kept between us, his knuckles white as he gripped it like a weapon. "Who's there?" He called out, his voice trying for authoritative but cracking under the strain.
"We know you're out there."
"Get away from our tent!" No response. Only the relentless, maddening hum and the soft, insistent scraping, which now moved towards the tent flap. A shadow briefly blotted out the faint moonlight filtering through the thin material. It was large, indistinct, not conforming to any shape I could readily identify. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. The scraping stopped. A new sound began, a low, guttural clicking, almost insectile, but resonant deep. It felt like a prelude, a gathering of intent. Mark fumbled with the zipper, his hand shaking. "Don't," I pleaded, grabbing his wrist. "Don't open it." He hesitated, torn between the terror of the unknown outside and the desperate urge to confront it. The clicking faded, replaced by that wet, shuffling sound again, moving away from the tent flap, back towards the edge of the clearing. We stayed frozen, listening, until the only sound was the all-encompassing hum. Neither of us spoke. Fear was a tangible thing in the small space, cold and metallic. Mark clicked off the flashlight, plunging us back into near darkness, save for the faint moon glow. Maybe it was a bear, he offered weakly, the suggestion sounding hollow even to him. "That wasn't a bear, Mark," I whispered. "You know it wasn't." The hum seemed to settle back into its steady rhythm, but it felt different now, less like a background phenomenon and more like a waiting presence. Exhaustion warred with terror. My body screamed for sleep, for oblivion, but my mind raced, replaying the sounds, the shadow, the feeling of violation as something scraped against our fragile shelter. Eventually, sheer physical and mental drain must have won. I don't remember deciding to sleep, only succumbing to a heavy, dread-filled darkness. My last conscious thought was of the symbols on the tree, their dark lines seeming to twist and writhe behind my eyelids, accompanied by the internal thrumming that felt like it was rearranging my thoughts. I woke slowly, reluctantly. The first thing I registered was the cold. A damp, penetrating chill had settled in the tent, far colder than it should have been. The second thing was the silence. The oppressive, vibrating hum that had dominated the night, the sound that had felt like it was shaking the very atoms of the forest, was gone. Or changed. The external pressure had vanished, but something remained, a faint, high-pitched echo of it, seemingly originating from inside my own head. It was sharper now, thinner, like tinnitus after a loud concert, but persistent. My eyes fluttered open. Gray pre-dawn light filtered weakly through the nylon. Everything was still. Too still. The air felt heavy, stale. I turned my head, expecting to see Mark beside me, perhaps already awake, staring grimly at the tent roof. His sleeping bag was empty. Not just empty, but undisturbed. Smoothly zipped up, lying flat, as if he had simply evaporated. A hollow, cold dread bloomed instantly in my chest, pushing the air from my lungs. "Mark." My voice was a dry croak. "Mark, are you awake? Did you go outside?" Silence. The awful, empty silence of the forest morning, broken only by the distant chirping of a bird that sounded completely alien in this new reality. Panic clawed its way up my throat. I scrambled upright, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. His boots were gone. His jacket, which had been draped over his pack, was also missing. Maybe he just stepped out to relieve himself. Maybe he went to check the perimeter after the sounds last night. Rational thoughts tried to surface, but they were drowned by a rising tide of pure terror. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Then I saw it. Above me, on the sloping inner wall of the tent, something glistened wetly in the dim light. Dark shapes stark against the pale fabric. My breath hitched. I reached up slowly, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. My fingertip brushed against one of the marks. It was cold, slick, slightly sticky. I brought my finger back, staring at the black, oily residue coating the tip. It smelled faintly metallic, like old blood mixed with something acrid, chemical, and the shapes they were symbols. Intricate, geometric, alien. The same symbols we had seen carved into the bark of that ancient redwood. Painted here, inside the tent. A cluster of them. Directly above the empty space where Mark had been sleeping. The implication hit me like a physical blow. Something hadn't just been outside the tent last night. Something had been inside. With us. While we slept, or while I slept, at least. It had been close enough to leave these markings, this violation. My eyes darted wildly around the small space, searching for any other sign, any clue. And then I saw the canvas wall near the tent flap. A long, jagged rip ran vertically down the fabric. It wasn't a tear from stress or a faulty seam. It was a cut. Clean, deliberate, sliced from the outside inwards. A way in, or perhaps a way out. A strangled sob escaped me. I couldn't breathe. The tent felt like it was shrinking, suffocating me. I fumbled frantically with the zipper, my fingers clumsy with panic, and burst out into the cold morning air. The campsite was empty, eerily pristine, except for our tent standing like a violated tomb in the center. The campfire was cold ashes. The creek babbled obliviously nearby. The towering redwoods stood silent, impassive, their ancient faces betraying nothing. It was as if the forest itself had swallowed Mark whole, leaving only these cryptic, terrifying clues. I stood there, shivering violently, wrapped only in my thermal layers, scanning the dense tree line, the damp earth. No footprints other than our own from the day before. No signs of struggle. Nothing. Just the overwhelming silence, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes, and the faint, insistent hum, no longer in the earth or the air, but buzzing relentlessly, intimately, deep inside my own skull. I was alone. Utterly alone in the heart of the ancient woods, and the horror that had taken Mark felt like it had left a piece of itself inside me. The hum wasn't just a sound anymore. It felt like a connection, a beacon, and I had no idea what it was calling. For a long moment, I just stood there outside the violated tent, trembling in the cold, damp air of the redwood dawn. My mind was a frantic scramble, refusing to accept the impossible reality. Mark was gone, vanished, snatched from beside me while I slept, leaving behind only chilling, cryptic signatures painted in some vial. Black substance and a rip in the canvas like a mocking grin. Panic finally broke through the paralysis. Mark. I screamed his name, my voice thin and reedy against the immense backdrop of the silent trees. Mark! The sound was swallowed instantly by the woods, absorbed by the moss, draped bark, and the thick layer of needles on the forest floor. No echo, no reply. Only the indifferent chirping of that solitary bird and the now constant, high-pitched whine drilling into my skull. Reason warred with blind terror. I had to do something. Find him. Get help. I forced myself to move, stumbling around the small clearing, scanning the ground for any sign, any track leading away. There was nothing. The damp earth held no impressions beyond our own footprints from setting up camp. It was as if he'd been lifted straight up, or simply ceased to exist. I checked the creek bank, my eyes darting wildly into the dense undergrowth lining the opposite side. Nothing moved but the flowing water. The tent itself seemed to pulse with wrongness. Those symbols painted inside. The thought sent waves of nausea through me. Whatever had taken Mark hadn't just dragged him out. It had been in there with us, close enough to work. Close enough to touch. I couldn't stay there. I couldn't be near it. Survival instinct, raw and primal, took over. Forget the careful packing, the methodical breakdown of the campsite. I shoved my sleeping bag haphazardly into my pack, grabbed my water filter, the remaining food, the map, and my compass. I didn't even try to collapse the tent. I left it standing there, a monument to the horror, the slash gaping open, the symbols gleaming faintly within. Let the forest reclaim it. Let whatever dwelled there have it. I practically ran, stumbling blindly back the way we had come, following the faint trail we'd taken deeper into the woods. But the forest felt different now. Hostile. The towering trees, once majestic, now seemed like prison bars locking me in. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the wet, shuffling steps from the night before. The feeling of being watched was suffocating, omnipresent. Several times, I was convinced I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of darkness between the massive trunks, a shape that vanished when I turned my head. Was it just paranoia, my exhausted mind playing tricks? Or was it following me, letting me run, drawing out the terror? The hum inside my head was my only constant companion. It waxed and waned, sometimes a barely perceptible whine, other times rising to a sharp, piercing frequency that made me wince and press my palms against my temples. It seemed to spike whenever my fear surged, or when I passed particularly dense, dark groves of trees. It felt like a tracker, a signal broadcasting my panic, my location. I tried to navigate using the compass and map, but my hands shook so badly I could barely hold them steady. The trail seemed to twist back on itself. Familiar landmarks vanished, and the sun, hidden behind the dense canopy, offered no reliable direction. I was lost, terrified, and running on pure adrenaline. Hours passed in a blur of fear and desperate hiking. I didn't stop to rest, didn't stop to eat or drink, driven only by the need to escape the suffocating presence of those woods. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and scratches from unseen branches crisscrossed my arms and face. The internal hum became a grinding, maddening sound, weaving itself into the fabric of my thoughts. Sometimes, I thought I heard whispers buried within it, faint, sibilant sounds that weren't words, but felt like suggestions, urging me to turn left, to go deeper, to stop and rest, wait. Finally, through sheer dumb luck, I stumbled onto a wider, more established trail, marked with actual blazes on the trees. Hope surged, painful and sharp. I followed it with the last dregs of my strength, pushing myself forward until the trees began to thin slightly, and I heard it, the distant, miraculous sound of a car engine. I broke through the tree line onto the shoulder of a paved road, blinking in the sudden, unfiltered sunlight. A beat-up pickup truck was approaching. I waved frantically, stepping into the road, not caring if it hit me. The driver, a grizzled older man with kind eyes but a wary expression, pulled over. Seeing my state disabled, scratched, tear-streaked, babbling about Mark and the woods and something getting into the tent, he must have thought I was on drugs or crazy. But he let me into his truck. He didn't ask too many questions, maybe sensing the genuine terror radiating off me. He just drove me to the nearest ranger station. The aftermath was frustratingly predictable. I told my story again and again. To the rangers, then to the county sheriff's deputies. I told them about Mark, the hum, the sounds, the slashed tent, the symbols. They were polite, professionally concerned, but skeptical. They took notes, asked questions about Mark's state of mind, about our supplies, about any arguments we might have had. A search and rescue team was dispatched. They found the campsite. They found the abandoned tent just as I'd left it. They documented the slash. They saw the symbols inside. But there was no sign of Mark, no blood, no tracks, no evidence of foul play beyond my frantic story in a damaged tent. The symbols were dismissed as strange graffiti. The hum, tinnitus, stress, auditory hallucination. The sounds outside, animals, easily explained in bear country. Mark, they suggested gently, must have wandered off, perhaps disoriented, maybe even deliberately. They searched for days, but the Redwoods are vast, ancient, and notoriously good at keeping secrets. Mark was officially listed as a missing person. Another soul lost to the wilderness. I left California as soon as I could. I couldn't stand the sight of those giant trees on the horizon. But leaving the Redwoods didn't mean escaping them. The physical place is miles away, but the forests, clearing the tent, they live inside me now. And the hum never left. It's quieter now than it was in the woods most days. A constant low-level tinnitus, a faint electronic whine just behind my thoughts. Sometimes, though, it spikes. Usually at night, or when I'm alone, or when I let my guard down and think too much about Mark, about the oily black symbols, about the wet, shuffling sound in the dark. When it gets louder, sometimes images flash behind my eyes, impossible geometries, the suffocating darkness beneath the canopy, a flash of Mark's face, his eyes wide with a terror I can't comprehend. I drift. Motel rooms, cheap apartments, always moving. Friendships with her relationships are impossible. How can I explain the constant vigilance, the flinching at sudden noises, the reason I can't sleep without every light on? How can I explain the hum that nobody else hears, the feeling that I carry a piece of that awful place inside me, a resonance that might at any moment call something back? Writing this down, it hasn't silenced the hum. If anything, focusing on it, dredging up the details, seems to have agitated it. It's louder tonight, the insistent buzz deep within my ears, almost like it's pleased to be acknowledged. I don't know what happened to Mark. I don't know what those symbols meant or what carved them into that ancient tree and painted them inside our tent. I don't know what the hum is or why I was left behind, marked only by this internal sound. Maybe it's a warning, maybe it's a beacon, maybe it's just the sound of my own sanity slowly unraveling. All I know is that I survived the Redwoods, but I don't think I ever truly escaped. The hum is proof of that. It's inside me, always, waiting, and I live in constant fear of the day it stops humming and starts calling me back, or calls something else to me. My name's Chris, just Chris. Nothing fancy, nothing that stands out in a crowd, which is usually how I like it. Right now, though, standing out feels less like a social inconvenience and more like painting a target on your back. Hindsight's a real son of a bitch, isn't it? It lets you replay every stupid decision, every arrogant scoff, every dismissive wave of the hand with crystal clarity, usually when it's far too late to matter. And believe me, standing here, with the fire casting dancing inadequate shadows against the oppressive, watching blackness of the New Jersey Pine Barrens, I'm drowning in hindsight. It started as most monumentally bad ideas do, with bravado and cheap beer. Mark, ever the aspiring outdoorsman despite living his entire life in suburban Cherry Hill, had gotten it into his head that we needed a real camping trip. Not some cushy state park with designated fire pit and roaming park rangers, but deep woods, off-trail, rely on your wits kind of camping. The Pine Barrens were the obvious, almost cliched choice. Miles upon miles of sandy soil, stunted pine trees, cedar swamps, and an eerie quiet that felt ancient and undisturbed. And, of course, the legends. Sarah, Mark's girlfriend and the perpetual voice of reason in our little trio, had voiced concerns immediately. The Pine Barrens. Mark, really? Isn't that... You know where the thing is supposed to be. Mark had guffawed, nearly spraying Coors Light across his patio. The Jersey Devil? Sarah, come on! That's just campfire stories for tourists. Kid stuff. I chimed in, leaning back in my plastic lawn chair, feeling smugly rational. Yeah, Sarah. It's like, what? A horse with bat wings and a kangaroo's body dreamt up by superstitious colonists hundreds of years ago. Probably just a misidentified crane or a local drunk seeing things. I remember puffing out my chest slightly, the self-proclaimed skeptic cutting through the nonsense. We were modern guys, educated, rational. We didn't believe in literal devils haunting the woods. That was our first mistake. Not the disbelief itself, maybe, but the arrogance of it. The casual dismissal of something woven so deeply into the fabric of this place. Something whispered about for centuries. It's like walking into an old church and loudly declaring God doesn't exist. You might be right, you might be wrong, but you're definitely showing a profound lack of respect for the weight of belief hanging in the air. And the Pine Barrens, they feel like a place that demands respect. The drive down had been standard Jersey fare traffic on the parkway, the gradual thinning of strip malls giving way to denser woods, the air taking on that distinct piney, slightly damp scent. Mark navigated using a combination of GPS and an old, creased map he'd probably bought on eBay, assuring us he'd found the perfect spot, deep enough to be isolated, but supposedly near a stream mentioned in some hiker's blog. Pulling off the main road onto a barely, their dirt track was the first real sign we were leaving civilization behind. The car jostled violently, branches scraping against the windows like skeletal fingers. Sarah gripped the dashboard, eyes wide. Even Mark looked a little less certain, gripping the steering wheel tightly. I just stared out the window, a thrill mixing with a faint, unacknowledged unease. The trees here looked different. Stunted, twisted pines, dark cedars crowding together, their lower branches dead and gray, creating a dense, shadowy understory. The sunlight struggled to penetrate, dappling the sandy ground in shifting patterns. It was beautiful in a stark, almost menacing way. We parked where the track became impassable, the silence pressing in as soon as Mark killed the engine. No distant highway hum, no airplanes overhead. Just the whisper of the wind through the pines and the crunch of our boots on the sandy soil and dry needles as we unloaded our gear. Backpacks, tent, sleeping bags, cooler full of more beer and hot dogs, Mark's trusty and probably unnecessary hatchet, my multi-tool, Sarah's industrial-sized can of bug spray. We felt prepared, capable. Fools. Setting up camp took a couple of hours. Mark, eager to prove his woodsmanship, wrestled with the tent poles while Sarah meticulously laid out the sleeping bags and organized the food. I was tasked with gathering firewood. As I ventured slightly away from our chosen clearing, a small, relatively open patch of ground near a sluggish, tea-colored stream, the feeling intensified. The quiet wasn't peaceful, it was watchful. The wind didn't just rustle the leaves, it seemed to whisper words I couldn't quite make out. Every snap of a twig under my boot sounded unnaturally loud, echoing in the stillness. I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling a prickle on the back of my neck. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me, the unfamiliarity of being truly away from everything. Back at the campsite, Mark had finally conquered the tent and was attempting to build a fire pit with rocks gathered from the streambed. "See," he said, beaming, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Piece of cake. Told you this would be awesome." Sarah forced a smile. "It's very quiet," Mark declared. "No noise pollution, no light pollution. Just us and nature." He winked. "And maybe the Jersey Devil." He meant it as a joke, a callback to our earlier conversation, but it landed differently here, in the heart of the woods the legend called home. Sarah shivered, despite the mild afternoon air. Even I felt a flicker of something annoyance, maybe that he'd bring it up here. "Don't joke about that, Mark," Sarah said quietly, her voice tight. "Relax," Mark said, nudging her playfully. "It's just a story. Probably started by smugglers trying to keep people away from their hidden stills back in the day." "Right, Chris. Something like that." I agreed, trying to sound nonchalant as I dropped the armload of firewood near the pit. But my voice lacked its earlier conviction. The woods felt vast, ancient, and indifferent to our modern sensibilities. Dismissing its secrets felt unwise. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple above the dark silhouette of the pines, we got the fire going. The flames crackled merrily, casting a welcome circle of light and warmth. We cooked hot dogs on sticks, drank more beer, and tried to recapture the easy camaraderie we'd felt back on Mark's patio. But there was an undercurrent now, a tension that hadn't been there before. Our laughter felt a little forced, our conversation stilted. The encroaching darkness seemed absolute, pressing in just beyond the firelight, swallowing the sounds of the forest. We talked about work, about movies, about anything other than where we were and what might be out there. But the legend lingered, unspoken in the back of our minds. I found myself listening intently to the night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of some small creature in the underbrush. Normal sounds, mostly. Then came the first wrong sound. It wasn't loud, just a distinct snap of a heavy branch breaking, somewhere off in the darkness, deeper in the woods than any deer would likely venture carelessly. We all froze mid-sentence. What was that? Sarah whispered, her eyes wide, reflecting the firelight. Mark strained to listen, head cocked. "Probably just a branch falling. Or a deer. Sounded bigger than a deer," I muttered, trying to peer past the flames into the impenetrable black. Mark shrugged, trying too hard to appear unconcerned. "Big deer, then. Don't worry about it." He poked the fire, sending sparks spiraling up into the night. More beer. We tried to brush it off, but the spell was broken. The comfortable bubble of our campfire felt fragile, vulnerable. Every gust of wind seemed to carry whispers, Every shadow seemed to twist into unnatural shapes. Mark started telling a ghost story, trying to lighten the mood or perhaps just embrace the spookiness, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. Then, later, maybe an hour or so after the branch snap, came the second wrong sound. It was distant, but unmistakable. A high-pitched scream cutting through the night. It wasn't human, too shrill, too guttural. It wasn't any animal I'd ever heard, not a fox, not a bobcat, not even a cougar. It had a strange, horrifying quality to it, like a horse in agony mixed with a tortured shriek. It echoed through the pines, held for a moment, and then abruptly cut off, leaving a silence that was somehow heavier, more menacing than before. No one spoke. Mark's face was pale in the firelight, his earlier bravado completely gone. Sarah was trembling, gripping Mark's arm so tightly her knuckles were white. My own heart was hammering against my ribs, a cold dread washing over me, extinguishing the warmth of the fire, extinguishing the last vestiges of my smug skepticism. That sound. That wasn't a story. That wasn't a misidentified crane or a smuggler's tall tale. That was something else. Something real. And it was out there, in the darkness, somewhere in the vast, whispering expanse of the Pine Barrens, laughing off the legends, dismissing the folklore back in the safety of suburbia that felt like a lifetime ago. Now, sitting by a dying fire in the deep woods, with that unearthly scream still echoing in my mind, I knew we had made a terrible, potentially deadly mistake. The night was young, and we were very, very far from home. The silence that followed the scream was worse than the sound itself. It pressed down on us, thick and heavy, suffocating the small sounds of the night, the crackle of the fire, even the frantic thumping of my own heart, which I was sure must be audible. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Mark's face, illuminated by the flickering flames, was a mask of chalky terror. His earlier bravado vanished as if it had never existed. Sarah was practically burrowed into his side, her eyes squeezed shut, hands clamped over her ears, though the offending sound had long since faded. I just sat there, frozen, staring into the impenetrable wall of darkness beyond our meager firelight, every nerve ending alight. My mind raced, trying desperately to categorize the sound, to fit it into some known box. A fisher cat, a bobcat, some kind of bird. But no, nothing matched. That scream was primal, unnatural, filled with a malice and agony that felt ancient and deeply, fundamentally wrong. It scraped against the inside of my skull, an auditory nightmare that replayed itself even in the silence. It was Mark who finally broke the spell, his voice a harsh, choked whisper. Okay. That was probably just a fox. They can make some weird sounds, right? A vixen screaming. Even as he said it, the words sounded hollow, pathetic, a desperate grasp at a normalcy that had clearly deserted us. Sarah let out a small, muffled sob, shaking her head against his shoulder. No, I said, my own voice sounding distant, unfamiliar. That wasn't a fox, Mark. You know it wasn't. He didn't argue. He just stared into the fire, his knuckles white where he gripped the stick he'd used for his hot dog earlier, now wielded like a flimsy weapon. The comforting glow of the campfire suddenly felt woefully inadequate. It wasn't a beacon of safety anymore. It was a spotlight, highlighting our pathetic vulnerability in the vast, uncaring wilderness. The darkness beyond its reach seemed to have grown thicker, more malevolent, teeming with unseen possibilities. We huddled closer together, instinctively seeking warmth and perhaps some illusion of safety in proximity. The cheerful crackle of the logs now sounded like mocking laughter. Every gust of wind through the pines carried phantom whispers. Every rustle in the undergrowth made us jump. Was that just a squirrel, or something else testing the perimeter? Was that creak just an old branch settling, or the sound of immense weight shifting nearby? Our senses were cranked to 11, interpreting every stimulus as a potential threat. The familiar woods had transformed into an alien landscape, hostile and predatory. Time seemed to warp. Minutes stretched into agonizing eternities, measured only by the frantic pulse in my ears and the slow consumption of the logs in the fire pit. We added more wood, perhaps too much, building the flames higher, pushing the oppressive darkness back a few more precious feet. It felt like a futile gesture, like trying to hold back the tide with a sandcastle. Then came the rustling. Not the random scurry of a small animal, but something more deliberate, rhythmic. It circled the camp, always staying just outside the pool of light cast by the fire. Crackle, snap, pause, shuffle, drag, pause, crackle, snap. It was heavy, whatever it was. Too heavy for a fox, too stealthy for a bear. It moved with a disturbing blend of weight and unnatural quietness. Did you hear that? Sarah breathed, her eyes darting nervously towards the source of the sound, a dense patch of blueberry bushes and young pines to our left. Mark nodded grimly, slowly getting to his feet. He picked up the hatchet he'd brought, the small blade looking utterly ridiculous against the scale of the fear we felt. Stay behind me. I got up too, grabbing a thick, sturdy branch from the firewood pile, its weight barely reassuring in my hand. We stood side by side, facing the direction of the sounds, straining our eyes against the darkness. The firelight threw our elongated, dancing shadows onto the trees behind us, making us look like grotesque figures in some primal ritual. The rustling stopped. The silence returned, but this time it felt charged, expectant, like the held breath before a pounce. My skin crawled. The air grew noticeably colder, a damp chill that had nothing to do with the night air and everything to do with the icy tendrils of fear wrapping around my core. And then we heard it. It started softly, a low rhythmic thump, 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 like a giant muffled drumbeat. It seemed to come from above, from beyond the canopy. It grew steadily louder, resolving into a sound that defied easy description. It was a leathery, flapping sound, but immense, powerful. Not the quick flutter of a bird's wings or the steady beat of an owl. This was slow, deliberate, immensely strong, the sound of vast, membranous wings beating against the air, displacing it with palpable force. Oompy, oompy. It was the sound from the prompt, the sound I'd laughed off reading about years ago, the signature attribute of the creature of legend. Leathery wings. Here now, beating just beyond the firelight, my blood ran cold. The branch in my hand suddenly felt heavier, useless. Beside me, Mark was trembling, his face utterly devoid of color. Sarah let out a strangled gasp, pointing a shaking finger upwards, towards the treetops on the far side of the clearing. The trees, she stammered. Look at the trees. I followed her gaze, tearing my eyes away from the darkness where the rustling had been. What I saw made the hair on my arms stand on end. The tops of the tall pine trees, silhouetted against the faint starlight filtering through the upper canopy, were bending. Not swaying in the wind. There was barely a breeze, but actively bending away from a central point above the clearing, as if recoiling from something immense passing overhead. They bowed outwards, their branches groaning in protest, creating a temporary unnatural opening in the canopy. It was subtle, but undeniable. The forest itself seemed to know, seemed to fear what was moving above us. The wing beats grew louder, closer. Ooh, Om-P. Om-P. It felt like they were right on top of us, just beyond the visible range, circling our little island of light. The pressure in the air changed, became heavy, oppressive. I could almost feel the downdraft from those monstrous wings, stirring the leaves at the edge of the clearing. Panic, raw and primal, seized me. The urge to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there waiting, was overwhelming. The tent. I croaked, my voice cracking. Get in the tent. It seemed like the only option, flimsy as it was. A thin barrier of nylon against whatever this was. Mark didn't need telling twice. He grabbed Sarah's arm, practically dragging her towards the small dome tent pitched near the fire. I scrambled after them, fumbling with the zipper, my fingers numb and clumsy with fear. We piled inside, tripping over sleeping bags and each other in our haste, zipping the thin door shut behind us. We huddled together in the cramped space, the darkness inside the tent somehow even more terrifying than the fire lit clearing. Outside, the rhythmic beating of the wings continued, seeming to circle lower now. Duo Om-P, Duo-P-O, Omich O-Om-P. It felt like it was right outside the thin fabric wall. Then, another sound joined the wing beats. A low, guttural clicking, like giant insects churring, mixed with a wet, sniffing sound. It moved around the tent, pausing here, pausing there, sniffing, investigating. Sarah whimpered, burying her face in Mark's chest. Mark held the hatchet pointed towards the tent door, his whole body rigid with tension. I held my breath, listening, every muscle screaming. I could hear the sandy soil crunching softly just outside the tent wall, inches away from my head. It was circling us, studying us. Suddenly, the sniffing stopped right by the door flap. The clicking intensified, sharp, dry sounds like bones rapping together. And then a shadow fell over the tent, a massive shape blotting out the faint glow of the fire that filtered through the nylon. It was huge, impossibly so, stretching across the entire roof of our small dome. The wing beats started again, slow, powerful, right above us. The tent fabric rippled with the displaced air. Oompi. Oompi. And then silence. Absolute, terrifying silence. The shadow remained unmoving. We waited, barely breathing, trapped in our flimsy shelter, the unseen horror perched just outside, its immense shadow consuming us. The fire crackled weakly outside, oblivious. How long did we stay like that? Seconds, minutes, an eternity. Then, the fabric of the tent door, right where the zipper ended, began to indent. Slowly, deliberately, something sharp was pressing against it from the outside. Pressing, testing the fabric. A claw, a talon. It scraped slightly, the sound like fingernails on a chalkboard amplified 100 times, grating directly on our raw nerves. The indentation deepened, the nylon stretching taut, threatening to tear. Whatever was outside, it knew we were in here, and it was starting to probe for a way in. The tip of the claw, or talon, or whatever sharp appendage belonged to the nightmare outside, pressed harder against the taut nylon of the tent door. The scraping sound vibrated through the thin fabric, through the sleeping bags beneath us, seemingly right into our bones. We were trapped, mice in a flimsy box, cornered by something ancient and ravenous. Sarah styled a scream, burying her face deeper into Mark's jacket. Mark held the hatchet with both hands, his arms shaking violently, the small blade pointed uselessly at the straining fabric. My own breath hitched in my throat, trapped somewhere between a gasp and a sob. Time slowed to a crawl. Each rasp of the claw against the nylon felt like an hour passing. Then, with a sound like tearing canvas, the point broke through. A single, vicious rip, about 6 inches long, appeared just below the zipper line. A sliver of the flickering firelight from outside sliced into the oppressive darkness of the tent, illuminating swirling dust motes and the sheer terror reflected in Mark's wide eyes. Through the tear, I caught a glimpse. Not much, just a patch of something dark, leathery, almost scaly, and reflecting the firelight wetly. And the smell, oh God, the smell that wafted in through that small opening was indescribable, like stagnant swamp water mixed with rotting meat and something else, something acrid and metallic, like old blood or ozone. It was overpowering, gag-inducing, the smell of decay and otherworldly wrongness. The initial tear was followed by another, ripping upwards towards the top of the door. The creature wasn't just probing anymore, it was actively trying to force its way in. Panic shattered our frozen state. Sarah screamed, a raw, piercing sound. Mark yelled, more a wordless cry of defiance and terror than a coherent shout, and blindly swung the hatchet towards the ripping fabric. I don't know if he hit anything solid. There was a wet, guttural hiss from outside, a sound of outrage that made my stomach clench. The tearing stopped for a split second, then resumed with renewed fury. A huge section of the tent door ripped away, hanging like a torn curtain. Framed in the jagged opening, silhouetted against the dying fire, stood the source of our terror. It was impossibly tall, stooped slightly to peer into the ruined tent. The firelight caught glints on wet, dark hide, highlighting unnatural angles and bulges. I saw a long, equine face, but twisted, distorted, with glowing red eyes that seemed to burn with cold intelligence and ancient hatred. A pair of enormous, bat-like wings were folded partially against its back, their sheer size terrifying even at rest. One forelimb, ending in wickedly sharp talons, the same ones that had just shredded our only shelter, rested on the torn edge of the tent. It lowered its head, the horrifying horse, like face coming closer, those burning eyes fixing on us huddled inside. The fetid stench washed over us again, thicker now, almost suffocating. It let out a low, clicking growl from deep within its chest. "Geo!" I screamed, shoving Mark and Sarah towards the back of the tent.
G-O-U-T-A-B-K!
There was no back door, but my panicked mind latched onto the idea of escape, any escape. Mark reacted instinctively, grabbing Sarah and scrambling away from the gaping hole and the monstrous visage filling it. I followed, crawling frantically over sleeping bags, kicking myself free. The creature let out another shriek, that same awful, high-pitched sound we'd heard earlier, now deafeningly close as it lunged further into the tent. We practically fell out of the opposite side of the dome as its weight collapsed the flimsy structure behind us. We stumbled into the clearing, the cool night air hitting us, the dying fire casting long, monstrous shadows. The wrecked tent convulsed as the creature thrashed inside, momentarily entangled. That was our only chance. The car. Mark yelled, his voice hoarse. Run for the car. He didn't need to say it twice. We bolted. Away from the fire, away from the ruined tent, plunging into the absolute darkness of the woods that lay between us and the dirt track where Mark had parked. It felt like jumping from the frying pan into the fire, leaving the small circle of light for the vast, unknown blackness, but staying with certain death. Running through the Pine Barrens at night is a nightmare in itself. The sandy soil shifted underfoot, making purchase difficult. Low, hanging branches whipped at our faces. Unseen roots threatened to trip us with every step. We crashed through blueberry bushes, thorns tearing at our clothes and skin. Behind us, the sound of the tent being utterly destroyed, followed by an enraged roar, spurred us onward. Then came the sounds of pursuit. Heavy, thudding footsteps, far too fast for something seemingly so large, crashing through the undergrowth behind us. And worse, the sound of those enormous wings unfurling again, the W-O-M-P. O-M-P. O-M-P beating the air above the tree line, sometimes seeming to pace us, sometimes falling silent, making us wonder if it was landing, waiting. We ran blindly, fueled by adrenaline and pure terror. Mark was slightly ahead, pulling Sarah along. Her breath came in ragged sobs, but she kept moving, propelled by sheer will or Mark's grip. I risked a glance back once, stumbling as I did. I saw nothing but blackness between the trees, but I could feel its presence, its relentless pursuit. I saw the treetops sway violently off to the left, heard a heavy landing, and then the crashing pursuit resumed on the ground, closer now. It was toying with us, or perhaps the dense woods hindered its flight. We burst onto the dirt track, the slightly more open ground a small relief. The car was still maybe 50 yards away, a dark, inert shape barely visible in the gloom. Almost there? Mark gasped, his voice strained. That's when Sarah screamed again, a different sound this time. Cut short, I turned, heart leaping into my throat. Mark had stumbled, pulling Sarah down with him. She was trying to get up, but her leg was twisted at an unnatural angle beneath her. Mark frantically tried to pull her upright. Behind them, emerging from the dense tree line onto the track, stood the creature. It wasn't silhouetted now. The faint starlight gave it a horrifyingly real dimension. Tall, spindly legs supporting a vaguely equine body. The massive wings casting sharp shadows, the long neck craning forward, those glowing red eyes fixed on Mark and Sarah struggling on the ground. It took a deliberate step towards them, lowering its head, letting out that low, clicking sound. No! Mark screamed, scrambling to place himself between Sarah and the monster, holding up the pathetic hatchet like a shield. I didn't think. I reacted. I grabbed the heaviest rock I could find on the track's edge and hurled it with all my might towards the creature's head, yelling,
Oi! O-V-R-R-O-U-G-O-way bastard!
The rock hit its flank with a dull thud. The creature barely flinched, but its head snapped towards me, those burning eyes locking onto mine. It let out an irritated hiss. It had been focused on the easier prey. My suicidal distraction had bought Mark a precious second. He hauled Sarah up. She screamed in pain as weight went on her leg, clearly broken or badly sprained, and started half dragging, half carrying her towards the car. The creature took a step towards me, its gait unnervingly fluid, predatory. Then it paused, cocking its head as if considering. Maybe it sensed the approaching metal machine. Maybe my defiance amused it. Or maybe it simply decided I wasn't worth the immediate effort compared to the injured prey. With a final, chilling shriek that seemed to echo the original legends of its birth, it launched itself upwards. The powerful wing beats, Mitch OMP.
OMP.
OMP kicked up dust and pine needles as it climbed rapidly above the trees, vanishing into the oppressive darkness. I didn't wait to see if it was gone for good. I sprinted for the car, fumbling for the keys. Mark must have dropped near the door when he fell. Found them. Jammed the key into the ignition, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries. The engine roared to life, headlights slicing through the night, illuminating Mark struggling to get Sarah into the passenger seat. I threw open the back door. Get in. No. He practically bundled her in, collapsing into the back seat beside her as I slammed the gear shift into reverse and stomped on the accelerator. The tires spun in the loose sand before catching, sending us lurching backwards down the track. I didn't care about the branches scraping the paintwork. Didn't care about the rough ride. I just drove, navigating by instinct and sheer panic, until we hit the paved road. Only then did I switch to drive and floor it, not slowing down until the eerie pines gave way to the first signs of reassuring, mundane civilization, a dimly lit gas station sign miles down the road. We didn't talk much on the drive back. Sarah was whimpering in pain in the back, Mark silently trying to comfort her, his face grim and etched with trauma. I just drove, gripping the steering wheel, my knuckles white, eyes constantly scanning the rearview mirror, half expecting to see leathery wings silhouetted against the lightning, pre-dawn sky. We made it back. We got Sarah to a hospital. We lied about how she broke her leg, a simple fall while hiking, we said. Who would believe the truth? But the truth is burned into my mind. The Pine Barrens aren't just woods. They're a place where old things, terrible things, still hold sway. Laughing off the Jersey Devil, dismissing local folklore as quaint stories for tourists, that was our mistake. Arrogance born of ignorance. We walked into its home, disrespectful and blind, and we paid a price. Sarah has metal pins in her ankle now. Mark rarely speaks above a whisper and jumps at loud noises. And me, I don't sleep much. Every time I hear the wind rustle the leaves in a certain way, every time I see a large shadow pass overhead, my blood runs cold. Because I know what's out there. I heard its wings beating just beyond the firelight. I saw the trees bend away from it. I saw its eyes. Dismissing folklore wasn't just stupidly brave. It was almost deadly. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I think I can still hear, very faintly, carried on the wind from South Jersey, "My name is Maya." Or at least, it was the name I answered to before the woods changed things. Before Oregon's deep, damp green swallowed more than just the trail markers. Before the boot. Looking back is like trying to focus on something submerged in murky water. The shapes are there, but the details shift, distorted by the fear that's now a permanent film over my memories. But I have to try. I have to try and lay it out, piece by painful piece. Maybe just to prove to myself that it happened, that we happened. Liam and I fancied ourselves adventurers. Weekend warriors, really. We both had decent jobs in Portland. I was a graphic designer. He crunched numbers for some tech start, up, but come Friday afternoon, we'd shed our office skins, load up his beat-up Subaru Outback, and chase the horizon, usually westward towards the coast or eastward in the Cascades. We weren't hardcore survivalists, not by a long shot. We liked established trails, campgrounds with at least a pit toilet, and the comforting weight of knowing cell service was usually just a short hike back towards the highway. This trip, though, was meant to be different. Liam had found mention online, buried deep in some obscure hiking forum, of an unmarked trail system, a hidden network supposedly leading to pristine, untouched wilderness deep within the empty Hood National Forest. Off the grid Maya, he'd beamed, tapping excitedly at his tablet screen. Imagine it. No crowds, no noise pollution, just pure nature. His enthusiasm was infectious, as always. Lime had this boundless energy, a boyish optimism that could make even rush hour traffic feel like part of some grand cosmic adventure. I was usually the more cautious one, the planner, the list maker. But the pictures people had supposedly posted misty valleys, towering old-growth cedars, creeks clearer than glass. They called to something in me, too. A desire to step outside the neatly drawn lines of my life, just for a weekend. So, we packed. Extra water filter. Compass, which neither of us was entirely confident using. Bear spray, which felt vaguely ridiculous but mandatory. And enough freeze-dried meals to feed a small army. The drive out was standard Oregon beautiful, towering pines lining the highway, the air growing cleaner and cooler the further we got from the city. We found the turn off mentioned in the forum, a barely, their gravel track half, hidden by overgrown ferns. The Subaru bounced and groaned, scraping bottom more than once, until we reached a small, muddy clearing where another, equally mud-splattered truck was already parked. See. Others know. Liam said, though the truck looked like it hadn't moved in weeks. Maybe longer. A thick layer of pollen and grime coated its windows. Still, we took it as a good sign. Company, even unseen, felt vaguely reassuring out here. The first few hours of hiking were glorious. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy and shifting, ethereal beams. The forest floor was soft and springy underfoot. We followed what looked like a faint game trail, consulting Liam's printed out, slightly cryptic directions from the forum. Veer left at the fallen giant. One instruction read. We found a massive, moss-covered Douglas fir lying across the path, easily 10 feet in diameter. It felt ancient, powerful even in death. We scrambled over it, laughing, feeling like intrepid explorers. But as the afternoon wore on, the trail seemed to dissolve. What looked like paths ended abruptly in dense thickets of thorny bushes. We doubled back several times. The sun began its descent, painting the western sky in shades of orange and purple, but down here under the trees, the light was already fading fast. A cool mist started to snake between the tree trunks, carrying with it a deeper silence. The birdsong had stopped. Even the rustle of small animals seemed to have ceased. Liam's optimism was starting to fray at the edges. He checked his compass more often, frowning. Should be a clearing around here somewhere. He muttered, more to himself than to me. The forum said there's a flat spot near a creek, perfect for camping. We were tired, scratched up, and starting to get genuinely worried. The thrill of adventure had curdled into the low, great anxiety of being slightly lost as dusk rapidly approached. Pushing through a particularly dense patch of shoulder or high ferns, Liam suddenly stopped. Whoa. Maya, look, I came up beside him peering through the fronds, and there it was. A campsite. Not just a campsite, but a perfect campsite. A large, high-quality four-season tent, dull green, was expertly pitched on a flat patch of ground maybe 30 yards away. Beside it, two expensive-looking camp chairs faced a stone-lined fire pit. A blue enamel camp kettle sat on a small, foldable metal grill next to the pit. A waterproof duffel bag lay near the tent flap, and next to it, two high-end sleeping pads were neatly rolled. It looked staged, like a display in an outdoor gear store. Holy crap. Liam breathed, his earlier enthusiasm flooding back. Talk about hitting the jackpot. We approached cautiously. There was no sign of anyone. No footprints in the soft earth around the site, besides our own approaching ones. No lingering smell of wood smoke. The fire pit was cold, filled with gray, powdery ash that looked days, maybe weeks old. Everything was immaculately clean, yet damp from the encroaching mist. The tent fabric felt slightly clammy. The metal chairs were cold to the touch. Where is everyone? I whispered, the silence pressing in. Maybe they went for a day hike. Got lost. Liam offered, already unzipping the tent flap. He peeked inside. Wow. Sleeping bags are still in here. Nice ones, too. Down Phil. He pulled back, a wide grin on his face. Dude, this is insane. It's like they just vanished. Or had to leave in a hurry. I said, trying to inject some logic, though a prickle of unease was starting just beneath my skin. Medical emergency. Got a call. But there was no cell service out here. We checked futilely an hour ago. And who would leave gear like this behind? This setup represented thousands of dollars. Leon was already circling the site, examining everything. Look, unopened packs of trail mix. A water filter still in the box. Even a camp axe stuck neatly in that log. He pointed. This is better than our stuff. That was when I saw it. Placed directly in the center of the cold, gray ash of the fire pit, sitting perfectly upright, was a boot. It was small, the kind a child would wear, maybe 5 or 6 years old. It was a sturdy little hiking boot, brown leather, slightly scuffed at the toe, but otherwise in remarkably good condition. It wasn't tossed there, wasn't half buried in ash. It was placed. Neatly, deliberately, like a centerpiece. "Liam," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Look." He followed my gaze, and his grin faltered for a second. "Huh, weird." He walked closer, peering down at it. "Just one boot. A kid's boot?" I clarified, the unease blooming into something colder in my chest. "Why is it there?" "In the fire pit." Liam shrugged, trying to reclaim his earlier excitement, but his eyes kept darting back to the boot. Maybe they were drying it out and forgot it, or a squirrel dragged it there. I don't know, May. It's weird, okay? We were look at this place. We were about to shiver through the night under a tarp, and now we've got a 4-season tent and down bags. He clapped his hands together.
It's fate.
Or trail magic, or whatever they call it. They obviously had to bail quick. Their loss, our gain. Let's set up our stuff inside their tent. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to touch any of it. The perfect campsite suddenly felt wrong, tainted. The image of that single, small boot sitting so precisely in the dead heart of the fire pit, it wasn't just weird. It felt like a statement. A marker. A warning. But Lamb was already pulling our backpacks towards the tent, his pragmatism winning out over the creeping dread that was threatening to swallow me whole. It was getting dark fast now, the mist thickening into a proper fog, swallowing the trees just yards away. Setting up our own meager camp seemed foolish when this palace stood ready. Staying out in the open felt exposed. "Come on, Maya," Liam urged gently, holding the tent flap open. "It's getting cold. We can figure out the mystery in the morning. Tonight, let's just be grateful we found this place." Reluctantly, hesitantly, I ducked inside the tent. It smelled faintly of nylon and something else. Something vaguely metallic and sweet, like old pennies and pine needles. Liam zipped the flap closed, shutting out the sight of the fire pit, but not the image burned into my mind. The single child-sized boot, waiting patiently in the cold ash. We hadn't just found an abandoned campsite. It felt different. It felt like we were stepping into a pause, filling a space meant for someone else. It felt like we weren't just using their gear, but keeping it warm for them. Waiting for them to return. The thought sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp Oregon air. We were trespassers, not explorers. And something deep inside me, something primal and terrified, whispered that the original occupants knew we were here. Okay, here is part 2 of your creepypasta story, continuing from where part 1 left off. It focuses on escalating dread, strange occurrences, and the growing tension, aiming for around 1,000 words. Part 2 does the watchers in the trees sleep. When it finally came was thin and brittle, shattered by every rustle of wind against the nylon tent walls, every distant snap of a twig that sounded unnervingly close in the oppressive silence. Liam snored softly beside me, a sound that was usually comforting but now seemed jarringly loud, an intrusion on the watchful quiet of the woods. I lay awake for hours, eyes wide in the suffocating darkness, the image of the small brown boot seared onto the inside of my eyelids. Each time I drifted towards unconsciousness, I felt a jolt, a sense of falling, accompanied by the phantom feeling of small, cold fingers brushing against my cheek. When the first gray light of dawn finally filtered through the tent fabric, it brought little relief. The mist had thickened overnight, pressing against the tent like a physical weight, reducing visibility to mere feet. Emerging from the warmth of the borrowed sleeping bag, which felt clammy and somehow used, despite its pristine appearance, felt like stepping into another world. A Muted, monochrome world where sound was muffled and shapes were indistinct. Liam crawled out after me, stretching and yawning, though his movements seemed stiff, his usual morning energy subdued. "Sleep okay?" he asked, his voice raspy. He didn't quite meet my eyes. "Not really," I admitted, scanning the tree line, or what little I could see of it through the fog. The trees loomed like vague, skeletal figures, silent sentinels veiled in white. "This fog is thick." "Yeah," he agreed, rubbing his arms. Weirdly cold, too. He glanced towards the fire pit. I saw his gaze snag on the boot, still sitting there, perfectly centered, perhaps looking slightly damper from the mist, but otherwise unchanged. He looked away quickly. "Coffee. We used their kettle, their grill, their pre-ground coffee found in a sealed canister. The water came from the nearby creek, filtered through their brand new filter. Every action felt like a violation, like rummaging through a stranger's bedroom while they were just in the next room. The coffee tasted fine, warming, but it did little to dispel the chill that had settled deep in my bones. We drank it standing up, shoulders hunched, talking in low voices, as if afraid of disturbing something. "Okay, plan," Liam said, trying to inject some normalcy into the situation. "We pack up, hike back the way we came, find that main trail. Forget the hidden wilderness crap." "Good plan." I agreed immediately. The thought of leaving, of putting distance between us and this strangely perfect, deeply unsettling campsite, was the only thing that felt right. "Maybe we should look around one more time?" Liam suggested, though his heart didn't seem in it. "See if there are any clues. A note. Anything." We circled the campsite slowly, peering into the dense, fog-shrouded undergrowth. There was nothing. No discarded wrappers, no broken branches indicating a struggle or a hasty departure. No scuff marks on the tree trunks. Most unnervingly, there were still no clear tracks leading away from the site, other than the faint impressions we ourselves had made yesterday evening. It was as if the previous occupants had simply been erased, or had floated away, leaving only their expensive gear and that single, solitary boot. Liam poked at the duffel bag near the tent. It contained neatly folded clothes, practical hiking pants, thermal layers, wool socks, mostly adult sizes, but near the bottom, folded carefully, was a child's brightly colored rain jacket, sized similarly to the boot. Seeing it sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Liam zipped the bag shut again, his face pale. "Right," he said, his voice tight. "Let's just pack our stuff and go. We leave everything else as we found it." But the woods seemed reluctant to let us leave. As we started stuffing our sleeping bags back into their sacks, the fog seemed to press in closer. Sounds began to emerge from the white wall surrounding us, sounds that hadn't been there before. A faint, rhythmic tapping, like a finger drumming on wet wood, seemed to come from just beyond the visible tree line to the north. Then, from the opposite direction, a soft drawn outside that sounded unnervingly human. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, freezing mid-motion. Liam nodded slowly, his eyes wide, scanning the impenetrable mist. "Yeah, wind." It wasn't the wind. The air was heavy, still, and damp. The sounds came again, slightly louder this time, the tapping, then the sigh, followed by something new, a faint, high, pitched humming, tuneless and childlike, that seemed to drift from somewhere above us. It faded as soon as we tried to pinpoint it. We worked faster, fueled by a growing panic. My fingers fumbled with the straps on my backpack. Liam wrestled with collapsing our small tent poles, cursing under his breath when one jammed. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a physical pressure on my skin, prickling the back of my neck. I kept glancing towards the trees, half expecting to see pale faces peering out from the swirling gray, but there was only the fog. Yet, the certainty of unseen eyes was absolute. They weren't hostile necessarily, just observant, patient, waiting. I straightened up, needing to get a grip, and my eyes fell on the fire pit again. My breath hitched. The boot wasn't quite where it had been. It was still in the center, still upright, but it seemed to have rotated slightly, the toe now pointing directly towards our tent, towards me. "Liam," I choked out, pointing. "The boot." It moved. He stared at it, his face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror.
No.
No, it didn't. You're imagining things, Maya. Stress. But his voice lacked conviction. He wouldn't look away from it. I'm not imagining it. I insisted, my voice trembling. It was pointing sideways before. Now it's pointing right at us. He swallowed hard. Okay, maybe an animal knocked it. What animal? I demanded, hysteria creeping into my tone. A squirrel rotated it perfectly.
Liam, something is wrong here!
Seriously wrong! As if in answer, a twig snapped loudly, startlingly close. Just beyond the edge of the clearing, we both jumped, spinning around. There was nothing but the shifting, featureless fog. But the sound was undeniable. Someone or something was moving out there, hidden by the mist. That's it, Liam said, his voice suddenly firm, adrenaline overriding his fear. We're leaving now. Forget packing neat. Just grab your pack. We shouldered our backpacks, leaving our half-packed gear strewn inside their tent, leaving their gear untouched, save for the coffee we'd consumed. We didn't even zip the tent flap closed. We just turned towards the direction we thought we'd come from yesterday and started walking, almost running, pushing blindly into the fog. The forest floor was slick with moisture, treacherous with hidden roots and rocks. We stumbled often. The fog disoriented us, playing tricks with distance and direction. Trees appeared suddenly out of the white void, forcing us to swerve. Several times, we had the sickening feeling that we were walking in circles, the landscape seeming vaguely familiar, yet refusing to yield any recognizable landmarks from the day before. The fallen giant we'd crossed seemed to have vanished. The creek we were trying to follow faded in and out of hearing, its gurgles seeming to come from different directions at once. And the sounds followed us, the soft sighing on the air, the occasional snap of a branch just behind us, and, most chillingly, the faint, intermittent sound of a child's soft weeping, quickly muffled, as if a hand were clapped over a small mouth. It seemed to echo through the trees, impossible to locate, always seeming to come from just ahead or just behind. Don't listen, Liam muttered, grabbing my hand, pulling me forward. Just keep walking. Don't stop. But I couldn't help but listen. The sounds weren't just random forest noises. They felt intentional, orchestrated, like lures or warnings. The feeling of being watched hadn't diminished either. If anything, it had intensified now that we were moving, crashing through the undergrowth. We weren't just being observed anymore. We were being herded, guided, after what felt like hours, pushing through endless, fog-drenched sameness. We broke through a thicket of ferns and stumbled back into the clearing, the campsite. The dull green tent stood exactly as we'd left it, flap open. The chairs still faced the fire pit, and in the center of the cold ash, the small brown boot sat patiently, its toe pointed directly at us, as if welcoming us back. Waiting, we hadn't escaped. We'd been led right back to where we started. Liam let out a strangled cry, a mixture of frustration and pure terror. The fog swirled around the campsite, trapping us in this perfect, silent clearing, the booted's unblinking, accusing eye. The woods weren't just watching anymore. They were playing with us, and the game, I feared, was far from over. Standing there, back in the clearing we desperately tried to flee, felt like a physical blow. The air rushed out of my lungs. Liam made a choke, guttural sound beside me, a noise halfway between a sob and a snarl. The fog, thick and cloying as wet cotton, swirled around us, muffling the world, isolating us within the small perimeter of the campsite. The dull green tent seemed to loom larger, more menacing. The two camp chairs sat like patient, empty thrones, and the boot. Goddamn boot in the fire pit, its toe aimed squarely at us, felt like the linchpin of this whole nightmare, the silent conductor orchestrating our terror. No, Liam whispered, shaking his head violently. No, this isn't happening. We just got turned around. We just need to try again. Different direction. But I knew. Deep in the marrow of my bones, I knew it didn't matter which direction we chose. The woods, this specific patch of woods, didn't want us to leave. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The feeling of being watched had shifted subtly. It was less like distant observation now, and more like close scrutiny, like whatever lurked just beyond the veil of mist was leaning in, examining us. Liam. I said, my voice strangely calm, detached even. The panic had crested and broken, leaving behind a cold, hard knot of dread. We're not getting out by walking. He looked at me, his eyes wild with a fear I'd never seen in him before. His usual optimism was completely extinguished, replaced by raw terror. What are you saying, Maya? What do we do? What could we do? We were trapped in a small clearing surrounded by an impenetrable, possibly malevolent fog. Our compass, when Liam desperately consulted it again, spun uselessly, the needle swinging lazily back and forth as if undecided. Our phones, predictably, remained inert bricks. We were cut off. As the realization settled, the sound started again, but closer this time. The tapping wasn't distant anymore. It sounded like it was coming from the bark of the nearest trees, just feet away, hidden in the white soup. The sighing drifted around us, like unseen mouths breathing out cold air. And the child's weeping started again, heartbreakingly close, seeming to emanate from the direction of the tent itself. Liam clamped his hands over his ears.
Make it stop!
Just make it stop! I found myself walking slowly towards the fire pit, drawn by an awful fascination. The boot sat there, so ordinary, yet so profoundly wrong. It was just a piece of worn leather and rubber, something a kid kicked off after a day playing outside. But here, in this place, it felt like an artifact, imbued with a terrible significance. I crouched down, peering at it through the swirling mist. Was it my imagination, or was the ash around it slightly disturbed, as if something small had recently stood there? Maya, get away from that thing. Liam hissed, his voice strained. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers hovering just above the scuffed leather. It felt unnaturally cold, radiating a chill that had nothing to do with the damp air. As my fingertip brushed the surface, the weeping sound abruptly cut off. Silence crashed down, thick and absolute. Even the tapping stopped. For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but the sound of our own ragged breathing. Then, from inside the tent, came a distinct thump. We both froze, staring at the tent flap, still hanging slightly open as we'd left it in our panicked flight. Another thump, heavier this time, like something substantial being dropped onto the tent floor, followed by a faint rustling sound. Liam grabbed my arm, pulling me back from the fire pit. Something's in there, he whispered, his face sheet white. We backed away slowly, putting distance between ourselves and the tent, our eyes locked on the open flap. The rustling continued for a few moments, then stopped. Silence returned, heavier, more pregnant than before. We stood there, paralyzed, waiting for something to emerge. Nothing did. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The fog seemed to hold its breath with us. Finally, Liam couldn't stand it. "Hello," he called out, his voice cracking. Was anyone in there? Only the oppressive silence answered. Maybe it was an animal? I offered weakly, knowing it was a lie even as I said it. A raccoon got in. No animal makes a sound like that, Liam retorted, his eyes still fixed on the tent. And the weeping... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. We both knew. The feeling of waiting, the one I'd had since we first arrived, intensified, twisting into something else. We weren't just waiting for the owners to return. We were the owners now, or we were placeholders. The campsite demanded occupants. It felt like a stage, perpetually set, waiting for actors to play their part. And the previous actors, where had they gone? Had they been allowed to leave? Or had they simply dissolved into the woods, leaving behind only their gear and a single boot as a marker? Driven by a terrifying thought, I turned my gaze back to the fire pit. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just one boot anymore. Sitting neatly beside the first brown boot, placed with the same eerie precision, was a second one. Identical. A pair. A complete pair of child-sized hiking boots, sitting side by side in the cold, gray ash. Liam saw it too. He made a low moaning sound, stumbling back a step. Where did that come from? It hadn't been there seconds ago. I had been staring right at the fire pit. It had simply appeared, as if completing a set, as if signifying what? Arrival, readiness. The air grew colder still. The mist swirled violently for a moment, and through it, I thought I saw them fleeting shapes at the edge of the clearing. indistinct figures in the white gloom. One tall, one slightly shorter, and one small. Very small. They vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving only the lingering impression of watchful eyes. "They're here," I whispered, the words tasting like ice and fear. They came back. Or perhaps they never left. Liam started backing away again, pulling me with him. "We have to try again. Run. Any direction. Just run." But as we turned, the sound came again, clear and undeniable this time, right behind us. The soft, slow pull of a zipper. The zipper on the tent flap. It was closing. We didn't look back. We plunged into the fog-bound trees, running blindly, branches whipping at our faces, unseen roots tripping our feet. We didn't care about direction, only distance. Behind us, I thought I heard a soft voice, carried on the mist. A child's voice asking a simple, chilling question. "Are you staying? Did we escape?" I don't know. Sometimes I think we did. I have memories, fractured and unreliable, of stumbling onto a logging road hours later, collapsing in exhaustion, eventually being found by bewildered hunters who couldn't understand how we'd gotten so deep into the woods with so little gear. Liam doesn't talk about it. He moved away not long after, severing all contact. He couldn't stand the trees, he said. Couldn't stand the quiet. But other times, I'm not so sure we ever left that clearing. Sometimes, when the mist rolls in thick off the Pacific here in Portland, I feel that familiar chill, that sense of being watched from just beyond my window pane. And occasionally, late at night, when the house is silent, I think I hear it. A faint tapping sound, or a soft, sighing breath just outside the door. And the boots. I keep seeing them, out of the corner of my eye, sitting neatly placed on the hearth of my own fireplace. Or maybe, just maybe, I wake up some mornings and find my own hiking boots aren't quite where I left them. Sometimes, one seems to be missing. Waiting, just waiting to be put back in its place, in the center of it all, keeping the space warm until the next visitors arrive at the waiting place. Because the campsite is always there, perfectly preserved, waiting. My name is Olivia Vance, and if by some miracle this journal or these hastily scribbled words ever find their way back to civilization, well, just know that it started with wanting to see something more, something beyond the marked paths and the scenic overlooks crowded with tourists snapping selfies. Liam? My boyfriend God, Liam, he called it the call of the wild, romanticizing the idea of truly testing ourselves against the raw, untamed heart of the Rockies. Chloe, my best friend since college, was more pragmatic, more cautious, but the allure of an adventure, a real one, eventually won her over too. We weren't novices, we'd done multi-day hikes before, tackled challenging terrain. We thought we were prepared. We thought we knew the mountains. That was our first catastrophic mistake. The plan was ambitious, bordering on reckless in hindsight. Liam had found mention of it online, buried deep in some obscure hiking forum, a supposed lost prospector's route cutting through a lesser, explored section of the range. Guaranteed solitude, the post had promised, views untouched by human eyes for a century. It spoke of faint trail markers, barely visible blazes on ancient pines, a path that demanded skill and intuition, rather than just following signs. It sounded like exactly the kind of challenge Liam craved, the kind of story we could tell for years. I voiced concerns the lack of official documentation, the vagueness of the directions, but Lamb, with his infectious enthusiasm and detailed printouts of satellite imagery, which looked convincing enough at the time, brushed them aside. Chloe, ever the mediator, suggested we try it but agreed to turn back at the first sign of real trouble. We all agreed. Foolishly. The first day was glorious. Crisp mountain air, the scent of pine and damp earth, the familiar crunch of our boots on the established trail leading towards the supposed turn-off point. The vast indifference of the peaks around us felt awe, inspiring, not threatening. We were laughing, high on adrenaline and the sheer scale of the landscape. We found the faint cluster of rocks described in the forum post, the starting point of our off-trail gamble. There was even a barely perceptible disturbance in the undergrowth that could have been the start of a path. Liam beamed, vindicated. See, piece of cake, he declared, adjusting his heavy pack. Stepping off the maintained trail felt like crossing a threshold. The sounds changed almost immediately. The distant murmur of other hikers vanished, replaced by a deeper quiet, punctuated only by the wind sighing through the higher branches and the occasional cry of a hawk circling overhead. For the first few hours, it felt right. We found what looked like faded axe marks on a couple of old trees, just as the forum post described. The terrain was rough, demanding concentration as we navigated loose scree slopes and thick patches of brush, but it was exhilarating. We were doing it. We were explorers charting our own course. The shift was subtle at first. We missed a supposed marker, spent an hour backtracking, nerves fraying slightly. Liam consulted his GPS, frowned. Signal's a bit wonky up here. He muttered, tapping the screen. Atmospheric interference. Maybe. The sun dipped lower, painting the peaks in fiery orange and deep purple, breathtakingly beautiful, but also a stark reminder that daylight was finite. The path we thought we were following seemed to dissolve entirely. One moment we were pushing through dense, but recognizably rocky mountain undergrowth. The next, we were scrambling over unfamiliar, slick rocks, the vegetation thinning out in a way that felt unnatural. It was Chloe who noticed the plants first. We'd stopped for a water break, leaning against a rock face that felt strangely smooth, almost polished. "Liv," she whispered, her voice tight, pointing a trembling finger. "Look at these. They weren't like anything I'd ever seen in the Rockies, or anywhere else for that matter. Growing in thick, low clumps, they had broad, waxy leaves the color of deep bruises, almost black, veined with sickly yellow lines. But it was the thorns that were truly wrong. Thick as pencils, wickedly sharp, and instead of being dry and woody, they looked wet, almost oily. And strangest of all, if you stared long enough, you could see them. A faint, almost imperceptible pulsation, a slow, rhythmic throb like something sluggishly alive deep within the core of the plant. I knelt closer, resisting the urge to touch one. An odd, metallic scent hung in the air around them, faint but unpleasant like old blood and ozone. Liam scoffed, trying to rationalize. Weird local flora, maybe. Some kind of adaptation to, I don't know, mineral deposits. But his voice lacked conviction. He wouldn't meet my eyes. We all felt it then, a shared, unspoken dread beginning to coalesce in the pit of our stomachs. The beauty of the sunset suddenly felt mocking, the shadows lengthening like grasping fingers. We pressed on, desperate to find a landmark, anything familiar before darkness fell completely. But the landscape grew steadily stranger. The familiar pines and aspens thinned out dramatically, replaced by stands of gaunt, gray-barked trees with twisted, thorny branches entirely devoid of leaves, even though it was late summer. The ground beneath our feet became spongy, yielding slightly with each step, muffling our footfalls. And the silence, oh God, the silence. It wasn't just quiet. Mountain silence can be profound, peaceful even. This was different. This was a presence. It pressed in on us, heavy and watchful. The wind died completely. No birds called out their evening songs. No insects buzzed or chirped. Even the sound of our own breathing seemed unnaturally loud, intrusive. It felt like the entire world was holding its breath, listening, waiting. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something, anything, but there was only the alien vegetation, the gray trees, and the deepening gloom. The air grew cold, but it was a damp, clammy cold that seeped into your bones. Unrelated to the usual crisp mountain chill, we stumbled into a small bowl, like depression, just as the last sliver of sun vanished behind the western ridge. Liam declared it our campsite for the night, his voice trying for cheerful authority, but cracking under the strain. Right? Let's get the tents up, get some food in us. We'll reassess with fresh eyes in the morning. But the simple act of setting up camp felt monstrously difficult. Clearing space meant getting close to those pulsating, thorny plants which seemed to grow thicker here in the valley floor. Even brushing against one accidentally sent a jolt of revulsion through me. The ground resisted the tent pegs, feeling weirdly resilient. As we forced down some cold rations, huddled close together, the silence deepened. It wasn't empty, it felt occupied. Like a crowded room where everyone has suddenly fallen quiet, their attention fixed on you. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing on end, a primal instinct screaming that we were exposed, vulnerable. Watched. Liam tried to make small talk, his voice unnaturally loud in the stillness, but it petered out quickly. Chloe just stared into the middle distance, her face pale, hugging her knees tightly. That's when I knew, with a certainty that chilled me far more than the damp air, that we weren't just lost. We had stumbled into someplace wrong, someplace that wasn't on any map because it wasn't supposed to exist. This valley, with its grotesque flora and its heavy, listening silence, it felt ancient, hidden, and fundamentally hostile. The silence wasn't just listening, it felt expectant, like a predator before the pounce. A deep, gnawing hunger radiated from the stillness itself. Thinking we could navigate the Rockies off trail was our first mistake. The second was ending up here. And as I sat there shivering, straining my ears against the oppressive quiet, I had the terrible feeling we wouldn't be allowed to make a third. The night had only just begun. The transition from twilight to absolute darkness in that accursed valley wasn't gradual. It felt like a switch being flipped. One moment, the grotesque shapes of the pulsating plants and skeletal trees were visible in the dying gray light. The next, an ink-black totality swallowed everything, a darkness so profound it felt physical, pressing against my eyelids. The silence, already heavy, became suffocating. It wasn't merely the absence of sound, it was an active, listening void that seemed to absorb even the frantic pounding of my own heart. We huddled in our small nylon domes, flimsy barriers against the vast, watchful emptiness outside. Liam was in the small two-person tent with Chloe, while I was alone in my one-person bivvy tent nearby, a decision made for pack weight that I now profoundly regretted. Every rustle of my sleeping bag, every breath I took, sounded amplified, obscene in the stillness. The plants were worse in the dark. Their faint, rhythmic pulsing became more noticeable, casting intermittent, sickly green-yellow flickers against the tent fabric. It wasn't enough light to see by, only enough to distort shadows and play tricks on the eyes, making the familiar confines of my tiny tent feel alien and menacing. The metallic, coppery scent they emitted earlier intensified, mingling with a damp, earthy odor, like freshly turned grave soil. I zipped my sleeping bag up to my chin, pulling my beanie down over my ears, desperate for any illusion of security. But the cold was pervasive, a damp chill that had nothing to do with the altitude and everything to do with the unnatural atmosphere of the place. Hours crawled by, sleep was unthinkable. Every nerve ending felt frayed, hyper-alert. My eyes strained against the darkness, trying to make sense of the shifting flickers cast by the plants. Liam and Chloe were silent in their tent, but I imagined them just as tense, just as terrified, listening. Listening with the silence, and listening for whatever the silence held. Then came the first sound that wasn't us. It was a wet, dragging noise, like something heavy and sodden being pulled slowly across soft earth. It started faintly, seeming to come from the edge of the thicket surrounding our small clearing. Shlump, shlump, shlump. It paused, then started again, closer this time. My blood ran cold. I held my breath, straining my ears. It wasn't the sound of any animal I knew, no bear shuffling, no deer stepping cautiously. This was clumsy, yet deliberate. Sickeningly organic.
Liam.
Chloe's voice, a choked whisper from the other tent, barely audible yet shattering the silence. The dragging stopped instantly. Absolute quiet slammed back down, heavier than before. I could hear Liam fumbling with his zipper, then the beam of his powerful flashlight cut through the darkness outside my tent wall. Anything there? I whispered, my voice hoarse. No, nothing, Liam replied, his voice tight with forced calm. Probably just settling earth, or maybe a rock slide further up. But we all knew he didn't believe it. The sound hadn't been geological. It had been biological. Purposeful, he zipped his tent shut again. The silence returned, now laced with a new, sharper edge of fear. 10 minutes passed. 20. The dragging sound didn't return, but the feeling of being watched intensified, becoming almost unbearable. It felt like eyes, cold and calculating, were fixed on our flimsy shelters. The hungry silence wasn't just listening now, it was assessing. I fumbled for my own headlamp, switching it on. The beam seemed weak, diffused, struggling to penetrate the oppressive darkness beyond the thin tent walls. I checked my phone, the screen flickered erratically, displaying meaningless static before the battery icon flashed red and died, despite being nearly full just hours before. Liam reported the same with his phone and the GPS unit. Dead, utterly useless. Cut off. The isolation was complete. Another sound began, subtler this time, a soft, rhythmic clicking, almost like chitinous insects, but deeper, somehow resonant. It seemed to come from multiple directions at once, weaving through the heavy air. Click, click, chitter, click, click, chitter. Was it the plants? Or something moving among them? I flashed my weak beam around the inside of the tent, half expecting to see something clinging to the fabric. Nothing. Only my own frantic shadow. Suddenly, Chloe screamed, a raw, piercing shriek of pure terror that ripped through the night. Something had slammed hard against the side of their tent, right where she was lying. Liam yelled, unzipping the tent flap in a fraction of a second, his flashlight beam stabbing into the night. What was it? Did you see it? I yelled, scrambling for my own tent zipper. Nothing. God damn it. There's nothing here. Liam's voice was ragged, bordering on panic. But then softer, horrified, Liv, look at this. I crawled out, shivering violently in the damp cold, my weak headlamp beam joining his. On the side of their tent, glistening wetly in the combined light, was a thick smear of dark, viscous fluid. It was the color of dried blood mixed with oil, and it dripped slowly onto the spongy ground, carrying that same faint, metallic scent as the pulsating plants. It was right where Chloe said the impact had happened. Something had touched the tent. Something had left this residue. Chloe was sobbing uncontrollably now, huddled against Liam, who had picked up the small camp axe we'd brought for firewood, holding it defensively. The clicking sound intensified, seeming to draw closer, a multitude of small, sharp noises moving just beyond the reach of our lights. The dragging sound returned to schlump, schlump, further away this time, as if circling. The rest of the night was a waking nightmare. We abandoned the tents, huddling together in the center of the small clearing. Back to back, our failing flashlights scanning the perimeter. The dragging, clicking, and occasional guttural breathing sounds continued intermittently, sometimes closer, sometimes further, always just out of sight. The darkness felt alive, teeming with unseen movement. The silence itself felt like a physical weight pressing down, draining our energy, our resolve. I felt nauseous, dizzy, my thoughts becoming sluggish, disjointed. Was it just fear and exhaustion, or was the valley itself doing this to us, leeching our vitality like the silence leached sound? Liam tried to keep our spirits up, talking about escape plans, about following waterways downhill, but his words sounded hollow even to himself. Chloe lapsed into a near catatonic state, staring blankly, trembling. I focused on the sounds, on the oppressive weight of the air, on the sickly sweet, metallic tang that seemed to coat the back of my throat, trying to understand, trying to find some pattern, some logic in the madness. There was none. Just before the first hint of dawn, the sound ceased. The silence returned to its profound, watchful state. A sliver of hope flickered. Maybe the night was over. Maybe whatever haunted this valley retreated with the dark. But as the sky began to lighten, shifting from impenetrable black to a sickly, bruised gray, that hope died, replaced by a colder, deeper despair. The light revealed changes. The pulsating thorny plants seemed larger, somehow engorged, their thorns glistening more brightly with that oily wetness. The ground around our campsite was disturbed, marked with tracks unlike anything I'd ever seen. They were large, roughly triangular, with 3 distinct toe impressions ending in sharp points, suggesting claws. They were pressed deep into the soft earth, indicating significant weight. They led from the thicket, circled our camp, and retreated back into the dense walls of thorns. We hadn't imagined it. We were being stalked, hunted. But the worst revelation came when Liam, his face pale and drawn, walked towards the slope we had tumbled down the previous evening. He stopped abruptly, staring. I followed his gaze, my heart plummeting into my stomach. The way out was gone. Overnight, the strange, pulsating, thorny plants had grown with impossible speed, weaving themselves into a dense, impenetrable wall that choked the entire passage. Thick, pulsing stems wreathed together, black thorns inches long jutting out at all angles, dripping their viscous fluid. There was no gap, no pathway. It hadn't just been blocked. It looked like it had been sealed. We stared at the living wall, then back at the unnatural valley floor, at the disturbing tracks, at the watchful, silent trees. The oppressive silence seemed to press in, smug, triumphant. We weren't just lost anymore. We were caged. Trapped in a place that wasn't on any map, stalked by unseen horrors, with the very environment actively working against us. The hungry silence hadn't finished feeding. Dawn had arrived, but it brought no salvation, only the stark, terrifying certainty of our entrapment. The gray, sickly dawn solidified into a day that offered no warmth, no comfort, only a clear view of our prison. The wall of pulsating thorns that blocked our entry point wasn't just dense, it looked impossibly solid, ancient, yet freshly formed. Liam, his face a mask of grim determination mixed with rising panic, swung the axe against it. The blade hit with a dull thud, barely scratching the thick, blackish purple stems. Where the metal made contact, the viscous sap sizzled, smoking faintly, and a jolt seemed to run through the interconnected mass. Liam cried out. Snatching his hand back, the axe handle itself felt like it had delivered an electric shock, and angry red blisters were already rising on his palm, where droplets of the sap had spattered. The plant wall remained utterly impassive, impenetrable, alive. She fences close, didn't react. She sat on the damp, spongy ground, rocking back and forth slightly, humming a tuneless, repetitive melody under her breath. Her eyes were wide, unfocused, reflecting the oppressive gray sky, but seeing nothing. The night had broken something inside her. Or maybe the valley was actively unmaking her, starting with her mind. We had to move. Staying put felt like waiting for slaughter. The perimeter. Lamb gritted out, wrapping his injured hand clumsily with a strip torn from his shirt. There has to be another way. A fissure, a cave, anything. His voice was strained, the forced optimism of the previous day completely gone, replaced by raw desperation. We forced ourselves upright, muscles screaming from the cold and tension, and began to circle the edge of the valley floor. It was torturous progress. The ground seemed determined to hold us back, sucking at our boots like thick mud, though it looked merely damp. The air remained heavy, still, making each breath feel inadequate. And the plants those damned, watchful, pulsating plants. They grew thickest near the valley walls, their thorns like grasping claws, snagging our clothes, tearing at our skin if we strayed too close. More than once, I felt a vine brush against my leg, and had to stifle a scream, convinced it had deliberately reached for me. The valley was a natural bowl, all right, but unnaturally perfect. Steep walls of dark, slick rock rose on all sides, offering no handholds, no scalable slopes. We scanned every shadow, every crevice, finding nothing but shallow overhangs and more dense thickets of the thorny abominations. The silence accompanied us, a constant companion, pressing down, amplifying the sounds of our ragged breathing, our stumbling footsteps, Chloe's awful, mindless humming. It felt like the silence was hurting us, subtly guiding our path, though towards what I dreaded to imagine. The feeling of being drained intensified. My head throbbed with a dull ache. Nausea churned in my stomach, and a profound weariness settled deep in my bones. It wasn't just exhaustion. It felt like the valley itself was feeding on our energy, our fear, our dwindling hope. The silence wasn't just listening, it was consuming. I looked at Liam. His face was pale, sweat beading on his brow despite the chill, his movements increasingly sluggish. Only Chloe seemed unaffected by the physical drain, lost in her own internal world, but her vacant eyes were perhaps the most terrifying symptom of all. We stopped near a cluster of particularly large, obscenely engorged plants whose pulsations seemed stronger, faster, almost frantic. Liam was trying to redress his hand, his back turned for a moment. I was scribbling frantically in this journal, trying to document the tracks, the plants, the oppressive atmosphere, driven by some primal need to leave a record. That's when I realized Chloe's humming had stopped. Silence, but not the valley's silence. A lack of sound where sound should have been. "Chloe," I whispered, my voice cracking. Liam spun around. Her spot on the ground was empty. We scanned the immediate area, panic flaring cold and sharp. "Chloe." Liam shouted, his voice swallowed almost instantly by the heavy air. We pushed through the nearby thorny bushes, ignoring the painful scratches. And then we saw it. A small shred of bright blue fabric torn from the sleeve of Chloe's jacket, snagged brutally on a thick, black thorn of one of the monstrous plants. The thorn itself pulsed violently, and the dark, oily fluid coating it seemed to glisten, almost obscenely. There was no other sign of her. No tracks leading away, besides our own. It was as if the plants themselves had simply absorbed her. That's when the dragging sound started again. Shalump, shalump close.
Very close.
Right behind the thicket where we found the shred of jacket. Liam broke. Something inside him shattered with a terrifying finality. With a roar of incoherent rage and grief, he raised the axe, his injured hand forgotten, and charged headlong into the dense wall of pulsating thorns towards the sickening sound. "Liam,
No!
I screamed, but he was gone, swallowed by the grasping, thorny darkness. I heard sounds. Thrashing, a choked cry, the sickening, wet crunch of breaking bone, then silence. Not the waiting, watchful silence from before. This was different. It was heavier, if possible. It felt final, sated. Now, I am alone. Utterly, completely alone, trapped at the bottom of this impossible valley, the last course in a banquet laid for an unseen, silent predator. The clicking sounds have started again, closer than ever, surrounding me. Click, chitter click. The ground beneath me feels soft, a yielding, almost like flesh. Is it the soil, or am I sinking? The dragging sounds are coming from multiple directions now, converging on the small outcrop of slick rock where I've taken refuge. The light is failing. It should be mid-morning, but the sky overhead is darkening rapidly, turning a bruised, purple-black, as if the valley itself is drawing the darkness back down. The air is vibrating, humming with a low frequency. I feel in my teeth, in my bones. The pulsing of the plants is frantic now, a unified, rhythmic throb that echoes the terrified pounding in my chest. They are leaning inwards, all of them turning towards me. The hunger, I feel it now, not just around me, but inside me. A vast, cold emptiness clawing at my core, mirroring the silence outside. It's pulling at me, drawing my warmth, my thoughts, my very essence into the void. It's the silence. It digests. It preserves the fear, the final moments. It's not empty, it's full of Liam, full of Chloe, full of everyone and everything else that stumbled into this place and never left. It's hungry because that's all it is. Hunger. Silence. They're here. I can hear the rasping breath, see the movement in the thorns. Shadows detaching from shadows. Too many legs, clicking, dragging. The metallic scent is overpowering. So cold writing is hard hand shaking. It's pulling me down hungrily. Kel, the handwriting devolves into an illegible scrawl, slanting sharply down the page. The final lines are smeared by a dark, spreading stain that seems to originate from the bottom edge of the paper itself, obscuring the last few marks. My name is Ben. Ben Carter. Just an average guy, really. 26, working a soul-crushing office job in Springfield, Missouri, dreaming of something more, or at least something else. That something else usually involved escaping the city sprawl with my two best friends, Liam and Chloe. We'd known each other since freshman year of college, bonded over bad cafeteria food, impossible finals, and a shared love for the outdoors. Or rather, Liam and I loved the ruggedness, the challenge. Chloe loved the peace, the beauty, the escape from noise. Usually, our trips were standard fare car camping in state parks, maybe a well-trodden trail for a day hike. This time, though, Liam had gotten ambitious. Ozark National Scenic Riverways. He'd announced a month prior, spreading a topographical map across his coffee table, already marked with potential routes. Deep backcountry. No designated campsites where we're going. Just us, the woods, and the current river. I was instantly hooked. The thought of true wilderness, miles from the nearest road, was intoxicating. Chloe was more hesitant. Isn't that pretty remote, Liam? Like bears and snakes and stuff.
Exactly.
Liam beamed, oblivious to her apprehension.
Real adventure? Chloe, think of the stars.
No light pollution. We'll be roughing it. Roughing it usually means the campground showers are coin-operated. Liam, not fighting off rabid wildlife. She countered, but there was a reluctant excitement in her eyes, too. She trusted us, trusted Liam's planning, even if he sometimes overestimated our collective survival skills. So, plans were made. Gear was checked, double-checked, and loaded into Liam's sturdy, if slightly battered, pickup truck. We set off on a Friday morning in late September, the air just starting to carry the crisp promise of autumn. The drive south was filled with the usual banter, bad singing along to the radio, and gas station snacks that constitute a road trip diet. The city faded, replaced by rolling hills, small towns, and increasingly dense forests crowding the highway. The turn off Liam took led us down progressively narrower roads. Pavement gave way to gravel, then graded dirt that rattled the truck's suspension. Miles clicked by, marked only by the occasional mailbox leaning precariously at the end of a hidden drive. It felt like stepping back in time, or maybe sideways into a different version of reality where civilization was just a rumor. We needed gas. Not just wanted, needed. The needle was flirting dangerously with E, and Liam's confidence about the truck's range was starting to waver. Finally, tucked into a curve where a creek cut under the road, sat a dilapidated gas station. It looked like something out of a postcard from the 1950s, if the postcard had faded in the sun and gotten chewed on by raccoons. One rusty pump stood sentinel beside a small, clapboard building with peeling paint and a screen door that sagged on its hinges. A hand-painted sign read GAS and SUNDRIS, the N backward. An old man sat tilted back in a wooden chair on the narrow porch, watching us pull in with eyes narrowed against the afternoon sun. He looked as weathered as the building, deeply tanned, leathery skin etched with a roadmap of wrinkles, a faded flannel shirt worn thin at the elbows, and a stained baseball cap pulled low. He didn't move as Liam hopped out to wrestle with the ancient pump. Chloe and I went inside, hoping for cold drinks. The interior smelled of dust, old motor oil, and something vaguely medicinal. Shelves held a sparse collection of necessities: canned beans, fishing line, motor oil, flypaper strips dangling like macabre decorations, and bags of chips whose expiration dates were likely suggestions rather than rules. An ancient oscillating fan stirred the thick air. We grabbed a couple of sodas from a humming, dented cooler. As we paid the woman behind the counter, who looked only slightly younger and less weathered than the man outside, the old-timer shuffled in. He eyed us up and down, his gaze lingering on our hiking packs visible through the truck window. "Y'all heading deep?" he asked. His voice was raspy, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Yeah, planning to camp out near the river for a couple of nights," Liam said cheerfully, coming in after finishing with the pump. Looking forward to getting away from it all. The old man shook his head slowly, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest that wasn't humorous. Away from it all is one thing. Getting into something else is another. He leaned a little closer, lowering his voice. "Y'all ain't planning on being out in the woods after sunset, are ya?" "Well, yeah," I said, exchanging an amused glance with Liam. That's kind of the point of camping. He didn't smile. His eyes, pale blue and startlingly intense in his wrinkled face, fixed on each of us in turn. Point is staying alive. Sun goes down, things change out there. Things stir. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into a tin can by the door, the ping echoing in the quiet store. Heard tell of the howlers. Liam snorted. Ozark howlers. Like the local boogeyman. Read about it online. Big cat folklore stuff, right? The old man's expression hardened. Ain't folklore when it's ripping the door off your smokehouse. Ain't folklore when you hear it screaming in the holler, sounding like something dying and something being born all at once. He He leaned closer still, his breath smelling faintly of tobacco and something else. Something earthy, like damp soil. They don't like strangers, and they hate the dark. Best piece of advice I can give ya, don't never let sunset catch you outside your tent. Hunker down, stay quiet, and pray it passes ya by. We were silent for a moment, taken aback by his intensity. Then Liam, ever the pragmatist, clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Appreciate the warning, Pops. We'll be careful. Keep our campfire bright. The old man just shook his head again, looking resigned. Fire don't deter 'em much. Sound carries, though. They'll hear ya. Just be inside 'fore dark. Don't be stupid, kids. We paid for our gas and drinks, offering mumbled thanks and retreating to the truck. As we pulled away, I glanced back. The old man was standing in the doorway, watching us go, his figure small and solitary against the backdrop of the encroaching woods. Well, that was creepy, Chloe said, breaking the silence as we bounced back onto the dirt road. Total local color. Liam laughed, turning up the radio. Every remote place has its legends. Bigfoot, Mothman, Ozark howlers. Keeps the tourists on their toes. He seemed pretty serious. I offered, though I felt foolish saying it. The bright sunlight, the familiar rumble of the truck, the prospect of adventure ahead, it all made the old man's warning seem theatrical, ridiculous. A story to tell back home. We chuckled about it. Ozark howlers! Liam mimicked the old man's raspy voice, sounding like something dying and something being born. We laughed harder, the sound swallowed by the dense forest pressing in on either side of the road. We dismissed him. We dismissed the fear in his eyes, the genuine tremor in his voice. That was our first mistake, and it wouldn't be our last. The hike-in was tougher than we expected. The trail Liam had picked on the map was faint, overgrown in places, forcing us to push through thick brush and scramble over moss-slicked rocks. The air grew heavier, damper, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy overhead. The sounds of civilization, the distant hum of traffic, the drone of a plane vanished completely, replaced by the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the chirping of birds we couldn't identify, and the constant murmur of the current river growing louder as we neared it. There was a beauty to it undeniable and wild. Towering sycamores with bone, white branches reached for the sky, ancient oaks stood gnarled and stoic, and the forest floor was a carpet of ferns and decaying leaves. But underneath the beauty, a subtle wrongness began to creep into my perception. The silence between bird calls seemed too profound. Shadows clung to tree roots and hollows with an unusual tenacity, even in the middle of the afternoon. Once, I thought I saw movement at the edge of my vision, something large and dark slipping between the trees, but when I turned, there was nothing. Probably just a deer, I told myself. We found a spot late in the afternoon, a small, relatively flat clearing overlooking a bend in the river. It was perfect. Secluded, beautiful, with easy access to water. We pitched our single 3-person tent, gathered firewood, and soon had a cheerful blaze crackling, pushing back the encroaching twilight. We cooked foil packet dinners, drank the sodas we'd bought, and watched the river flow, silvered by the setting sun. See, Lime said, gesturing expansively with a half-eaten potato. Worth it, right? No howlers here, just peace and quiet. It is beautiful, Chloe admitted, pulling her jacket tighter as the temperature dropped with the sun. She gazed into the woods surrounding our small island of light, her brow slightly furrowed. It just feels very watched. Everything out here is watching everything else, Chloe, I said, trying to sound reassuring. Circle of life. But even as I said it, the old man's words echoed in my mind. Don't never let sunset catch you outside your tent. The sun had dipped below the tree line now, painting the sky in lurid shades of orange and purple. The woods seemed to hold their breath. The birdsong had stopped. We lingered by the fire, reluctant to trade its warmth and light for the confines of the tent. We talked, kept the conversation going, perhaps a little too loudly, a little too forced, filling the silence. As true darkness enveloped the clearing, broken only by our fire and the distant shimmer of stars overhead, an owl hooted somewhere deep in the woods. It sounded unnervingly close. Guess the howler's waiting for it to get really dark. Liam joked, tossing another log onto the fire, sending sparks spiraling up into the blackness. None of us laughed this time. The fire was dying. What had been a comforting beacon against the oppressive darkness was now a dwindling mound of embers, casting feeble, flickering shadows that seemed to writhe and twist like living things at the edge of our vision. The temperature had plummeted, the night air sharp and cold against our skin. Despite the lingering warmth of the flames, a deeper chill had settled over us, the chill of isolation, of vulnerability, of the old man's words refusing to stay buried under our earlier bravado. Right, Liam finally said, his voice attempting cheerfulness, but sounding thin. Think it's time to hit the sack. Got a big day of, well, sitting by the river tomorrow. He kicked dirt over the remaining embers, plunging the clearing into an almost absolute darkness, save for the faint, cold light of the stars filtering through the canopy far above. The sudden absence of the firelight was shocking, disorienting. The woods seemed to rush in, the darkness pressing against us like a physical weight. We scrambled for the tent, the beam of Liam's headlamp bouncing nervously, illuminating spectral tree trunks and patches of pale, damp ground. Zipping the tent flap closed felt less like securing shelter and more like sealing ourselves into a flimsy nylon tone. Inside, the air was instantly close, smelling of synthetic fabric, bug spray, and the faint, lingering scent of wood smoke from our clothes. We arranged our sleeping bags in the cramped space, lined by one door, Chloe in the middle, me by the other flap. For a while, the only sounds were the gentle murmur of the current river nearby, the incessant chirping of crickets and unseen insects, and the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by a faint breeze. Normal night sounds. Comforting sounds usually. But tonight they felt like a thin veil stretched over a deeper, more profound silence. We lay there, pretending to settle down, pretending the old man's warning hadn't burrowed under our skin. You really think that guy was serious? Chloe whispered after a few minutes, her voice barely audible over the river's flow. He was just spinning a yarn for the city kids. Chloe. Liam replied, his voice muffled by his sleeping bag. Trying to spook us. Probably tells everyone that. Maybe, she said, unconvinced. But the way he looked, he believed it. People believe all sorts of crazy stuff. Liam mumbled, turning over. Try to get some sleep. I didn't say anything. I wanted Liam to be right. I wanted to dismiss the old man as a backwoods eccentric playing up local legends. But his eyes, the dead seriousness in them, the lack of any twinkle that might suggest a joke. It haunted me, and Chloe was right, it did feel like we were being watched out there. I strained my ears, listening past the river and the insects, listening for something else. And then I heard it. It was faint at first, almost lost beneath the sound of the water. A high, pitched thin wail, like a baby crying but distorted somehow wrong. It rose and fell, a desperate, lonely sound carried on the night air. Did you hear that? Chloe whispered, her voice tight. I nodded in the darkness, my heart suddenly pounding. Yeah. Liam shifted. Hear what? Probably just a fox or a mountain lion cub. They can make some weird noises. The sound came again, a little closer this time, a little clearer. It wasn't just a cry. There was another component, lower, harsher. A grating, scraping noise, like metal being dragged across rough stone, or giant claws scratching rock. The two sounds intertwined, the pathetic, eerie cry and the brutal, abrasive scrape. That's not a fox, I said, my voice strained. Okay, maybe it's a bobcat caught in something. Liam suggested, but his voice lacked conviction now. He was listening intently too, the easy confidence gone. The sound faded for a moment, and the silence it left behind was heavy, charged with anticipation. We lay frozen, barely breathing, straining our ears. Then it returned, louder still, and it was moving. It wasn't coming from one direction anymore. First, it seemed to be down by the riverbank, the scraping echoing strangely off the water. Then, moments later, it sounded like it was further back, deeper in the woods behind the tent. Then off to the side. It was circling. Methodically, deliberately, circling our clearing, circling our fragile shelter. The crying sound was agonizing. It wasn't the sound of an animal in distress. It had a weirdly mocking quality to it now, like a cruel imitation of suffering. And the scraping, it set my teeth on edge. A visceral, grinding noise that spoke of immense weight and rough, unyielding surfaces. Metal on rock. Giant claws on stone. The old man's description echoed in my skull. "What is that?" Chloe whimpered, pressing closer to me in the darkness. I could feel her trembling. "I don't know." Liam whispered back, his voice tight with fear. "Stay quiet, quiet." How could we be quiet? My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard, I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. My breathing was shallow and rapid. Every nerve ending felt frayed, hypersensitive to the slightest noise. The thin nylon walls of the tent suddenly felt utterly inadequate, offering no real protection, only obscuring our view of the threat. The darkness inside was absolute, amplifying the terror, forcing us to rely solely on our hearing, painting monstrous pictures in our minds. The scraping, crying sound continued its slow, deliberate patrol around our campsite. Sometimes it would pause, leaving us suspended in breathless silence, wondering if it had gone, only for it to start up again, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, but always there. Circling, defining the perimeter of our fear. How big was it? Was it just one creature? The sound seemed too complex for a single source, yet it moved as one. I pictured something huge, misshapen, dragging a mangled limb or a piece of rusted metal, wailing with a voice that was both infantile and anciently evil. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image, but it wouldn't leave. An hour passed. Or maybe it was 10 minutes. Time lost all meaning, measured only by the horrifying rhythm of the circling sound. Liam hadn't offered any more rationalizations. He was as scared as we were, perhaps more so, because his certainty had crumbled, leaving only raw fear. Chloe's crying silently, her shoulders shaking against my arm. I lay rigid, muscles locked, listening. The air inside the tent grew colder, damper. A strange smell began to permeate the nylon, faint at first, then stronger. It was a rank, musky odor, like wet fur and decay, with an underlying metallic tang, like old blood. It seemed to seep in from outside, a foul miasma accompanying the dreadful sound. Then the sound changed. The crying element subsided, replaced by a low, guttural breathing, heavy wet snuffling like a large animal trying to catch a scent. And it was close, right outside the tent wall. The scraping stopped. Silence descended. A thick, suffocating silence, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart and the low murmur of the river, which now sounded miles away. We didn't move. We didn't breathe, waiting, listening. Suddenly, a shadow fell across the side of the tent near my head, momentarily blocking the faint starlight filtering through the fabric. It was large, indistinct, but unmistakably there. Simultaneously, I heard it a soft, heavy snuffle right against the nylon inches from my ear. It sounded wet, inquisitive, like something trying to smell us, to identify the terrified prey huddled just beyond the thin barrier. We were frozen, utterly, paralyzingly frozen in terror. Whatever was out there, the thing the old man called a howler, was no longer circling. It had found us. It was right outside, and we were trapped in the dark with it. The snuffling sound intensified, wet and greedy, punctuated by low, guttural growls that vibrated through the thin nylon wall inches from my face. The rank, coppery stench of decay, and something else, something uniquely foul and predatory, filled the small space, gagging me. I could feel the fabric of the tent push inward slightly, right where the sound originated, as if the creature outside was pressing its face against it, testing the barrier. Then, Chloe let out a sound. It wasn't loud, just a tiny, choked sob, the kind born of absolute terror overwhelming all attempts at control. The reaction from outside was instantaneous and savage. A hideous, rage-filled snarl ripped through the night, far louder and more vicious than the earlier sounds. It wasn't animalistic, not entirely. There was a resonance to it, a chilling hint of something more than instinct. Simultaneously, a heavy thump slammed against the side of the tent, shaking the whole structure and making the flexible poles groan in protest. It felt like being struck by a boulder. Panic detonated inside the tent. Liam, jolted from his frozen fear, yelled something incoherent, a primal scream of defiance or terror. Chloe shrieked, a raw, piercing sound. And then the scraping started again, no longer circling, but right on the tent. It was a frantic, tearing sound, concentrated near the main zipper where Liam was positioned. Fabric ripped short, brutal tears accompanied by the sound of claws, or whatever it was, catching and pulling. My mind went blank for a second, overloaded. Then, pure, unadulterated survival instinct surged through me. The second door flap, the one behind me, further from the main assault. My fingers, numb and clumsy with adrenaline, fumbled desperately for the zipper tab in the pitch darkness. It felt impossibly small, resistant. For one heart-stopping moment, it jammed. No, no, no! Then, with a surge of desperate strength, I yanked, and the teeth parted with a rasping sound that seemed deafeningly loud. Cold night air hit my face as I scrambled out, falling onto the damp, leaf-strewn ground. I pushed myself up, legs trembling uncontrollably, my eyes trying to pierce the suffocating darkness around the tent. Liam was still struggling with the main flap, shouting, his headlamp beam dancing wildly inside, backlighting the terrifying spectacle of the fabric being shredded from the outside. In that chaotic, strobing light, just for a fraction of a second, I saw it, or part of it. Standing where the snuffling had been, looming over the struggling tent, was a silhouette that instantly burned itself onto my retinas. It was tall, impossibly so, and disturbingly thin, like stretched ligaments over sharp bone. Its limbs seemed jointed wrong, bending at unnatural angles. One ended in something long and sharp that gleamed wetly in the erratic beam, the source of the scraping. I knew instinctively. Its head, silhouetted against the faint starlight, was vaguely elongated, maybe canine, maybe something else entirely, but far too large for its spindly body. And from it, even as its claws tore at the tent, came that awful, high-pitched crying sound, a grotesque lullaby of malice. I thought I saw eyes, two twin points of faint, reddish light that seemed to fix on me even in the chaos. It wasn't an animal. It was a violation of nature, a thing drawn from some lightless abyss of nightmare. I didn't hesitate, didn't think about Liam or Chloe beyond the primal urge to get away from the horror unfolding at the tent. I turned and ran, plunging blindly into the dense woods away from the river, away from the clearing. Branches lashed my face and arms, unseen roots and rocks snagged my feet, sending me sprawling more than once onto the cold, damp earth. Each time I scrambled up, sobbing for breath, propelled by sheer terror. Behind me, I heard Chloe scream again, a sound abruptly cut off. Then came a terrible, wet, tearing noise that made my stomach heave. Liam bellowed, a sound thick with rage and agony. Then silence, except for the scraping sound. It detached from the tent, and I heard it moving through the undergrowth, fast, crashing through brush, coming after me. The chase was a blur of pain, panic, and breathless exertion. I ran without direction, guided only by the desperate need to put distance between myself and the pursuing horror. The scraping and crying seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere, sometimes sounding right behind me, sometimes fading slightly, only to reappear from a different direction, playing a terrifying game of cat and mouse in the black woods. I couldn't hear Liam or Chloe anymore. I was alone with it. I ran until my lungs burned like fire, until my legs felt like lead, until tears streamed down my face, mingling with sweat and blood from a dozen cuts. The darkness began to recede, not lifting entirely, but softening to a deep gray as the first hints of dawn approached. The woods remained menacing, but the absolute blackness was lifting, revealing twisted trees and dense thickets. And then, through the trees I saw at a break in the foliage, a lighter patch. Hope, sharp and painful, lanced through my exhaustion. I stumbled towards it and emerged, collapsing onto the blessed, familiar surface of the dirt track we had hiked in on yesterday. Yesterday, it felt like a lifetime ago. Sobbing, gasping, I forced myself to my feet. Which way? I couldn't remember. I picked a direction and began to stumble along the track, my body screaming in protest. Every shadow seemed to pulse with menace. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the scrape of claws. And then, around a bend, impossibly miraculously, stood Liam's truck. Relief washed over me so powerfully my knees buckled. I half crawled, half stumbled the remaining distance, yanking open the driver's side door. The keys, thank God, were still in the ignition where Liam always left them. I threw myself into the seat, locking the door, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel. I looked around wildly. The woods stood silent, watchful, bathed in the eerie pre-dawn light. No sign of Liam. No sign of Chloe. I slammed my hand on the horn, the sudden blast echoing unnervingly in the stillness. I yelled their names, my voice raw and cracking, until I was hoarse. Nothing. Only the vast indifferent silence of the Ozark woods answered. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. Were they out there, injured, hiding, or were they gone? The image of the tearing sound, Chloe's cut off scream. I couldn't stay. The creature was still out there, I knew it. Waiting, watching. With trembling hands, I turned the key. The engine roared to life, offensively loud in the quiet. Without looking back, I slammed the truck into gear and sped away, bouncing violently over the rutted track, eyes glued to the rearview mirror, expecting, dreading to see that loping, thin figure emerge from the trees. The drive back was a white, knuckled nightmare. Every mile felt like 100. Reaching the paved road, seeing other cars, stopping at a brightly lit gas station hundreds of miles away, it all felt dreamlike, unreal. How could this ordinary world exist alongside the absolute horror I had fled? I never saw Liam or Chloe again. The official story involved extensive searches, finding the destroyed tent, some blood evidence mine, mostly from the escape, and inconclusive tracks eventually attributed to bears or coyotes. Liam and Chloe were listed as missing, presumed victims of exposure or an unfortunate animal encounter. I told the authorities a fractured version of the truth, focusing on becoming separated in the dark after being spooked by something. I couldn't bring myself to speak of the sound, the glimpse of that thing. They saw the terror in my eyes, the cuts, the exhaustion, and attributed my incoherence to trauma and shock. Maybe they were right. I left Springfield. Quit the office job I once hated but now would have given anything to return to. I live in a city now, a big one. Surrounded by concrete noise and millions of people, I avoid parks, woods, even quiet suburban streets after dark. I sleep with the lights on, but I never truly escaped the Ozarks. The memory of that night is a wound that never heals, and sometimes very late, when the city finally quiets down, when the wind blows a certain way, I hear it. Or I think I hear it. Faint, distant, almost imaginary. A sound like metal scraping slowly across rock. A sound like a baby crying in the dark. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that the old-timer wasn't telling stories. Sunset is a warning. And there are things in the deep woods that hate the dark, hate strangers, and are waiting patiently for you to dismiss them. Waiting for you to make the same mistake we did. My name is Noah. Looking back now, sitting here under the sterile fluorescent hum of a cheap motel room ceiling fan that does little more than stir the thick, stagnant air, it feels like a lifetime ago. But it was only last summer. Last summer, when Liam and I thought we were invincible, chasing cheap thrills and the kind of stories you tell back home to make yourself sound braver than you really are. We were on a cross-country road trip after our sophomore year of college, fueled by lukewarm gas station coffee and an overabundance of youthful stupidity. Our battered old station wagon, affectionately nicknamed the Wanderer, had wheezed its way down south, and Louisiana felt like the edge of the known world to a couple of guys from suburban Ohio. The Bayou. Even the word held a certain mystique. We'd read about it, seen pictures, but nothing prepares you for the reality. It's a place that feels ancient, primal. The air hangs heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying vegetation, and something else, something vaguely aquatic and unsettling. Spanish moss drapes from the cypress trees like ghostly shrouds, creating tunnels of shadow even in broad daylight. The water itself is dark, almost black, reflecting the tangled canopy above, making it impossible to guess its depth or what might lie beneath. We'd set up a makeshift camp near a designated, albeit remote, launch point. It wasn't much, a couple of cheap tents, sleeping bags, and a cooler full of sandwiches and beer. The plan was simple: paddle the canoe we'd rented into the bayou for a day or two, experience the wilderness, maybe see an alligator from a safe distance. Standard tourist stuff, really, with a slightly adventurous edge. It was the old man at the bait shop where we rented the canoe who first mentioned the lights. His name was Boo, leathery skin wrinkled like old parchment, eyes the color of muddy water that seemed to see more than they let on. While Liam was busy loading our meager supplies, I'd lingered, asking about gator sightings. Gators ain't the only thing to watch for out there, son, Boo had rasped, his voice thick with a Cajun accent that felt as much a part of the landscape as the cypress knees poking out of the water. He spat a stream of tobacco juice near my foot. You get deep enough, especially come dusk, you might see the Fufali. Fufali, I repeated, butchering the pronunciation. He chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. Fufali. Ghost lights. Willow, the wisps some call M. Little balls of light dancing over the water, deep in the swamp. Pretty as you please. Liam, ever the skeptic but always up for a weird story, had wandered back over. Ghost lights. Seriously, like swamp gas. Boo shrugged, polishing a fishing reel with a greasy rag. Some say gas. Some say spirits of unbaptized babies, leading travelers astray. Some say something else. He paused, his gaze drifting towards the dark water visible through the shop's dusty window. They dance real hypnotic-like. Draw you in. Folks follow, sometimes folks don't come back. We laughed it off, mostly. Lime clapped me on the back. Awesome! Let's go find some ghost lights, Noah! I managed a grin, but Bu's words, the way he said something else, had planted a tiny seed of unease. Still, the idea was intoxicating. Mysterious lights in the heart of the forbidding bayou. It was exactly the kind of story we were looking for. The first day was uneventful, almost disappointingly so. We paddled for hours, navigating the maze like waterways. The heat was oppressive, the insects relentless. We saw turtles sunning themselves on logs, great blue herons taking flight with slow, powerful wing beats, and once far off, the sleek, dark shape of a gator sliding silently into the water. As late afternoon bled into dusk, the character of the bayou shifted. Shadows lengthened, merging together. The sounds of birds gave way to the chirping chorus of frogs and the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. The air grew cooler, but the humidity remained, clinging to us like a wet blanket. We found a small, relatively dry patch of land, just big enough for the canoe, and decided to rest, eat our squash sandwiches, and watch the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange, purple, and bruised red. The silence settled in, deeper than any silence I'd ever known. Not an absence of sound, but a presence, the hum of unseen life, the occasional, mysterious splash in the distance. The gentle lapping of water against the hull of the canoe. It was Liam who saw them first.
No.
Look. His voice was hushed, filled with awe. I followed his gaze across the darkening water. At first, I saw nothing but the deepening gloom. Then, a flicker. A tiny point of light, hovering maybe 50 yards away, just above the water's surface. It glowed with a soft, ethereal blue, green light. As we watched, another appeared beside it, then another. They weren't static, they moved, bobbing gently, weaving around each other in a slow, silent dance. They pulsed faintly, sometimes brighter, sometimes dimmer, casting shimmering reflections on the black water. Whoa, I breathed. Fufali. They were exactly as Boo had described them, mesmerizing. Not harsh or glaring, but soft, inviting. There was a strange beauty to them, a beckoning quality that seemed to pull at something deep inside me. All thoughts of swamp gas vanished. This felt different, magical. We gotta get closer. Lamb whispered, his eyes wide. The seed of unease Boo had planted tried to sprout. I don't know, man. He said people follow them. And he also said it might be swamp gas. Liam countered, already reaching for his paddle. Come on, this is incredible! When are we ever going to see something like this again? Just a quick look. His excitement was infectious, overriding my hesitation. And honestly, I wanted to see them too. They were captivating, otherworldly. Paddling our canoe after those mesmerizing lights, felt like stepping into a fairy tale, albeit a dark, swampy one. We pushed off from the bank, the canoe gliding silently through the water. The lights seemed to react to our approach not by fleeing, but by drifting slowly further away, deeper into a narrower channel choked with cypress trees and dangling moss. They maintained their distance, always just ahead, their hypnotic dance, drawing us onward. It felt less like we were chasing them and more like they were leading us. The main waterway fell behind us, the familiar shapes of the wider bayou dissolving into an increasingly dense and disorienting tangle of roots, shadows, and black water. We paddled for what felt like an hour, maybe more. Time seemed to warp in the dim light and the spell of the dancing orbs. The air grew colder, the silence more profound. Even the insects seemed to have quieted down. All we could hear was the dip and pull of our paddles, the soft gurgle of water against the canoe, and our own breathing. The lights led us into a sort of hidden lagoon, a circular clearing in the swamp, surrounded by towering cypress trees whose roots formed gnarled walls around us. Here, the lights stopped leading. They hovered, maybe 20 yards away, perhaps a dozen of them now, their collective glow casting an eerie, phosphorescent illumination on the immediate area. Their dance slowed, becoming less a playful weave and more a coordinated observation. It was then that the magic finally chillingly began to break. Staring at them, no longer focused on paddling, but just watching, I noticed something wasn't right. The flicker wasn't random like a flame or gas ignition, it was rhythmic, pulsing. And the shape, they weren't perfect orbs. They seemed slightly elongated, almost almond-shaped. Mayim, I whispered, my voice suddenly hoarse. Do they look like lights to you anymore? He didn't answer immediately. He squinted, leaning forward slightly. The canoe drifted slowly, silently. The lights remained fixed, their soft glow unwavering now, no longer dancing but simply watching. That was the deadly mistake. Following them. Believing they were something wondrous, something harmless. Because as our eyes adjusted to the strange light, as the last vestiges of enchantment evaporated, replaced by a cold dawning horror, we saw the truth. They weren't lights. They weren't swamp gas or lost souls. They were eyes. Pupilless, glowing, eerily intelligent eyes, arrayed in pairs just above the waterline. They were attached to something vast, something long and sinuous, its dark, slick bulk moving with terrifying stealth just beneath the black, reflective surface. We hadn't been following lights into a hidden lagoon, we'd been lured into a predator's den. And just as that horrifying realization crashed down upon us, the water around our small, terribly vulnerable canoe began to stir. Time shattered, 1 second. We were staring, paralyzed by the impossible truth, revealed in those cold, luminous points of light. The next, the water around us wasn't just stirring, it was hiving. Not violently, not yet, but with a deliberate, powerful surge that rocked the canoe sharply, sending a spray of foul, smelling bay of water over the gunwales. The movement snapped us both out of our horrified trance. "Paddle!" Liam screamed, his voice cracking raw with terror. He fumbled, his paddle hitting the side of the canoe with a hollow thud before he plunged it into the water, pulling with frantic, jerky strokes. My own body reacted on pure adrenaline, bypassing conscious thought. My hands, numb and clumsy only moments before, gripped the smooth wood of my paddle shaft with crushing force. I dug it into the black water, pulling back with all the strength I possessed, my muscles screaming in protest. We needed to turn, to get back to the narrow channel we'd come through, our only conceivable escape route from this nightmarish lagoon. But the canoe seemed sluggish, heavy, as if caught in an invisible current. Or perhaps it was just the sheer, overwhelming size of the thing beneath us, influencing the water's dynamics. The eyes, those horrible, unblinking, pupilless eyes, didn't move from us. They remained fixed, arranged in those unnerving pairs just above the surface, tracking our clumsy attempt to turn. There were more than a dozen, maybe 15 or 16 distinct points of light, spread out in a loose, elongated circle that suggested something impossibly long lurking below. The glow they emitted wasn't warm or inviting anymore. It was cold, analytical, predatory. It cast just enough light to illuminate the immediate vicinity, the slick, dark water. The gnarled cypress roots climbing like skeletal fingers from the banks, the low, hanging Spanish moss that seemed to writhe like snakes in the periphery. Beyond that bubble of phosphorescence, the darkness was absolute, swallowing sound and sight. It's circling. I choked out, the words barely audible over the pounding in my ears and the frantic sloshing of water disturbed by our paddles and something else. The water displacement was undeniable now. A broad, almost imperceptible V-shaped wake emanated from beneath the surface, moving slowly, deliberately around us. We weren't just in a lagoon with a monster, we were in its lair, and it was toying with us, or perhaps just assessing the strange, noisy thing that had blundered into its territory. We finally got the canoe pointed back towards the narrow opening, the gap in the cypress roots that marked our entrance. It looked impossibly far away, a sliver of deeper darkness against the slightly less oppressive gloom of the lagoon. We paddled with the desperation of drowning men, our strokes chaotic and unsynchronized, splashing more water in the canoe, soaking our jeans, the cold seeping into our bones despite the lingering humidity. Behind us, the eyes followed. They didn't rush, didn't pursue aggressively. They simply kept pace, their steady, luminous gaze a constant pressure on the back of my neck. I risked a glance over my shoulder. They hadn't closed the distance, but they hadn't fallen behind either. They moved with an unnerving, silent grace, their light gliding smoothly over the black surface. Then, a section of the creature broke the surface. It wasn't a head or a tail, not that I could discern. It was just a part of it. A length of glistening, dark-scaled hide, easily as thick around as my own torso, rose silently maybe 10 feet to our port side. It wasn't a sudden emergence. It was a slow, deliberate reveal like a submarine surfacing. Water streamed off the dark expanse, catching the eerie glow of the eyes. I couldn't see scales distinctly, more like overlapping, leathery plates, reflecting the light wetly. It stayed exposed for only a few seconds, a silent testament to the sheer bulk hidden below, before sinking back beneath the surface without a ripple. Liam let out a strangled gasp, his paddle stroke faltering. "Did you see that?" "Oh God, Noah! Did you see the size of it?" "Keep paddling!" I yelled, my own fear threatening to paralyze me again. That brief glimpse had solidified the horror. This wasn't just some large gator or a mythical serpent. It was something colossal, ancient, and utterly alien to anything we knew. Boo's words echoed in my head, some say, something else. The water surged again, more forcefully this time. A definite current pushed against our stern, trying to spin us sideways. We fought against it, straining, grunting with effort. The canoe felt terrifyingly small and fragile, a bathtub toy in the presence of a Leviathan. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, trying to find a weakness, an explanation. Was it reptilian? Amphibious? How could something that large live here undetected? Were the few Follett legends not warnings, but descriptions? We were maybe 30 yards from the exit channel now. Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered within me. If we could just reach that narrow passage, maybe the creature was too large to follow quickly. Maybe we could lose it in the maze beyond. The eyes quickened their pace. Their smooth glide became a swift surge. The semicircle tightened, closing the distance rapidly. The water churned more violently, waves slapping against the canoe, rocking it precariously. We paddled harder, blind panic lending us a final burst of strength. The entrance loomed, a tunnel of blackness promising what? Safety, or just a different kind of trap. 10 yards. 5 yards. We were almost there. Liam was sobbing openly now, guttural sounds torn from his throat between ragged breaths. I could feel my own control slipping, tears blurring my vision, mixing with the sweat stinging my eyes. We reached the mouth of the channel. The towering cypress roots pressed close on either side, their forms barely visible. Relief washed over me, so potent it was dizzying. We plunged into the relative darkness of the narrow waterway, and then the lights appeared directly in front of us. Not all of them, just 2 pairs. 4 glowing, malevolent eyes, hovering silently in the middle of the channel, completely blocking our path. They hadn't needed to chase us down the channel. The creature, or part of it, was already there waiting. It had anticipated us. It had herded us. We back-paddled instinctively, a desperate, futile gesture. The canoe slowed, bumping gently against a submerged root near the bank. Trapped. The exit was blocked, and behind us, in the lagoon, the other dozen eyes were now gliding steadily towards the channel entrance, their cold light growing brighter as they approached. There was a low sound then, not a hiss or a growl, but a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate through the water, through the hull of the canoe, and into the marrow of my bones. It felt ancient, impossibly powerful. One of the pairs of eyes, directly in front of us, dipped slightly lower, almost touching the water, and beneath them something shifted in the darkness. A shape coalesced, darker than the surrounding gloom. It was difficult to make out features, but the impression was one of a massive, flattened, serpentine head, raising slightly from the water, the glowing eyes fixed directly on us. There was no splash, no sound, but that deep, loosening thrum and the lapping of water against the canoe. It wasn't just blocking the path. It was confronting us. Liam stopped paddling altogether, dropping his paddle into the bottom of the canoe with a clatter. He curled forward, burying his face in his hands, muttering, "No, no, no, no." I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. We were caught between the eyes ahead and the eyes approaching from behind, pinned in a narrow channel by a creature of impossible size and chilling intelligence. The air felt thick, heavy, charged with imminent violence. The thing in front of us didn't move, didn't strike. Just watched its luminous eyes burning into me, reflecting in the dark water like portals to some other, infinitely more terrifying reality. The waiting, the silence punctuated only by that deep thrumming and Liam's quiet despair, was perhaps the worst torture of all. It was the predator watching its cornered prey, knowing with absolute certainty that there was no escape. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, punctuated only by Liam's ragged breathing and the deep, subsonic thrumming that vibrated up through my teeth. The four eyes in front of us burned with cold light, pinning me like an insect under glass. Behind us, I could sense, more than see, the other lights closing the narrow distance, sealing off our retreat. We were completely encircled. The head, if that's what it was blocking the channel, drifted fractionally closer. The thrumming intensified, resonating within my chest cavity, making my vision swim. Below the eyes, the water disturbed slightly, and a shape opened in the submerged mass. It wasn't a mouth filled with teeth, not in any way I could comprehend. It was more like a void, a gaping darkness opening within the creature's form, promising utter oblivion. The thrumming seemed to emanate from that impossible maw. Panic, absolute and primal, finally shattered my paralysis. It wasn't a conscious decision, more an explosion of pure survival instinct. I screamed a high-pitched, wordless sound of pure terror and threw my weight sideways, ramming my shoulder into the gunwale.
Tip it!
I shrieked at Liam, though I don't know if he even heard me or reacted. The canoe, already unstable, lurched violently. Water rushed over the side. For a heart-stopping second, we hung on the edge of capsizing, then the world flipped upside down in a chaotic mess of freezing water, tangled limbs, and suffocating darkness. The shock of the cold black water was like a physical blow, stealing my breath. Disorientation hammered me. Which way was up? I flailed wildly, my lungs burning. My hand brushed against something solid, the overturned canoe, and I kicked away, desperate for air. My other hand hit something else, something smooth, cold, and impossibly vast moving beside me in the darkness. I recoiled instinctively, a fresh wave of terror flooding me. My head broke the surface. I gasped, choking, spitting out foul water. The eerie glow of the eyes surrounded me, reflected 100 times over in the disturbed water. They seemed to hover directly above the surface now, their light casting dancing, demonic shadows on the nearby cypress roots. Where was Lamb? I spun frantically in the water, shouting his name, my voice hoarse. No answer. Just the lapping water, the incessant thrumming that seemed louder now, vibrating through the water itself, and the cold, impassive stare of those numerous eyes. Then Chaos erupted near where the canoe had been. The water heaved violently. A massive, dark shape surged upwards, thrashing, sending spray high into the air. Was it attacking the canoe? Or Liam? I couldn't see him. I didn't want to see. My eyes locked onto the tangled mass of cypress roots, forming the bank only a few feet away. Survival raw and unthinking took over. I lunged towards them, swimming with clumsy, panicked strokes. My fingers clawed at slick wood, finding a purchase on a thick, gnarled root. I hauled myself partially out of the water, gasping, shivering uncontrollably, my heart trying to beat its way out of my ribs. The thrashing in the center of the channel subsided slightly. The eyes turned, their collective gaze shifting towards me, the small, scrambling mammal escaping their watery domain. The thrumming seemed to focus, intensifying into a pressure against my skull. I didn't wait. I scrambled higher, tearing my jeans, scraping my hands raw on the rough bark. I pushed myself into the dense, tangled undergrowth at the base of the cypress trees, praying the darkness and dense vegetation would hide me. I risked one last look back. The eyes still watched the spot where I'd emerged. The water was unnaturally still again, except for the gently bobbing, overturned canoe. There was no sign of Liam. The creature or creatures, the sheer number of eyes still defied easy explanation remained, their lights the only illumination in that suffocating darkness, guardians of a primordial secret. Then I ran. Or stumbled, rather, thrashing through the undergrowth, tripping over unseen roots, sharp branches tearing at my clothes and skin. Mud sucked at my waterlogged sneakers. The sounds of the bayou, the buzzing insects, the croaking frogs, the unseen splashes, which had seemed merely atmospheric before, now sounded like threats, like extensions of the horror I was fleeing. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of glowing eyes. Every ripple in the unseen water nearby sent jolts of terror through me. I didn't know where I was going. Away. Just away from the water, away from the lights. I pushed through thickets, stumbled through stagnant pools of mud, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. Exhaustion warred with adrenaline. How long I ran, I have no idea. Minutes, hours. Time lost all meaning, dissolved into a blur of darkness, fear, and exertion. At some point, the ground became slightly firmer, the trees less dense. The oppressive humidity seemed to lessen almost imperceptibly. Was I imagining it, or was the sky beginning to lighten in the east? I pushed through one last wall of vegetation, scratched and bleeding, soaked and shivering, and collapsed onto damp, grassy earth. I lay there, face down, unable to move, listening to the frantic pounding of my own heart. The deep thrumming was gone, replaced by the distant sound of crickets and the first tentative chirps of morning birds. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up. Through the thinning trees, I could see water, but it was the wider, more open expanse near where we'd first launched the canoe. And incredibly, blessedly, pulled up on the bank not 50 yards away, was the familiar shape of Boo's bait shop and the small, dusty parking lot. Light glowed faintly in its window. I stumbled towards it, collapsing again near the edge of the water. I must have blacked out briefly. When I came to, Boo was kneeling beside me, his muddy, water eyes narrowed with concern, though not, I thought, with surprise. "Lord of mercy, son?" he rasped, helping me sit up. "Thought the gators got you for sure. Where's your friend?" I tried to speak, but only a croak came out. I pointed numbly back towards the dark maze of the bayou. "Lights," I managed. "Yes, Liam." Boo's expression didn't change, but he nodded slowly, a grim understanding dawning in his gaze. He helped me to my feet, supporting my weight as I leaned heavily on him. "Let's get you inside," he said, his voice low. "Some things out there best left undisturbed. The bayou holds its secrets deep." The official story became one of tragic misadventure. Two naive college kids, unfamiliar with the dangers of the bayou, got lost after dark. Their canoe capsized. Noah managed to swim to safety, but Liam was lost. Search parties were organized, dragging the murky waters near where I'd surfaced, finding only our overturned canoe lodged against some roots. They never found Liam. Not a trace. I left Louisiana the next day, Boo driving me in his rattling pickup truck to the nearest bus station. I couldn't stand the thought of getting back into the Wanderer, parked forlornly by the bait shop. I couldn't stand the thought of the water. I'm back home now, or at least back in a place that resembles it. The motel room is just a temporary stop. I can't settle. Sleep offers little escape. It's filled with cold water, suffocating darkness, and countless pairs of cold, luminous eyes watching me from the depths. Sometimes, when it's very quiet, I think I can still feel that deep thrumming vibrating in my bones. They say trauma plays tricks on the mind. They say I was hypothermic, panicked, hallucinating. But I know what I saw. I know what took Liam. It wasn't swamp gas, and it wasn't the spirits of unbaptized babies. It was something ancient, something vast, something that watches from beneath the black waters of the Louisiana bayou, its mesmerizing lights patiently waiting to lure the unwary deeper into the darkness, into a place from which some folks, as Bew said, just don't come back. And sometimes late at night, when I catch a reflection in a dark window, I see points of light where my own eyes should be, and I wonder, did a part of it follow me out? My name is Sophia Bellwether, and right now, the only thing louder than the wind trying to tear the world apart outside is the frantic thumping of my own heart against my ribs. Rain isn't just falling, it's attacking the flimsy roof of this forgotten cabin, each drop sounding like a shotgun pellet. Beside me, curled up in a dusty, threadbare blanket we found crammed in a dilapidated chest, is my little brother, Liam. He's finally asleep, his breathing slow and even, a small island of peace in this sea of chaos. He's 14, thinks he's invincible, but even he was pale when the sky opened up on us. We were supposed to be having an adventure. A final sibling bonding trip before I headed off to college in the fall. Dad had lent us his sturdy old Jeep, maps spread across the dashboard, the plan being to explore some of the more remote hiking trails in the Maine North Woods. We'd packed sandwiches, thermoses of hot chocolate, waterproofs. We thought we were prepared. We weren't prepared for this. The storm wasn't gradual, it was biblical. 1 minute, dappled sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of pines and firs. The next, the sky turned a bruised purple-black, and the wind started screaming like something wounded. Trees began to sway violently, not just rustling, but groaning under the pressure. Then the rain hit horizontal, icy sheets that blurred the windshield faster than the wipers could clear it. The logging road we'd optimistically turned on dissolved into a muddy torrent. Visibility dropped to near zero when a massive pine branch, thick as my thigh, crashed down onto the road just ahead of us with a sound like splintering bone. I knew driving further was suicide. Trying to reverse was impossible. The mud had us. Panic started clawing at my throat. We were miles from anywhere, no cell service, and trapped in a metal box as the forest seemed intent on ripping itself apart around us. Liam, despite his earlier bravado about roughing it, was gripping the door handle, knuckles white. "Soph, what do we do?" he'd whispered, his voice tight. That's when I saw it, barely visible through the sheets of rain and the thick woods, a dark shape, low and squat. A building, an old cabin tucked away off the road, almost swallowed by the encroaching wilderness. Hope, desperate and maybe foolish, surged through me. "There," I yelled over the storm's fury, pointing. "We'll make a run for it." Grabbed the emergency backpack. Leaving the relative safety of the Jeep felt like stepping into a war zone. The wind ripped at our clothes, trying to tear us off our feet. Rain plastered our hair to our faces, blinding us. We stumbled through the grasping undergrowth, branches whipping at us, mud sucking at our boots. The cabin looked even worse up close. Weather, beaten gray wood, planks missing here and there like lost teeth. The roof sagged ominously in the middle. A shutter hung crookedly from a single hinge, banging rhythmically against the wall in the gale. It looked utterly abandoned, probably for decades, but it had 4 walls and a roof, however questionable. The door was swollen shut, jammed tight in its frame. It took both Liam and me shoving our shoulders against it, grunting with effort, before it gave way with a tortured screech of rotten wood and rusted hinges. We practically fell inside, slamming the groaning door shut behind us, cutting off the worst of the storm's direct assault, though its roar was still a constant presence. We stood there dripping and gasping in the sudden, eerie gloom. The air inside was thick with the smell of damp decay, mouse droppings, and something acrid, like old fear soaked into the very timbers. There was one main room. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, choked with blackened debris. Scraps of furniture lay scattered: a three-legged stool, the overturned carcass of a wooden chair, the aforementioned chest. Dust motes danced in the slivers of gray light filtering through grimy, cracked window panes. Cobwebs draped everything like macabre decorations. It was bleak, desolate, and undeniably creepy. Cozy, Leon muttered, trying for sarcasm but sounding mostly unnerved. It's shelter, I countered, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We just need to wait out the storm. While Lime explored the meager contents of the chest, finding the musty blankets, I nudged aside a pile of damp, decomposing leaves near the hearth with my foot. Underneath was something else, not debris. Book. Small, leather-bound, its cover warped and stained by time and damp. It felt strangely heavy in my hand. There was no title, just the faint impression where lettering might once have been. Curiosity overriding my unease, I carefully opened it. The pages were brittle, yellowed, and stuck together in places. The handwriting inside was cramped, spidery, and faded, but legible. It was a diary. October 12th, the first entry I could clearly read began. The year was smudged, unreadable. Finally arrived. The solitude is profound. Just the wind in the pines and the cry of the loons on the lake. This cabin will be my sanctuary, a place to work, to think away from the noise of the world. I flipped forward, scanning entries. Initial observations about the weather, the wildlife, sketches of birds. Then the tone began to shift. October 29th, strange noises last night. Scratching sounds. Assumed it was raccoons trying to get to the woodpile, but it sounded different. Closer. November 5th. The scratching again. Persistent. At the door this time. Went out with the lantern, but saw nothing. No tracks in the mud either, which is odd after the rain. Feeling watched. November 10th, it's not animals. Heard it on the roof last night, like claws dragging across the shingles. And something else, a low murmuring. Can't make out words. The wind plays tricks, I know, but this feels deliberate. A chill unrelated to the damp air snaked down my spine. I glanced over at Liam, who was now trying to arrange the blankets into something resembling a bed near the hearth, seemingly oblivious. I hesitated, then continued reading, drawn in by a morbid fascination. November 18th, it mimicked Sarah's voice today, clear as day, calling my name from the edge of the woods. Edward. Come out, Edward. Sarah's been gone 5 years. It knew her voice. How could it know her voice? My blood ran cold. I didn't answer. Stayed inside until dark. November 25th, trapped. The storm is bad, snowdrifts piling high. But it's worse inside. The scratching is constant now, moving around the cabin. Sometimes it sounds like fingernails on wood, sometimes like something much larger, heavier. And the voices, they whisper things. Things I've only thought. Fears. Regrets. Last night, it whispered Sarah's name over and over, right outside the window. December 3rd, they're getting bolder. Saw a shape in the peripherals, flitting between the trees at dusk. Tall, unnaturally thin. Can't be sure with the failing light. The scratching isn't just outside anymore. Heard it under the floorboards this morning. And the whispers, they sound closer. December 9th, barricaded the door, piled furniture against it. It won't matter. They scratch at the walls now, at the roof. I hear them. The things that scratch. The things that whisper in voices they shouldn't know. I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have stayed. The final entry I could see was dated December 12th. The handwriting was jagged, barely controlled. They're scratching at the door again. Whispering my name. It sounds like me. The page ended there. Torn rag. I snapped the diary shut, my hand trembling slightly. The storm raged outside, rattling the loose shutter, throwing sheets of rain against the glass. It was just an old story, right? Someone driven mad by isolation and the relentless Maine winter. The ramblings of a disturbed mind. It had to be. But as I sat there, the brittle diary heavy in my lap, the musty smell of the cabin seeming to thicken around me, I couldn't shake the feeling of icy dread. The previous occupant's terror felt palpable, bleeding off the brittle pages. The things that scratch. The things that whisper. Liam stirred, mumbled something in his sleep, and settled again. Outside, a branch scraped violently against the cabin wall. Just the storm, I told myself. Just the storm. But the mistake, the chilling realization settling deep in my gut even then, wasn't finding the cabin. It wasn't reading the diary. The mistake was deciding to stay the night. Sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind that howled around the eaves, every rattle of the loose shutter, every creak of the ancient wood settling around us sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. Liam breathed evenly beside me, lost to the world, but I lay rigid, eyes wide open in the oppressive darkness, straining my ears. The diary lay beside me, closed, but its words were seared into my mind, things that scratch, things that whisper in voices they shouldn't know. The storm hadn't lessened its fury. If anything, it seemed to have intensified, the rain hammering down with relentless spite. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would briefly illuminate the squalid interior of the cabin through the grimy windows, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to wreathe with malevolent life, before plunging us back into near total blackness. In those fleeting moments, the peeling wallpaper, the water stains on the ceiling, the dark maw of the fireplace, they all seemed hostile, watchful. I tried to rationalize. Edward, the diary writer, was clearly isolated, possibly mentally unwell. Maine winters are brutal. Solitude can play tricks on the mind. The sounds he heard were likely just the normal groans and complaints of an old house battered by extreme weather, amplified by fear and loneliness. The mimicking voices. Auditory hallucinations, perhaps, brought on by stress and grief. It was logical, sensible, but logic felt flimsy, a thin shield against the primal fear coiling in my stomach. The specificity of his descriptions, the escalating terror in his cramped handwriting, it felt too real. Scratching at the walls, under the floorboards. Then I heard it. Faint, almost imperceptible beneath the roar of the wind and rain. A soft, rhythmic scritch, scritch, scritch. I froze, holding my breath. My heart hammered against my ribs. It seemed to be coming from the wall nearest the boarded-up window. Was it just a branch, scraping rhythmically in the wind? It had to be. Trees surrounded the cabin, their limbs thrashing wildly. Of course it was a branch. Scritch, scritch, scrape. It sounded higher now, closer to the roofline, like fingernails dragging lightly across weathered wood, or claws. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to stop, willing it to be the wind. Please be the wind. After a few moments that stretched into an eternity, the sound faded, swallowed again by the storm's cacophony. I let out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My muscles were clenched tight, aching from the tension. Just the storm. Imagination, fueled by that damn diary. A low groan beside me made me jump. Liam was stirring, stretching within the confines of the musty blanket. He blinked, trying to adjust to the gloom. "Soph, you awake?" he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. "Yeah," I whispered back, trying to keep my voice steady. "Man, this storm is crazy," he said, sitting up slightly. "Sounds like the world's ending out there. You okay?" "You look spooked." I hesitated. Should I tell him? Burden him with the diary's contents, with the sounds I thought I heard? He was already unnerved by the situation. But keeping it to myself felt worse, isolating. "I found something," I said, my voice barely audible over the din. "An old diary. The guy who lived here before, he wrote some weird stuff." Liam frowned, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Weird stuff? Like what?" Taking a deep breath, I summarized the key points, the increasing paranoia, the sounds, the scratching, the mimicking voices. I kept my tone factual, trying not to sound hysterical, but my voice trembled slightly by the end. Liam listened, his expression shifting from groggy curiosity to skepticism. "Seriously, Soph. An old horror story diary. You're letting it get to you. This place is creepy, sure, and the storm's loud as hell. That's all it is. Old house noises." He gestured vaguely around the dark cabin. "Wind, branches, maybe rats in the walls. not things that scratch. He gave a short, unconvinced laugh, but it sounded a little forced, even to my ears. Sounded terrified. Liam, I insisted. He wrote about hearing voices people he knew. People go stir, crazy alone in the woods, especially back then. Cabin fever, it's a real thing. Liam argued, pulling the blanket tighter around himself. Look, let's just focus on getting through the night. Once the storm breaks, we hike back to the Jeep, get help. Simple. He sounded so reasonable. Part of me desperately wanted to believe him, to dismiss the diary as fiction and the sounds as mundane. But the fear lingered, a cold knot in my gut. While Liam rummaged in the emergency backpack, pulling out a protein bar and peering at his phone screen, still resolutely showing no service. I picked up the diary again, using the dim light from Liam's phone, which he'd propped up nearby, to see the faded ink. I flipped past the last entry I'd read, searching for anything else, anything Edward might have written later, perhaps hidden or on a looser page. Tucked near the back, on a page half, stuck to the leather cover, was a shorter, more frantic entry. The date was smudged, but it seemed later than the others. Tried blocking the windows completely. Boarded them from the inside, too. Doesn't matter. Sound comes through the walls, the floor. Even stuffed rags in my ears last night. Didn't help. It's like they know I'm listening. Like the fear makes it clearer for them. The words seemed to leap off the page. Was my own fear somehow inviting something? Suddenly, a much louder noise cut through the storm's roar. Skirpy, dire, skipi. It came directly from the boarded-up window nearest us. This wasn't the light brushing of a branch. It was heavier, more deliberate. Like something thick and rough was being dragged across the external planks. Liam froze mid-bite on his protein bar. Whoa, he breathed. What was that? I told you. I whispered, my eyes fixed on the window. Now just a dark rectangle in the gloom. Probably just a big branch finally snapping off, he said, but his voice lacked its earlier certainty. He peered towards the window, listening intently. The sound didn't repeat immediately. The wind howled, filling the silence. We sat there for long minutes, barely breathing, listening. The only light now came from Liam's phone, casting our faces in a pale, sickly glow. The shadows it threw seemed deeper, darker. The cabin felt smaller, more claustrophobic than ever. The air was heavy, charged with anticipation. Then came the thump. It wasn't excessively loud, but it was solid, heavy, like someone had slammed a fist, or perhaps something heavier, against the outside wall right beside the door. It was distinct, unmistakable, and definitely not the wind. Liam jumped, dropping his protein bar. Okay, he said, his voice strained. Okay, that wasn't a branch. We stared at each other, eyes wide in the dim light. The skepticism was gone from Liam's face, replaced by wide-eyed apprehension that mirrored my own. The sounds weren't just in my head. They weren't just the storm. The diary's words echoed in my mind. They are getting bolder. The storm raged on, a chaotic symphony of wind and rain. But now, beneath it, we listened for something else. We strained to hear the subtle scrapes, the potential whispers masked by the gale. The fragile barrier of denial had shattered. We weren't just waiting out a storm anymore. We were trapped in a decaying cabin, miles from anywhere, with the chilling certainty that we were not alone. And whatever was outside, whatever Edward had called the things that scratch, seemed to know we were inside, listening, afraid. A sudden, soft scratch sounded impossibly intimately right near the bottom of the door. Like a single fingernail testing the wood, Liam's breath hitched. Neither of us moved. We just sat there, frozen, staring at the door, waiting for what would come next. The soft scratch, near the bottom of the door seemed impossibly loud in the suffocating silence between the storm's violent gusts. Liam and I were statues, carved from fear, our eyes locked on the rough, hewn planks separating us from the relentless night. My own breathing sounded harsh, ragged in my ears. Liam made a tiny, choked sound, a half-swallowed whimper. What do we do? He whispered, his voice cracking. The earlier bravado, the skepticism, all stripped away, leaving only raw, adolescent terror. I had no answer. My mind frantically raced through possibilities, each more hopeless than the last. Barricade the door further? With what? The flimsy, rotten furniture scattered around us. Scream for help. Who would hear us over the tempest, miles deep in these unforgiving woods? The diary hadn't offered solutions, only a descent into madness and an abrupt, terrifying end. It won't matter, Edward had written. They scratch at the walls now, at the roof. The scratching resumed no longer soft or exploratory. It was insistent now, rhythmic and grating, moving slowly up the edge of the doorframe. Scrape, scritch, scrape. The sound of determined claws, or perhaps jagged fingernails, digging into the old wood. It set my teeth on edge, a physical manifestation of the dread clawing its way up my throat. Each scrape felt like it was tracing lines directly onto my nerves. We stayed huddled together near the hearth, the feeble light of Liam's phone our only anchor in the encroaching darkness. The battery indicator was worryingly low. Soon, even that small comfort would be gone. For a terrifying minute, the scratching seemed to intensify, growing frantic, accompanied by a low, guttural snuffling sound from just outside the door. Then, abruptly, silence fell again. Not a peaceful silence, but a heavy, pregnant one, thick with anticipation. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Hope, fragile and unwelcome, flickered weakly within me.
Had it gone?
Given up? Moved on? But the lull was a cruel trick. And exhaustion, the insidious enemy of vigilance, began to claim my brother. Despite the palpable fear hanging in the air, Liam's adrenaline reserves were clearly spent. His head began to nod. His eyelids fluttered heavy. Liam, stay awake, I urged, nudging him sharply. Tran, he mumbled, his voice already slurring with fatigue. He slumped against the cold stone of the hearth, his body relaxing bonelessly. His breathing deepened, evening out. Within moments, despite the terror that had gripped him just minutes before, Liam was truly asleep, lost to a profound exhaustion that fear itself couldn't penetrate. I was alone again. Alone with the storm, the suffocating darkness, the memory of the diary, and the silence that felt more threatening than the noise. I strained my ears, listening. Only the wind and the rain answered at first. Then, a whisper. So soft, it might have been the wind sighing through a crack in the wall, or a mouse rustling in the debris. I held my breath, tilting my head. Was it a word? It came again, clearer this time, yet still faint, seeming to emanate from somewhere near the door. A single word, drawn out, insidious. Sophia. My blood turned to ice water. My heart lurched violently, then seemed to stop altogether. The voice, it was unmistakable. It was Liam's voice. The exact timbre, the slight raspiness, it was my brother. He must have woken up, maybe talking in his sleep, a nightmare. Relief warred with confusion. I turned my head slowly, agonizingly, towards him. The phone's light cast his sleeping face in stark relief. His mouth was slightly open, his expression peaceful, undisturbed. His chest rose and fell with a deep, steady rhythm of untroubled sleep. He hadn't moved. He hadn't spoken. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. It wasn't Liam. He was deeply asleep, right next to me, utterly oblivious. But I had heard his voice, clear as day, whispering my name. The diary's most terrifying warning made manifest. It mimicked Sarah's voice. How could it know her voice? How could this thing, this presence outside our flimsy door, know my brother's voice? How could it mimic him so perfectly while he slept beside me? Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. My mind struggled to reconcile the impossible reality. The voice hadn't come from Liam. It had come from out there. Or perhaps, chillingly, it felt like it had whispered directly into the cabin, bypassing the door entirely. As if summoned by my terror, the scratching erupted again, no longer exploratory but violent, furious. Skirp-sich-sich-gioki! It sounded like something was frantically trying to claw its way through the very wood of the door. Splintering sounds accompanied the frantic scraping. The door shuddered in its frame. And then the voice came again, louder this time, closer, right beside the door, directly on the other side. Liam's voice, twisted into something intimate and terrifyingly wrong. Sophia, open the door. No, 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 no. "Let us in, Sophia." I scrambled backwards on the dusty floor, my hands scrabbling for purchase, my eyes wide with horror, darting between the vibrating door and my sleeping brother. I had to wake him. I couldn't face this alone. "Liam," I hissed, grabbing his shoulder, shaking him hard. "Liam, wake up! Please, wake up!" He groaned, shifted slightly, mumbled something incoherent, but his eyes remained stubbornly closed. He was lost in that deep well of exhaustion, unreachable.
Liam!
I screamed, shaking him more violently, tears of terror starting to stream down my face. The scratching reached a fever pitch, the wood groaning, splintering. It sounded like it would give way at any second. And the voice, Liam's voice, whispered again, seemingly right beside my ear now, intimate and cold. "Sophia, he wouldn't wake up." The door was breaking. And the thing that scratched, the thing that wore my sleeping brother's voice, was coming in. "My name's Liam Hayes." Not that names mean much out here, in the raw, biting expanse of the Alaskan interior. Back in Seattle, Liam Hayes meant something senior systems analyst, apartment owner, guy who knew the best obscure coffee shops. It meant traffic jams that felt like personal attacks, the constant thrum of servers even in my sleep, the oppressive weight of a million other people breathing the same recycled air, chasing the same tired dreams. That Liam Hayes was fraying at the edges, dissolving under the fluorescent lights and the relentless digital chatter. That's why this Liam Hayes came to Alaska, not for the postcard views or the bragging rights, but for the silence. True, profound, soul-scoring isolation. The idea had lodged itself in my brain months ago, a stubborn seed growing in the barren soil of my burnout. I devoured books on wilderness survival, watched documentaries until the grizzled faces of bush pilots felt like old friends, and spent a small fortune on gear designed to withstand conditions far harsher than anything I'd likely encounter. My friend Marcus Chen, practical, cautious Marcus, who thought a weekend camping trip 2 hours from the city was roughing it, thought I'd lost my mind. Alaska. Like, real Alaska. "Liam, people die up there," he'd said, stirring his lat with unnecessary vehemence in that too, bright cafe where I broke the news. "That's the point, Mark," I'd replied, probably sounding more cavalier than I felt. Not the dying part, obviously. The real part, away from all this. I gestured vaguely at the crowded street outside, the symphony of car horns and distant sirens. I need emptiness. I need to hear myself think, or maybe stop thinking altogether for a while. Against his better judgment, and probably fueled by a misguided sense of loyalty forged during college, all-nighters, Marcus agreed to come. He was a photographer, specializing in landscapes, and the lure of capturing the untamed Alaskan beauty eventually overrode his considerable apprehension. He packed twice as much camera gear as survival equipment, which should have been a red flag, but I was too caught up in my own romantic notion of rugged individualism. Our entry point was a remote airstrip, little more than a gravel gash in the endless spruce forest serviced by a grizzled pilot named Dale, whose de Havilland Beaver looked like it had been assembled from spare parts scavenged after the Klondike gold rush. The flight itself was humbling. Civilization peeled away beneath us, replaced by an undulating carpet of green and brown, threaded with silver rivers snaking towards unseen horizons. Mountains clawed at the sky in the distance, their peaks permanently crowned with snow, indifferent and ancient. The scale of it was hard to comprehend. It made Seattle, my whole previous life, feel like a simulation running on faulty hardware. Dale left us on the bank of a wide, shallow river, the roar of his engine fading with unnerving speed, leaving behind a silence so absolute it pressed against my eardrums. It was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. "Radio me if, well, just radio me if you need to," he'd yelled over the propeller wash before takeoff, handing us a satellite phone with the cheerful pessimism of someone who'd seen it all. "Reception's spotty. Don't lose it, and don't wander too far off the river." The first day was hard work, but fulfilling. We humped our heavy packs inland, following a barely discernible game trail, the air crisp and smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something wild and clean. We pushed deeper than perhaps we should have, driven by my obsessive quest for true isolation away from the river Dale had warned us to stick near. By late afternoon, we found a small, relatively flat clearing surrounded by a dense stand of black spruce and skeletal birch trees. It felt right. Secluded, defensible, though from what I hadn't consciously considered, and utterly, perfectly quiet. Setting up the tent, filtering water from a nearby stream that ran shockingly cold, organizing our supplies, it all felt purposeful, grounding. Marcus, despite his earlier fears, seemed buoyed by the sheer majesty of the place, snapping photos until the light began to fail. We ate dehydrated chili mac that tasted like gourmet cuisine in the context of our efforts, and watched the sky bleed into shades of purple and bruised orange. The silence wasn't empty. It was filled with the subtle sounds of the wilderness, the whisper of wind through the spruce needles, the distant gurgle of the stream, the occasional snap of a twig in the undergrowth that made us both pause, listening intently before dismissing it. Nerves, we told ourselves. City dwellers adjusting to the quiet. That first night was uneventful, cocooned in our high-tech tent and absurdly warm sleeping bags. The cold seeped in from the ground, a tangible presence, but sleep came easily, born of exhaustion and the strange comfort of having finally arrived at the place I'd been seeking. The first sign that something was profoundly wrong came the next morning. I was up early, pulling on layers against the dawn chill, eager to start a fire for coffee. Marcus was still dead to the world, his soft snores a comical counterpoint to the immense wilderness outside. Stepping out of the tent, I took a deep breath of the atchingly cold air and scanned the clearing, and then I saw them. The tracks. They weren't near the tent, but maybe 20 yards away, crossing a patch of exposed earth where the thin layer of summer vegetation hadn't fully taken hold. This ground, even in late summer, retained the memory of winter. Permafrost lay just inches beneath the surface, hard as iron. My first thought was bear. A big one, judging by the size. But as I walked closer, a knot of confusion tightening in my stomach, the details swam into focus, and the bear theory evaporated. These prints were enormous, significantly larger than any grizzly track I'd ever seen in books or online. Easily half again as long as my size 11 boot. But the size wasn't the most disturbing thing. It was the shape. They weren't the familiar, five-toed, claw-marked prints of a bear. These were distinctly three-toed. Thick, powerful-looking toes spaced wide apart, ending not in sharp claw marks, but in blunt, rounded impressions, almost like talons designed for crushing rather than tearing. It looked vaguely avian, or perhaps reptilian, but scaled up to monstrous proportions. And then there was the depth. These tracks weren't just on the surface. They were pressed deep into the ground, sinking several inches into the tough, mossy layer and disturbing the rock, hard permafrost beneath. The edges were sharply defined, indicating immense pressure, immense weight. Whatever made these tracks was staggeringly heavy, far heavier than any bear. Heavy enough to leave deep impressions in ground that barely registered my own weight. I circled the tracks, my heart starting to thud against my ribs. There were maybe half a dozen of them, forming a clear path across the clearing, heading from the dense woods on one side towards the thicket on the other. The stride was huge, suggesting long legs. I knelt, touching the edge of one print. The soil was damp, compacted. They were fresh, made sometime during the night while we slept. Mark. I called, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. Mark, get up. You need to see this. He emerged a few minutes later, rubbing sleep from his eyes, complaining about the cold. Then he saw the tracks, and the color drained from his face. What the hell is that? He whispered, his earlier enthusiasm gone, replaced by a primal fear that mirrored my own growing dread. I don't know, I said truthfully. Beer, a deformed one. Even as I said it, I knew it was a weak explanation. No bear walks like that, weighs that much, or leaves three-toed prints sunk into permafrost. No bear made those liam, Marcus said, his voice tight. He unzipped his camera bag, his hands shaking slightly as he pulled out his long lens. Not for an artistic shot, I realized, but a document to have proof. Look how deep they are. It must weigh a ton. More. We spent the next hour examining the tracks, talking in low, urgent tones, trying to rationalize what we were seeing. Moose. No, wrong shape, wrong number of toes. Musk ox. Same problem. We considered geological anomalies, frost heaves creating strange shapes. But the regularity, the clear stride pattern, the sheer impossibility of the pressure required, none of it fit. Could it be human? Someone playing a monstrously elaborate prank with giant snowshoe-like contraptions.
Out here.
Miles from anywhere, carrying something heavy enough to sink into permafrost. The idea was ludicrous. Our mistake, our critical, unforgivable mistake was made right then. Faced with evidence of something massive, unknown, and potentially dangerous sharing our immediate vicinity, the logical response should have been to pack up immediately, hike back to the river as fast as possible, and hit the panic button on Dale's satellite phone. But we didn't. My stubborn pride, my idiotic quest for isolation, wouldn't let me. This was part of the wild, wasn't it? Strange things happened. Maybe it was a known phenomenon we just weren't aware of. Maybe it was passing through, long gone by now. Marcus, though visibly shaken, deferred to me. I was the one who dragged him out here, the self-proclaimed wilderness expert. We'll be cautious, I said, trying to project a confidence I absolutely did not feel. Keep the fire going. Keep alert. It's probably miles away by now. Even as I spoke, the surrounding forest seemed different. Darker. The trees felt less like indifferent giants and more like silent, watching sentinels. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was expectant, charged with unseen energy. The tracks were a stark, terrifying reminder that we weren't just alone out here. We were intruders in a place governed by rules we didn't understand, a place where impossibly heavy things, with 3 toes, walked in the night. We ignored the warning, and the price for that ignorance was yet to be paid. The sun climbed higher, but the chill I felt had nothing to do with the Alaskan air. It was the cold dread of knowing something was fundamentally wrong, and we were right in the middle of it. The day after discovering the tracks unfolded under a pall of strained silence and unspoken fear. The crisp Alaskan air felt heavy, charged with a static electricity that had nothing to do with the weather. Breakfast was a functional affair, instant coffee that tasted like ash, energy bars chewed mechanically. Neither Marcus nor I had much appetite. We kept glancing towards the spot where the tracks had been, even though we deliberately avoided looking too closely that morning, as if ignoring them might somehow negate their existence. The ground, however, remembered. The deep 3-toed impressions remained, stark reminders sunk into the permafrost. My initial foolish attempt at bravado had evaporated with the morning mist. The wilderness I had craved for its purity now felt menacing, claustrophobic despite its vastness. The towering spruce trees seemed to lean in, their dense boughs like watching eyes. The silence, once a balm, now pressed in, amplifying every tiny sound, the scurry of a squirrel, the cry of a distant hawk, twisting them into potential threats. Was that just the wind sighing through the pines, or was it something else mimicking the sound? Was that twig snap underfoot caused by my own boot, or by something massive shifting its weight just beyond our line of sight? Marcus was worse. His usual easy, going nature was replaced by a jittery hyper-vigilance. He rarely strayed more than a few feet from me, his head constantly swiveling, his hand often hovering near the canister of bear spray clipped to his belt. His camera lay mostly unused in its bag. The majestic landscapes he'd come to capture now seemed irrelevant, even threatening. We should go back, Liam said midday, his voice low and tight. We were collecting firewood, a task that now felt less like campcraft and more like fortifying a position under siege. Seriously, hike back to the river. Call Dale. This isn't right. And say what? I countered, though my heart hammered in agreement. Tell him we found some weird tracks, that we feel spooked. He'll think we're city boys who got scared by a moose. The pride, stupid and stubborn, was still there, wrestling with the burgeoning terror. Admitting defeat, admitting I'd led us into something dangerous, felt like a failure I wasn't ready to face. We haven't actually seen anything marked. It was probably just passing through. Passing through. He stopped, dropping the armful of wood he'd gathered. Liam, look at those prints. Nothing that big is just passing through, unnoticed. It lives here, and it walked right through our camp. What if it comes back? His fear was palpable, infectious. I looked around the clearing at the dense walls of trees surrounding us. He was right. This wasn't a highway. It was a secluded clearing we deliberately sought out. Whatever made those tracks had either stumbled upon us randomly or it knew we were here. The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. Okay, I conceded, trying to keep my voice steady. Okay, let's just get through today, see if anything else happens. If it's quiet tonight, we head back tomorrow morning. First light. Deal. Marcus nodded reluctantly, unconvinced but seemingly resigned to my cautious towardly, perhaps, timeline. The rest of the day was spent in a state of high alert. We didn't venture far from the tent. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every bird call, every shadow seemed magnified, distorted by our fear. I found myself noticing things I hadn't before, branches snapped high up in trees, too high for a bear or moose to reach easily. A faint, musky odor that occasionally drifted on the breeze, unpleasant and vaguely reptilian. Or maybe I was imagining it, my senses overloaded, projecting fear onto the indifferent wilderness. As afternoon bled into evening, the anxiety ratcheted up unbearably. The setting sun painted the sky in fiery strokes, but the beauty was lost on us. The shadows cast by the spruce trees stretched long and distorted across the clearing, turning familiar shapes into grotesque figures. The temperature plummeted, the Alaskan cold biting deeper, seeming to emanate from the ground itself. We built the fire up, piling on logs until it roared, casting a flickering circle of light that pushed back the encroaching darkness, but made the shadows dance more wildly. It felt less like a comforting hearth and more like a beacon, advertising our presence. Dinner was another tense, mostly silent affair. We ate quickly, huddled close to the flames, our eyes constantly scanning the perimeter beyond the firelight. The satellite phone sat on the small folding table between us, a useless brick in the supposedly spotty reception area. I hadn't even tried it, partly because I didn't know what I'd say, and partly because of a deeper, more irrational fears. What if calling for help somehow attracted its attention? Darkness fell completely, swallowing the landscape. The stars emerged cold and brilliant in the ink. Black sky, impossibly distant, offering no comfort. The familiar night sounds of the forest began the hoot of an owl, the distant howl of a wolf, the incessant chirp of unseen insects. But underlying it all was a waiting silence, a sense of profound, listening stillness that felt unnatural. Eventually, exhaustion warred with fear, and we retreated to the perceived safety of the tent. We didn't bother changing out of our clothes, lying stiffly in our sleeping bags, the small camp axe, and the canister of bear spray positioned between us. Sleep was out of the question. Every creak of the tent fabric in the wind, every distant snap, echoed like a gunshot in the enclosed space. We lay there in the suffocating dark, ears straining, barely breathing. Hours crawled by. The fire outside slowly died down, the cheerful crackling replaced by the occasional soft hiss of embers. The darkness outside the thin nylon walls felt absolute, pressing in. I must have drifted into a state of near sleep, a hyper-aware daze, because the first sound almost didn't register. Thump, soft, heavy, like something substantial settling its weight on the damp earth, just beyond the tent. My eyes snapped open in the pitch black. I could hear Marcus's breathing hitch beside me. He'd heard it too. Silence for a minute. Two, an eternity. Long enough for me to almost convince myself it had been a falling pine-cone, a settling log. Then, crunch. Closer this time. The sound of something incredibly heavy stepping deliberately on the leaf litter and twigs just outside. It wasn't the careful tread of a predator stalking prey, nor the blundering passage of a startled animal. It sounded methodical, investigating. My heart felt like it was trying to hammer its way out of my chest. I squeezed my eyes shut as if not seeing would make it unreal. Beside me, Marcus made a tiny, choke sound. Another step. Crunch. And another. Right beside the tent now. We could hear faint sounds of movement against the outer fabric, the gentle scrape of what might have been rough hide or thick for brushing the nylon. And then, breathing. Oh, God, the breathing. It wasn't the panting of a wolf or the snuffling of a bear. It was deep, slow, resonant, a guttural huffing sound that seemed to vibrate in the air, low and chillingly unfamiliar. It smelled faintly of damp earth, musk, and something else, something vaguely like decay. Then it happened. Something pressed against the side of the tent, right where my shoulder was near the fabric wall. It wasn't a violent push, not an attack. It was a slow, deliberate pressure, immensely heavy, making the thin nylon stretch inwards, distorting the shape of the tent. I could feel the solidness of it, the sheer mass on the other side of that fragile barrier. It felt exploratory, like a hand pressing against a surface to gauge its texture and resistance. The pressure lasted only a second or two, but it etched itself into my memory with terrifying clarity. This was no animal bumping into us by accident. This was contact. Intentional. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Pure, undiluted terror flooded my system, cold and paralyzing. I could feel Marcus trembling beside me, equally frozen. The pressure released. The heavy breathing sound lingered for another moment, impossibly close. Then another deliberate crunch as a massive foot shifted its weight. A pause. And then the heavy footfalls began again, slowly receding. Crunch, thump, crunch, moving away from the tent, back towards the dense darkness of the spruce forest from which it had emerged. We lay there in absolute, petrified silence long after the sounds had faded completely. The only noise was the frantic pounding of my own heart and Marcus's ragged, shallow breaths in the dark. The fragile bubble of our sanctuary had been touched, breached. The unknown was no longer just tracks in the dirt. It was a tangible presence, massive, breathing, and aware of us. It had stood inches away, separated only by a thin sheet of nylon. It had touched the tent. The rest of the night was a waking nightmare. Sleep was unthinkable. We didn't speak, didn't move, just lay rigid, listening to the now terrifying silence, waiting for the thing to return. The first hint of gray dawn filtering through the tent fabric wasn't a relief. It was merely the signal that the longest, most terrifying night of our lives was finally over. But the fear hadn't left with the darkness. It had solidified, taken root. We had ignored the warning, and last night, the warning had come calling. There was no more room for pride or doubt. We had to get out. The only question now was whether it would let us. Dawn broke not with gentle warmth, but with a harsh, gray light that illuminated the full extent of our terror. We didn't need to speak. One look at Marcus's pale, haunted face, his eyes wide and staring, mirrored my own reflection caught fleetingly in the dark screen of the dead satellite phone. The primal, urgent need to flee pulsed between us, a silent scream overriding exhaustion and the lingering chill. Breaking camp was a frantic, fumbling affair. There was no care taken, no methodical packing. We crammed sleeping bags into stuff sacks with trembling hands, collapsing the tent poles with clumsy haste, abandoning anything non-essential extra food, spare fuel canisters, Marcus's heavier camera lenses. Every snap of a twig in the surrounding woods, every gust of wind rattling the dry leaves, sent jolts of adrenaline through us, making us freeze eyes wide, scanning the dense tree line. The silence wasn't empty, it felt thick, watchful, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, observing our panicked retreat. Did it watch from the shadows? Did it know we were running? The thought spurred us to move faster, our movements jerky and inefficient. We shouldered our lighter packs and practically plunged into the woods, heading back the way we came, relying on my increasingly shaky sense of direction and the occasional glimpse of our own faint trail from 2 days prior. The hike back was torture, fueled by pure, unadulterated fear. Adrenaline provided a temporary surge of energy, but beneath it, the sleepless night and the constant tension gnawed away at our reserves. My legs felt heavy, unresponsive, yet I forced them onward, driven by the image of that heavy pressure against the tent wall. The sound of that slow, guttural breathing. Every shadow seemed to hold movement. Every dark space between the trees felt like an eye staring back. I imagined immense, 3 toed feet stepping silently on the moss just yards away, pacing us, letting us run. Marcus stumbled frequently, casting terrified glances over his shoulder, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Once, he swore he saw something tall, Liam darker than the trees, moving through the dense spruce to our left, paralleling our path. I saw nothing but shadows and fear, but his panic was contagious, urging us into a stumbling, reckless jog. The wilderness that had seemed beautiful and indifferent on the way and now felt actively malicious. Gnarled roots seemed placed to trip us, low, hanging branches snatched at our clothes, and the path we'd followed seemed determined to disappear into tangled undergrowth, forcing detours through thick brush that tore at our skin and clothes. The silence persisted, broken only by our own harsh breathing, pounding hearts, and the frantic crashing of our passage. It felt wrong. Where were the birds? The squirrels? It was as if all other life had fled, leaving only us and the watcher. Periodically, I'd pull out the satellite phone, holding it aloft with a shaking hand, praying for a signal bar. Nothing. Dead. Useless plastic and circuitry. Our lifeline was cut. We were completely on our own, miles deep in hostile territory, stalked by something unimaginable. The true isolation I'd craved had become a terrifying reality, a cage forged from trees and silence and fear. Hours passed in a blur of panicked hiking. Exhaustion began to set in deep, turning our legs to lead, our lungs burning. But the fear was a relentless whip, driving us onward. We could hear the river now, a faint murmur growing steadily louder, the sweetest sound I had ever heard. It meant rescue. It meant escape. We were perhaps half a mile from the riverbank when it happened. A sound erupted from the woods just behind us, maybe 50 yards back, a sound that ripped through the air and froze the blood in my veins. It wasn't a roar, not a growl, not like any animal I'd ever heard or imagined. It was a deep, guttural shriek, filled with a resonance that seemed to shake the very air, a sound of primal power and alien rage. It was instantly followed by the explosive shresach of something immense moving through the trees with terrifying speed, snapping branches like twigs. We didn't look back. There was no thought, only instinct. We ran. Scrambling, stumbling, tripping over roots, hauling each other up, driven by the sound of pursuit just behind us. The crashing grew louder. I could almost feel the vibration through the soles of my boots. Tears of terror streamed down my face, mingling with sweat. This was it. It had let us go, toyed with us, and now it was coming. We burst out of the tree line onto the wide, gray gravel bank of the river, collapsing onto the stones, gasping for breath, chests heaving. My eyes immediately snapped back to the woods. The crashing sounds had stopped. Silence descended again, heavy and menacing. Was it there, just inside the tree line, watching us? Waiting, the open space of the riverbank, which should have felt safer, now felt horrifyingly exposed. We were cornered. Then a miracle. Faintly, carried on the wind, the unmistakable drone of a small aircraft engine. Both our heads snapped up. Far downriver, a tiny speck was growing larger. Dale. Had he heard our garbled, cut-off call? Or was it just his scheduled check in time? It didn't matter. We scrambled to our feet, waving our arms frantically, shouting ourselves hoarse, though he couldn't possibly hear us yet over his engine. The de Havilland beaver circled once, then lined up for approach, its float skimming the water before settling near the bank. Dale cut the engine, and the sudden silence felt immense, vulnerable. He peered out as we splashed through the shallow water towards the plain, hauling ourselves aboard. He took one look at our faces, scratched, wild-eyed, pale with terror and exhaustion, and his usual gruff cynicism softened slightly. "You two look like you've seen a ghost," he muttered, securing the door. "Worse, Dale?" I croaked, my voice raw. "Much worse." We didn't elaborate then, couldn't articulate the horror. He didn't press. Maybe he saw things in the eyes of the people he ferried in and out of the deep wilderness. Maybe he knew some things were better left unspoken. The roar of the beaver's engine starting up was the sound of salvation. As we lifted off, banking over the river, I looked down at the clearing we had camped in. Now just a tiny, insignificant patch in an endless, daunting wilderness. The trees looked dark, impenetrable. Was it down there, watching us leave? The flight back to the world of roads, buildings, and people felt surreal. The noise and bustle of the small town we landed in seemed jarring, offensive after the profound silence we'd experienced. We mumbled some incoherent thanks to Dale, paid him, and caught the first available transport south, back towards the life I had desperately tried to escape. That was months ago. Seattle is still noisy, still crowded, still demanding, but the silence I craved, I fear it now. True isolation, I learned, isn't about getting away from people. It's about encountering something so fundamentally other that it shatters your understanding of the world, leaving you utterly alone with a truth no one else can comprehend. Marcus and I don't talk much anymore. There's an invisible barrier between us, forged in shared terror but impossible to discuss. How do you talk about something that shouldn't exist? How do you describe the feeling of immense weight pressing against a thin nylon wall in the dead of night, or the sound of 3 towed tracks sinking deep into frozen earth? I threw away the maps of Alaska, but the images are burned into my mind. Sometimes, late at night, when the city quiets down, I hear things. A faint, heavy breathing sound just beyond the window pane. The crunch of something heavy on the pavement below. Is it just memory, or trauma playing tricks? Or did a piece of that vast, indifferent, terrifying wilderness follow me back? I came to Alaska seeking isolation, and I found an isolation so profound, so chilling, it haunts the edges of every silence. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that I will never truly be alone again.